I have been locked inside this room for 6 months. I tried to leave, but I don't have the courage. The reason for this is deeper than just my weak legs. I tried hard, but it was useless. The culprits are those damned awakened people. I don't know why, but some people awaken abilities, and exactly 24 hours later, you get teleported to another world. To this day, few people have returned alive from there. You have to survive 1 year in that other world to come back, and it seems time there moves 10 times slower than on Earth. Because of this, some bastards, when they awaken, use those 24 hours to commit crimes with their powers. Since they are going to another world and will likely die anyway, they try to live out 24 hours of GTA right here on Earth. One of these people did just that, and my parents died. My legs also died. Now, 6 months later, the system appeared for me too. This blue window said my awakened ability is called Avatar, and in 24 hours, I will be teleported. Damn it, I can't even walk. I will definitely die in that other world. How am I supposed to survive 10 years there? I didn't want to, but I put on suitable clothes. Curse it, I can't go. Then an idea popped into my mind. What about my ability? Is it any good? I tried my hardest and activated Avatar, and a clone of me appeared right in front of me. It was confusing. My mind was split between myself and my clone. Seeing from the perspective of 2 people at the same time made me dizzy, and that timer ticking down 5 minutes scared me. However, I looked at my clone and had a diabolical idea. Isn't this guy me? What if I send him to the other world? Without thinking about whether it was right or wrong, I pushed my clone into the portal, and to my surprise, it worked. The clone was teleported. When my clone was in the other world, I shared senses with him. Damn, this is so confusing. I couldn't control myself and my head hurt. It's like I was seeing both things at once. Terrified by the sensation, I decided to unsummon the clone, and suddenly the feeling stopped. I went to the bathroom and threw everything up. I escaped that world, that's great! So I summoned my avatar again. He appeared. I'm actually pretty handsome, but what can I do with this useless ability? I can't control 2 bodies properly. Then a notification stunned me. The system said I completed the mission of returning to Earth alone without using the Karma Shop. New achievement unlocked. Now I can use the dimensional portal to travel to the other world once a day. I was the awakened who returned to Earth in the shortest time ever. Now I have almost 2 million karma. This karma is paid according to your impact on the other world, whether good or evil. If I become famous for being good, I earn karma. If I become a powerful villain, I also earn karma. But is the way I won against the rules? My clone died. Or when I unsummoned him, did the system understand that he won and returned to Earth? I don't care. It's not like I did it on purpose. I decided to try out the Karma Shop. This enhancement ability might be a good choice, and it only costs 10,000 points. I'm rich. The status I received was Recovery. When I activated it, I felt something react down here in the lower part of my body. It was lower than that. It was my useless legs. They started to ache, tingle, and regenerate. The reason for my seclusion was being cured. They weren't just cured. Look how strong they became. In my excitement, I couldn't resist. There must be more good stuff in the shop. I decided to evolve my avatar ability. I see my clone is quite hot now. And the best part? Now my consciousness splits in 2. It is literally a clone I can give orders to. Another good thing is that I don't feel the clone's pain. I need a maid. Clone, you have a job. Something even more incredible. Now I can make 2 clones. I need to give these guys names. I can't just call them clones. Since I'm bad with names and I like ketchup, the first clone will be named Hans, and clone number 2 will be named Heinz. Now you 2 must work. One goes to the other world to explore, and the other will clean the house and train. I'm going to do the most important job. I will use my clone's body to overcome my trauma. When Heinz went outside and saw the sunlight, I didn't feel anxiety or fear. This must be the passive effect of the avatar, the mind core. Each of them has their own abilities. Now, let's see what Hans is going through in the other world. A wild animal caught his scent and decided he would be a great meal. The panther attacked quickly, and I only had my small sword to fight. I'm not good at combat, but it's much better to fight without the fear of getting your own body hurt. With a lot of effort, Hans managed to defeat the panther. When he recovered his energy, he noticed there was a village near the location. There, a bald guy said his name was Malcolm and that he was the village chief. He said all travelers are welcome. He also commented that the young man must be strong to travel alone, and if he wanted, he could sleep in the village and travel during the day. While they were walking, the old man asked questions and discovered my clone was a person from another world. Hans went to the room offered to him. He was happy to talk to someone after being locked in the house for 6 months. But while he slept peacefully, an unknown person invaded the room. Back at my house, By the way, my real name is Seongyun. I was celebrating my new life, eating while Heinz trained to the limit in the room next door. When I tried to access Hans's control in the other world, I realized my avatar was dead. But how was that possible? He was in a peaceful place. All the avatar's stats were sent to me, and judging by his memories, it must have been that old man. He wasn't as nice as he seemed. Something abnormal happened. When I tried to connect with my dead avatar, I succeeded. Back in the other world, old Malcolm and another person were lamenting that this adventurer was just a normal guy. He only passed through the forest at night by pure chance. The level he reached was, at most, an elite skeleton. When I connected, I discovered that old Malcolm had killed Hans and turned him into an undead. Now his avatar is a skeleton and possesses abilities of that class. Looking around, I realized this happened to several people. All of these must be deceived adventurers. A person entered the room. It was one of the guys who were at the tavern yesterday. The guy stared fixedly at the skeleton. Maybe he noticed something. But the man just ordered the skeleton to go to the right place along with the others. A strange force made Hans's body obey the order. He knew he could resist, but doing so now would reveal his identity. This clone has the mana affinity ability, which is why he could feel and understand the force controlling his body. Hans feels he can control this power. After a week with Hans infiltrated and training, he finally mastered the necromancer's magic. He controlled one of the undead. It wasn't perfect at first. For now, Hans can only move one undead at a time. He realized that the usual rat was nearby and finally managed to capture the animal. He had been trying to catch that critter for a week. He killed the rat and turned it into a zombie. Now with this, he can leave the room and explore the surrounding area. Positioning himself vigilantly, Alfred prepares. Then, he observes a man complaining that he needs to confirm something on an old man's orders. The man opens a padlock, and through Alfred, Hans wonders what could be in the other warehouse. Deciding to follow him, Alfred enters the newly opened location. Inside, the small animal encounters an overwhelming presence and questions what that is. Through Alfred, Hans feels it's dangerous to get any closer. Outside, a man praises another's good work and asks, "When will the maturation process begin?" His companion replies, "I feel my life force being sucked away whenever I go out, and the master is stuck there every day." He then questions the reason for protecting the village and building so much, wondering who could invade. Observing them, Alfred concludes that what he saw earlier must be the fragment of the immortal king, and thanks them for the information. Wondering where else he could gather information, he adjusts his focus to find the village chief's location. Alfred's silhouette becomes shadowy. Diving into a shadow on the ground, he moves stealthily. Malcolm comments that he was wondering what it was, but concludes it was just a rat. Then, Alfred emerges from a shadow, and Malcolm realizes he was caught, identifying the animal's body as an undead full of dark mana. He questions if the rat became undead naturally because of the mana. Alfred falls to the ground, losing his shadowy form, and Malcolm notes that this is the only place overflowing with dark mana. Turning to two men, he asks, "Who was responsible for the warehouse today?" He is called Master. Alfred's lifeless body remains on the ground, and Hans promises, "I will definitely get revenge for him." Hans then asks Alfred to look after him from above. The scene shifts to an overview of the village. A man exits a building, complaining that a rat managed to escape and blaming the damn old man. Pointing at an undead, he orders, "Get in line! You are out of place!" He stomps his foot on the ground, calling them, "You idiotic things!" Then he punches another undead in the face, shouting again, "Get in line!" The aggressor crouches down, surprised by the reaction of the undead he just hit. He grabs it by the head and asks, "What do we have here?" The aggressor recognizes him as the arrogant old man who rebelled and reminds him of the threat he made about his family. He challenges him, "Speak again." Then he remembers, "Oh, I cut out his tongue." He throws the undead's head to the ground, finding the situation boring. Then, he remembers how fun it was when they hunted the damned villagers. On the ground, the undead opens its mouth. The aggressor says, "You should be happy to be with your wife now," pointing to the line of undead. The old undead grabs him as he continues talking about families and little children. Suddenly, it bites the man's arm. The man is startled and questions, "What is wrong with you?" The man orders the undead, "Stop." He calls it, "You damn thing," and prepares an attack with his hand, but another undead appears from behind and covers his mouth. Struggling, the aggressor tries to break free. The old one bites the man's arm harder. From the middle of the crowd, Hans watches the scene unfold. Raising his gaze, he marks the beginning of the victim's revenge. Insisting with the guards, Heinz states that his younger brother is in the village and has not left for a long time. A guard stops stops him, but he demands to speak with the village chief. A figure approaches from behind them, questioning the mess. Malcolm introduces himself as the village chief, surprising the guards. Heinz greets him, and the village chief asks who he is. He then explains that he believes his twin brother, Hans, is somewhere nearby. Meanwhile, Hans crosses a portal, considering the advantage of having two bodies. He enters an underground chamber with ease, thanks to Heinz, who is dealing with the old man outside. He holds what he identifies as the immortal king's fragment, feeling a powerful energy coming from it. He realizes that the fragment is not absorbing the energy of the undead, but connecting to fill what is missing. However, he observes the other undead around. He notes that everyone there seems strong, unlike the place he was before, which appeared to be for misfits. He complains that the fragment should not be so disgusting to eat. Pressing it against his own chest, he decides to see how bad this food is. A large amount of energy explodes from his body. Heinz explains to Malcolm and the guards that he and his brother are twins. Pointing to his own head, he states that this is why they always know where the other is. Malcolm finds this difficult to believe. Suddenly, the village chief gets scared and shouts, "There's something wrong with the fragment." Then he orders, "Kill this idiot." As a dark energy form advances, the two guards prepare to attack Heinz, calling him a bastard, but he disappears in a blink of an eye and the guards wonder where he went. In the underground chamber, Hans is flooded by countless negative thoughts. He holds his head, feeling the intensity of the energy, even though it is filtered by the mind core. Debating and screaming under the pressure, he questions, could anyone endure this without going crazy? Then, the accumulated energy explodes all at once. A system notification informs that the entity met the requirements and is evolving. It becomes a demonic immortal wizard, with its rank increased by the power of the immortal king's fragment. Another notification confirms that he acquired the skill Malignant Wisdom, which grants talent and knowledge with dark magic. Outside, a man complains about the mess he has on his hands because of an imbecile named Jeffy. He is surprised by a voice that calls him an idiot. Responding to his master, the man accepts the order to stop talking nonsense and check if the fragment is okay. He agrees and shouts from the window to Jeffy, "Check the fragment quickly." Then he goes to the cell door and calls him again, asking, "Are you listening?" An intense light explodes from inside the chamber, surprising him. He calls for Jeffy again, but is interrupted by a step in front of him. Suddenly, several undead hands grab him. Hans emerges with his group of undead and greets him casually. What a beautiful day, isn't it? Leaving the man in shock. The man is terrified, questioning, how can that thing be real and talking? He tries to break free, pushing the hands of the undead. He casts a spell against them, sending them back to hell. The spell dissipates without effect, and the man does not understand what happened. Hans approaches with his followers and says, it's rude to respond that way. He observes the dark magic in his hand, noting that perhaps it is because of malignant wisdom. He concludes that just by looking at dark magic, he already knows how to use it. A large explosion echoes in the distance. With a step forward, Hans commands his children of death to advance. He then orders his undead, don't let anyone escape, and kill all the humans in the village. The horde advances under his command, causing more destruction. Hans points to one of the fallen undead and questions it. Malcolm emerges enveloped in energy and says, you should have become an elite skeleton. Revealing himself as the elder Marcos Giocali, he asks, what did you do with the immortal king's fragment? Hans stares at him and says, it's been a while. Do you remember me? He then explains that thanks to Marcos, he lost his heart, but shows a new core in his chest, affirming that he took a new one from the mansion. Marcos gets enraged because he used the fragment with such a shoddy body. He shouts for Hans to die and casts the Death Finger spell. A beam of energy advances in Hans's direction. Hans blocks the attack with his hand, then questions the old man, saying, it's not polite to attack someone while they're talking. Marcos tells him to shut up, shouting, I invested all my resources in the maturation process of that body. He laments that he was close to becoming the most powerful being, and that this should not end with a skeleton turning into a demonic. Then, the elder invokes the Thorn of Darkness spell. Hans analyzes the attack, comparing it to a high-level enchantment for a beginner. He is hit, and Marcos affirms that the fragment only worked because he was the one who prepared it. The elder then promises to destroy his body to use it as an experiment, and casts Broken Ectoplasm. Freeing himself, Hans complains about the habit of naming abilities, and shouts for Alfred's enemy to just die already. Marcos questions the name Alfred, asking, did you know someone in the village? Or did you infiltrate already knowing everything? Suddenly, the energy thorns turn against their creator. Marcos is hit by his own spell. Perceiving that Hans is getting used to dark magic too fast, he questions, is this the power of the fragment? The elder decides that he cannot continue losing time, and initiates the pact of destruction. In another part of the the village, a hooded man attacks one of his companions from behind. The aggressor asks, "What's your problem?" while the injured one expels dark energy. The man hit screams as that same energy erupts from his body and spreads to the others around. Raising a dark crown, Marcos questions, "Are the souls of the dark mages being drained?" He places the artifact on his head, activating the crown of the broken and the resting place of death. Hans questions him, "Did you increase your power at the cost of your followers' souls?" The elder recognizes that the fragment protected him, but now orders him to die with the flame of drained souls' darkness. Having completely black eyes, Marcos is hit by dark magic. With Marcos defeated, Hans comments, "I almost fell asleep with the skill name," and says, "Let's just finish this already." Approaching, he thanks the elder because thanks to him, he could learn dark magic. Marcos laments, "I will die this way." Hans strikes him, making him fall to the ground while calling him ridiculous. Staring at the body, he asks, "Is Alfred watching?" because he made sure to avenge him. Then he looks at the moon and wishes, "May my little friend rest in peace." The scene changes to a large castle during the night. Inside, a person prays kneeling before a statue. The figure raises her head, revealing to be a woman who looks up with surprise. The woman opens the door and calls for Bishop Martin. He greets her, noting that she finished praying. Saint Restar asks him, "Please contact the others." She then informs him that she detected signs of the immortal king's resurrection coming from the west, which leaves the bishop scared. Martin runs to start a meeting right now, while Restar thinks about the immortal king. Recalling that his resurrection plunged the continent into destruction hundreds of years ago, she frowns. Looking out the window, she affirms, "I will not allow something like that to happen again." Assessing the destroyed bodies, Hans realizes the damage to his troops was extensive. He then remembers that the fun part of being a necromancer is being able to use bodies to replenish his troops. But first, he decides he needs to take care of his damaged arm. He spots a fallen skeleton that seems suitable for repair. He tears off the arm from the other skeleton, stating, "That one looks good." Hans activates his super recovery skill to merge the new arm to his body. He tests the newly repaired arm and deems it perfect, questioning, "Should I start replenishing the troops?" Turning to one of the fallen bodies, he commands it, "Become my subordinate." He channels his power, dictated by malicious wisdom, into the body. The fragment of the immortal king lends its power to the spell. His magic contaminates the remaining power in the target's body, but the process removes the thought fragments, and the skeleton falls apart. Confused by the result, Hans questions, "Why isn't this working?" His remaining undead watch him in silence. He then concludes that after a few attempts, he is starting to get the hang of it. Hans looks at Marcos's body and decides what to do next. He prepares to turn the body into an undead with a soul in an attempt to extract information, but something in the process makes him stop. Lifting the body, he discovers that the old man has no soul. Hans finds a magic circle on the man's chest, realizing that the soul was artificially extracted as a security measure. He drops the body, but decides he can still use it, even without a soul. With a new plan, he decides to turn him into a high-level undead, with self-awareness and good fighting skills. Hans begins the process, contaminating the remaining magical power in the body. Next, he removes the remaining thoughts and inserts a new ego. The body rises as a death sorcerer and awaits its master's orders. Hans is surprised to see that he not only has self-awareness, but also can speak. He names him Malcolm, ordering him, "Obey me." Then, he punches him for his hesitation, and Malcolm finally responds with, "Yes." Hans notes that he has no memory of his past life, but decides he will continue to torment him for his crimes. He calls for Malcolm again, who responds promptly. Taking his new servant's staff, Hans finds it quite cool. Positioning himself with the new staff before the pile of bodies he defeated, he takes a deep breath. Among the dead, the face of a zombie stands out. He approaches, recognizing that specific zombie among the others. Then, he places his hand on his head, identifying him as the young man who killed Jeffy. Turning to the burning village, he grants an end to all of them. In his apartment, Han Seong-hyun wishes the young zombie and his family to rest in eternal peace. Satisfied with his meal, he grabs his cell phone and starts browsing. Seeing the treasure his avatar found, he wonders, what is the price of gold these days? Then, he prepares to take a look at his total earnings. Suddenly, the avatar Hans materializes in front of him, surprising him. Appearing to be malfunctioning, the skeleton tries to say something. Han Seong-hyun shouts, System: cancel the avatar. Back in the safety of his room, he recovers from the scare, thinking he almost died. He ponders what to do and decides he needs to improve his unique skill first, opening the karma shop. Seeing that he earned more points than expected, he selects the option to improve his skill. A system notification informs him that, with the skill's growth, his mental strength has surpassed the normal. He acquires the Tranquility skill, which protects his mind against external attacks and stimuli. Han Seong-hyun starts putting the gold bars into a bag. He feels good in Hans's presence, realizing that the new skill also applies to his main body. He finds it strange how he always seems to get the skills he needs. Then, he decides it's time to leave to sell the gold. At the bank, he asks them to deposit all the gold into his account, leaving the employees surprised. Han Seong-hyun leaves the bank, thanking them and wishing them to continue the good work. He reveals that in case of an emergency, he hid Hans in his shadow using black magic. He even placed a mask on the skeleton as a precaution in case he needed to summon him. He then concludes that perhaps he was worrying for nothing, but suddenly, an enormous creature smashes a store's display window right behind him. The creature and a masked man celebrate that they won the mega jackpot. The beast man wonders, how is there so much gold in that place? But his partner hurries him to run. Then, the man jumps onto the creature's back and they flee the scene together. Han Seong-hyun steps into the path of the thieves, calling them villains and shouting, "Someone report them. They are villains known for using their awakened powers to commit crimes." Han Seong-hyun knows that there are guardians to protect citizens from people like them. The beast man attacks him with a direct punch to the face. Fallen to the ground, Han Seong-hyun covers his face as the thieves escape. He remains on the ground, unable to do anything to stop them. Meanwhile, the masked man celebrates that the plan is working, and they have time before the guardians arrive. They just need to find Portal, and the beast man spots her right ahead. The beast man shouts upon seeing Portal fallen on the ground. He kneels beside her to wake her, but the girl points to something behind them. The duo turns and faces Hans, and the beast man states, "That damn thing isn't a guardian." Preparing his hand for an attack, Hans stands firm, because Han Seong-hyun can do nothing. Hands emerge from the ground and grab the villain's legs, but Hans can, and he prepares for the fight. A group of men rushes, pointing the way forward. The returned association guards shout that their prey cannot escape. Meanwhile, the team arrives at a warehouse and questions what happened, seeing several people collapsed. One of them observes a beast man on the ground and assumes someone fought the villains and disappeared. Another believes the confrontation was recent, stating that the responsible party must still be nearby. Then, the group leader orders everyone to check the surroundings. A shadow moves swiftly across the floor of the place. It emerges from beneath Han Seong-hyun's feet, where he was hidden. Outside, he stretches and expresses his relief. Han Seong-hyun walks down the street commenting, "It's a good idea to distress once in a while." Elsewhere, Heinz, Han Seong-hyun's second avatar, celebrates enthusiastically. Gazing at a castle's gates, he announces, "I've finally arrived." Heinz confirms to himself that old Malcolm wasn't lying about the city. Standing before the gate, he declares, "This is my debut in the new world." But upon entering the city, he notices something peculiar. He wonders, why is this place so empty? Then, seeing a scene further ahead, he realizes there are no entry checks and no one cares about strangers. A man tells a child, "I warned you." The child begs for more time. He turns to a young woman, reminding her, "You have 3 days to pay 2 silver coins or there will be no choice." Heinz considers the situation but decides, "It's none of my business." However, as he passes, he ends up bumping into the young woman. She immediately bows, apologizing repeatedly, and he calls out to her. He asks, "Do you know the city well? I need a guide." The girl questions him, surprised, asking, "Who are you?" Showing 2 coins, Heinz introduces himself, "I am your future boss." Offering the money, he suggests, "Let's discuss the terms of the job." Later, the young woman, Da-dun, points to an inn, assuring him, "It's one of the best places for you to stay." She introduces him to the owner, Diana, and asks, "Do you like it?" Heinz hands a coin to Da-dun and asks her, "Look for me when you wake up tomorrow." Lying in bed, Heinz reflects that Da-dun will be his guide, and decides to see the situation as a good deed. Outside the inn, he decides, it's time to sleep for now. But in the room, he complains that the bed is so uncomfortable he can't sleep and ends up sneezing. He hears another sneeze coming from outside and wonders, what was that? Looking out the window, Heinz is surprised by what he sees. Da-dun is sitting outside and wishes him good night. He is confused about why she was waiting for him at dawn. The next morning, during their meal, he informs her, "You don't need to wait for me so early anymore." She agrees excitedly and he reprimands her, "Don't call me Achusi." Heinz then points to her food, asking, "Aren't you going to eat?" He offers more in case she is still hungry. Thanking him, Da-dun accepts the food with a smile. As they walk, she explains, the city's name is Azanthu, located on the west side of the Thalia Kingdom. Heinz observes that the place looks like a common medieval town. However, a symbol spread everywhere catches his attention. Touching the mark on a wall, he realizes it isn't paint, but blood. The girl seems uncertain, and he then remembers something that happened the night before. Turning to Dadun, Heinz asks, "Did you eat deer soup?" The girl confirms, surprised that he knows. With a smile, she explains, "I have a very good sense of smell." He changes the subject and asks about the symbol. Dadun reveals it's the emblem of the Varkolak organization. Heinz pauses for a moment, reflecting on that organization. Suddenly, he stops and comments on a smell, making the girl curious. He asks, "What did you smell just now?" Excited, Dadun responds, "I smelled freshly baked bread. You have to try it." Even with him reminding her they just ate, she runs ahead saying, "There's always room for more." The wind blows through a dark, silent alley. Someone is dragged into the alley, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. A few days later, Heinz waits for Dadun, noticing she has never been late for their meeting. Then, the men he encountered earlier approach and greet him. The group leader says, "We want to have a chat with you." Heinz extends his hand full of coins and offers them. He states, "It's not much, but I hope it helps maintain public order." Heinz observes the same symbol he saw on the walls around one of the men's necks. He then remembers Dadun advising him, "Don't loiter in the alleys and get out of the city." A memory surfaces in which he hears one of the men ask, "Why did they take that little child?" Connecting the facts, he realizes they might have captured Diana. Then Heinz turns and shouts, "Wait!" He decides to intervene and clenches his fist. The young man approaches and says, "I'm curious about something," but Dadun suddenly appears, calling out to him and making him look for Diana. The men question him, "What is our brother curious about?" He changes the subject and asks, "Were the silver coins I gave you enough?" Next, he shows an empty coin pouch stating, "You took everything." Heinz then turns to Dadun, reprimanding her for being late and saying, "You'll be without food." Interrupting him, she reveals, "My little brother is gone." The girl explains, "He had gotten better with the food, but now I can't find him anywhere." Heinz then remembers the men's conversation about having taken a child. He asks, "Was it Varkolak?" Dadun confirms, "I heard them talking about taking a child." He tries to calm her, saying, "I will pay the ransom if they ask." But she shouts, "My brother Aaron will die. What they want is blood, not money." Surprised, Heinz holds her and asks, "Why would they want blood?" Dadun then reveals, "This city is a food depot for vampires." Elsewhere, a figure comments on the strong smell of dark mana in the air. On a rooftop, he wonders, was there an internal conflict over the immortal king's fragment? He laments, "I intended to take it when it matured." The vampire states, "I don't know who gained the advantage, but I know where they went." With a smile, he declares, "I'll catch them quickly." Heinz questions about the vampires. A shadowy figure confirms their presence in the city. Dadun explains that all organizations, including Varkolak, are run by vampires. She cries, saying that even if someone manages to escape the city, no one ever survives. The girl laments that they were just doing their best to live one day at a time. In the end, she believes that she and her brother will die there. Then, Heinz grabs her by the face and yells for her to wake up. He states that they do not have much time and asks if she knows where they might have taken her brother. Dadun questions him, not believing that he will actually help her. She insists that it is too dangerous to go alone, but he simply says, "Do not worry." Heinz declares that he is an expert at making idiots suffer, beginning his mission to help the unfortunate girl. In a tavern, one of the men throws coins on the table, betting everything. His companion asks how he got so much money, and he responds that he ripped it off a tourist earlier. Suddenly, Heinz kicks the door and enters the place. The man stands up and asks, "Who the hell are you?" His partner recognizes him as the tourist they robbed and suggests that he came to donate a few more pennies. One of the men mocks, asking if Heinz also came to make a donation, while the guard outside has already been defeated. Heinz grabs him and demands to know where they took the child they mentioned earlier. The man questions him, asking if he even knows who he is dealing with. Before he can finish, Heinz interrupts him with a blow. He states that he knows exactly what kind of trash people are who mess with other people's families for greed. Then he simply calls him trash. With a single punch, Heinz defeats him and warns that now there are only two left. The other two prepare and advance to attack him, one of them wielding a knife. Heinz advances too, confident that he can win the fight. He is attacked simultaneously by the two men. One of them manages to stab the knife into his abdomen, but the man realizes, surprised, that the knife cannot pierce him. Heinz takes advantage of the distraction to land a punch on his face. He then reveals that he is wearing a Korean knife-proof vest. The last man advances with an axe, trying to hit him. The club is blocked by a barrier, and the man questions, "What is that?" Then, Heinz grabs his wrist and takes him down, completing the trio. He looks at one of his pieces of equipment, commenting that it is a good thing he brought many magic items. With everyone on the floor, he wonders if it is over and if he did not bring too many items. Suddenly, a new group of men appears on a staircase, questioning the mess. They run towards him to attack him, and Heinz realizes that he spoke too soon. Surrounded by fallen men, he recovers his breath and wonders why there are so many. Heinz pulls a weapon embedded in his shoulder, lamenting that he lost count during the fight. He then turns to the last conscious man. Stepping on his head, Heinz asks, "Where is the little boy you guys took?" The man refuses to tell and threatens him, saying, "You will regret this." He continues, warning that, "Your boss will arrive any moment and end your life." Heinz thanks him for the information he just received. Then, he warns him to worry about your own life. Heinz enters a room and asks a boy if he is Aaron. The boy shrinks into the corner, begging to be let go. Heinz approaches to calm him, explaining that his sister sent him to save him. The boy asks if he knows his sister, while Heinz suggests they leave so he can explain everything. But before they could leave, a large bat lands on the window. A voice questions, "Who dares to touch my food in my restaurant?" The mysterious figure asks, "Who dares to interrupt me while I am eating?" A vampire appears before them and asks if Heinz is from the Oath of Audacity. He then questions if the young man is the child's brother and warns him about the consequences of facing them. Pulling Aaron close, Heinz responds that he is just a tourist who was robbed and decided to help the child. The vampire finds the answer unamusing and, manipulating blood, says that he prefers little boy's blood. He launches an attack and declares that Heinz will have to die here. Heinz grabs the boy and screams for him to run. With his hand engulfed in flames, he grabs the vampire's neck and warns him that he will also be burned alive. Then, he pushes him away with force, screaming for him to get away. Heinz screams for Aaron to run and flee, taking the chance, but the vampire on the floor comments that he dodged. The vampire observes that he is faster than I imagined. He then advances, declaring that this will be a good warm-up before dinner. Heinz screams for the boy to go, warning him, "Do not come back, no matter what happens." He blocks the vampire's attack with his sword, but the opponent extends his other hand towards him. The claws pierce Heinz's chest. The vampire comments on his resilient body and rapid recovery, but notes that the difference in strength is too great. He considers that a gourmet meal, while Heinz realizes that he would have already died if the vampire were not toying with him. Suspended in the air, Heinz decides that he cannot stand by doing nothing. The vampire blocks his punch and says that he will take a little piece of the main course. Holding him by the neck, he declares that the useless fight ends here. Approaching to bite his neck, the vampire warns that he will pay dearly. Heinz then decides that if there is a difference in strength, the only solution is for them to die together. Suddenly engulfed by flames, his body surprises the vampire. Questioning if that is a magic item he was hiding all along, the vampire recoils. Heinz recalls that he got the idea when he saw the alcohol spreading on the floor when he was knocked down. He then thought he could turn the tables using one of his items. Calling him crazy, the vampire asks if he really plans to die together. With his body in flames, Heinz pushes him away with force. Mocking him, the vampire calls him a weak piece of meat. But Heinz surprises him with a headbutt. Throwing him to the ground, he reminds him that this gourmet food is resistant and recovers fast, and then screams that he is not in the mood to become a meal. Fallen and wounded, the vampire begs him to stop. Then, a massive fire explosion consumes the entire area. Amidst the burning city, a tower still stands. Fallen amid the flames, Heinz comments, "The scene is impressive." Reflecting on it, he admits that still being alive in such a situation could be a problem. Even with his body crumbling, he seems to accept what is to come. Heinz concludes that his mission to help the unfortunate girl was a success. In the distance, Diana hugs her brother, who screams towards the flames. At another moment, Diana is working when a customer interrupts her. The man informs her, "I left the money on the table." She thanks him. Soon after, a young man asks, "Can I also get in line?" She agrees with a smile and invites him to sit down. But then, looking closer, Diana recognizes him. The young woman runs and hugs him, relieved that he is well. Heinz comforts her, asking, "Do I look like someone who would fall for a trap like that?" However, the avatar truly died this time. Han Seong-hyun knows it will take a week to summon him again, and that Diana will be worried. Wondering what to do, he considers if he should take the opportunity to control a new avatar. He then declares, from now on this will be Heinz too. Using a previously created avatar, he goes to the location, questioning if Diana would realize it was someone else. But the young woman was sure it was him, since the essence of the soul was the same as before. Diana warns him, saying, "You cannot go back there anymore, as the vampires will be looking for you." He reassures her, stating, "I have already resolved everything I needed to. After all, with Immortal King Hans by my side, vampires are no problem at all." Back in his room, Heinz discovers he needs to wait 10 days for the interdimensional transmission. He then realizes it will take longer than he thought. Suddenly, the vampire who was observing the city appears and grabs him by the neck. Accusing him, the vampire states, "It was you, wasn't it?" He explains that the traces there lead to the forest, and Heinz realizes the vampires have already discovered him. The vampire questions him, asking, "Is a tourist in the area controlled by the vampire who was murdered?" Heinz tries to retaliate, but cannot find strength, recognizing that this guy is also a monster. The vampire holds him, commenting, "I cannot feel the aura of dark magic, nor the scent of your kin's blood." Heinz asks, "What are you talking about? I do not know what happened. I was sleeping." Insisting, the vampire asks, "Do you really not understand the situation?" He bites him on the neck. After tasting the blood, the vampire warns, "I will speak again, but very slowly." Heinz touches his neck, realizing he can no longer lie. His body begins to transform, and his race is changed to vampire. Approaching, the vampire repeats the question, while Heinz obtains the lesser bloodline ability. He then questions him, "Are you truly unrelated to the Oath of Daring?" Releasing strong pressure. Heinz's blood compels him to surrender to the superior vampire, but he replies, "I am just a simple traveler," but he realizes he can ignore that will. His mind core acts as a filter, sifting through the instinct of submission in his blood. The vampire wonders if he misunderstood and calls him to follow, saying, "We have something to do." Heinz then decides he will follow him to get more information. They arrive at the Azanthu branch headquarters of the Varkaslak clan. Upon entering the headquarters, Lord Vampire is greeted by the other vampires. Two of them observe Heinz, questioning, why did the Lord accept such an inferior sire? Suddenly, a female vampire grabs him, celebrating the arrival of fresh blood. She introduces herself as Rosalika, and offering a drink asks, "What is your name?" He replies, "I am Heinz." She tells him, "Do not be tense. We are both of lesser blood." Rosalika then insists that he drink some of the freshly drawn blood. Heinz decides to drink to avoid any suspicion, but upon tasting it, he realizes that even with his mind core, he still feels a strong bloodlust. So, he blocks the taste and smell to be able to drink. After taking a sip, Heinz comments, "It is delicious." Rosalika flirts with him, and the young man asks her about the meaning of lesser blood. She realizes he knows nothing about vampire ranks. The vampire explains, those of lesser blood are like knights, and those of pure blood, like Lord Vampire, are the nobility. She continues saying, "The clan leaders, the royal-blooded, are royalty, and sacred blood is a type of faith." Rosalika concludes, explaining, "Their faith is in the progenitor, to whom they owe absolute obedience." Lord Vampire calls everyone's attention from atop a balcony. He announces, "Since everyone is gathered, I will get straight to the point." Pirita, a pure-blooded vampire, informs, "The fragments of the Immortal King, which the Oath of Daring possessed, are missing." Tiapol, another pure-blooded vampire, adds, "They were last seen coming to the city, but disappeared without a trace." Heinz questions about the fragments, and Rosalika asks, "Do you not know what that is about?" Explaining that dark sorcerers from a nearby village were cultivating the fragments. She makes him realize that those were the Oath of Daring. The vampire then orders, "Everyone, investigate your designated areas and report anything suspicious." Later, as they walk through the city, Rosalika complains, "My skin will burn if I keep walking around." Heinz agrees that sunlight makes him weak, and she hurries him, saying, "We cannot stand still." Commenting that it was a wasted effort to move our fragments here, the vampire sighs. He interrupts her, asking, "Do they also have Immortal King fragments here?" Rosalika confirms, explaining, "The dark sorcerers were going to merge their fragments with those of the vampires." Heinz realizes this is a stroke of luck, as it is probably the pure-blooded vampire who is protecting the fragments. Holding her, he demands, "I need to know the location of the fragments." The vampire just laughs and asks, "Why would someone like me know something like that?" Suddenly, Diana, while eating, states, "Perhaps I might know something." Clarifying for a surprised Heinz, she says, "I think I know the location of the Immortal King's fragments." The revelation leaves him completely shocked. Han Seong-hyun asks if Diana knows where the Immortal King fragments are. She replies yes, but she isn't sure of the details since it happened a long time ago. About a year ago, Diana briefly worked cleaning tombs, and every Friday, members of the Varkalak organization visited the stone chamber. From inside the place, a terrible and evil smell came out. Han Seong-hyun concludes that this is definitely worth investigating. investigating. He thanks her for the information. He assures her he will handle everything alone and asks them to hide. But the young woman holds him by the arm, calling out to him. Noticing that his smell is different than usual, she narrows her eyes. Without an alternative, Han Seong-hyun confirms that her nose cannot be fooled. He reveals what happened. He assures her he won't let her be affected. He asks her not to worry. Diana continues to hold him. She suggests that if it gets hard for him, it's okay if he drinks some of her blood. She just asks him not to overdo it. Han Seong-hyun places his hand on her head. He comments, "You really know how to talk too much." He says, "That's enough." He just asks for the location of where the terrible smell comes from. Screams echo from a cemetery during the night. Inside a chamber, a voice orders a man, "Get up and stand straight!" Tiapol approaches the injured man. He asks, "Do you want to die?" Then he proposes that if he hits him with the sword once, he will let him go in peace. The injured man firmly wields his sword and advances to attack. Next, tendrils project from Tiapol's hand towards the man. They wrap around his entire body and pierce him everywhere. The man's body begins to dry completely. Tiapol complains that this is too boring. He leaves the body suspended in the air. He calls a servant and orders him, "Clean up this trash and bring a stronger sacrifice." The servant replies, "Yes, Lord Tiapol." He drags the body away. Turning, the servant asks, "Who is there?" Suddenly, a group of skeletons attacks the servant. Tiapol turns and questions, "How did those dirty corpses get in here?" Then he orders his servants, "Get rid of those disgusting things." A larger skeleton crushes one of the advancing servants. Creating a barrier of thorns on the ground, Tiapol tries to protect himself. Trapped, he asks, "What is that creature? Is it a necromancer from the Oath of Audacity?" He also questions, "How did that creature know about this place?" Hans simply remains silent before him. The vampire realizes he won't speak. He says, "It doesn't matter," and states, "I will ask the questions when only your head is left." Tiapol advances and attacks the surrounding skeletons. One of the skeletons is completely shattered by the blow. Hans then questions Tiapol's talk about his head, but the destroyed skeleton begins to regenerate. Challenging Tiapol, Hans tells him, "Try it." Skeletal hands and thorns emerge from the ground around Tiapol. A vampire arrives, announcing, "The followers of the vampire lord are outside. I came to help." Tiapol orders him, "Focus on helping me. The Demilich is very strong." He asks the newcomer, "Buy time for the reinforcements." Suddenly, Han Seong-hyun bites him. He wonders, "Why is there blood on me?" Tiapol screams at Han Seong-hyun, questioning, "Have you gone mad?" Han Seong-hyun extends his hand towards Tiapol. The vampire recognizes that as black magic. He wonders, are he and the Demilich in cahoots? He then orders Han Seong-hyun, "Stop that." Tiapol screams. Drinking the blood of one's own race is a sin that stains the mind. The vampire who was bitten by him begins to wither. Standing over the body, Han Seong-hyun states, "That doesn't work with me." He acquires blood magic. He comments that with this new ability, he will have an advantage. Han Seong-hyun states, "I can break the barrier," but Hans informs him, "There isn't enough time for that." Han Seong-hyun declares, "In that case, I will smash." With an attack, he explodes the chamber's ceiling. Both look up and exclaim, "We found what we were looking for." It was the second fragment of the immortal king. Hans approaches and extends his hand to pick up the artifact. Upon touching it, he is hit by an intense flow of thoughts. He realizes that even filtering the fragment has many negative thoughts. Then, all the mental power of the clones is focused on Hans. A large mass of energy erupts from the place. Vampire arrives with his followers. He wonders, did I arrive too late? He spots a figure floating in the sky. Vampire orders his men, "Shoot there." The creature in the sky is hit by the attacks, but Hans absorbs the fragment into his chest. Tiapol appears and attacks him from behind. Vampire observes the creature in front of him. The regeneration ability evolves into the special ability of immortality. He also acquires the special ability Forbidden Knowledge. The entity's information reveals him as an arch-lich. One of the knights spots strange movement in the distance and asks, "Is something on fire?" His companion confirms the location is near a Xanthu city. The man coughs as he catches one of the particles falling from the sky. The knight orders them to turn the horse around, stating, "I need to report the phenomenon to the saint immediately." He then realizes those are not ordinary ashes. Vampiro and Han Seong-hyun observe the figure floating in the air. Identifying it as the sign of the immortal king's resurrection, he pales. Vampiro says, marveling, "He became almost 10 times stronger just with that." With the fragment's power, Hans's rank was elevated, and his dark magic increased explosively. He now possesses the traits of malignant wisdom and forbidden knowledge. With this, Hans gained unconditional knowledge of dark magic and inherited all its secrets. Hans holds a staff. Dark smoke rises from the ground, enveloping the vampires. Vampiro wonders, is that a trick? "What is the plan?" One of his men says, "We need to get out of here." But a shadowy hand grabs him. Vampiro turns as he sees one of his men being thrown high into the air. Suddenly, he finds himself surrounded by shadows, and he is pierced from all directions. Hans states, "You are certainly stronger than the other purebloods, but now you are nothing but a blood bag." This leads Vampiro to question, "Did you absorb the entire fragment?" The vampire asks. "How did you manage to withstand so much malice alone?" Hans replies, "Is that what you wish to know?" He then reveals, "It is because I am not alone." Meanwhile, a silhouette emerges behind Vampiro. Hans Young-hyun stands over the fallen body of the vampire. A notification announces that the entity has met the conditions to grow, and its lineage has evolved to pureblood. Satisfied, he states, "I can evolve even faster by devouring my own kind." He promises, "I will devour all vampires." The surviving vampires regroup in the forest, unsure of what to do. Rosalika comments, "We wouldn't have been defeated so easily if Perita were here." But another vampire warns, the opponent cannot be underestimated. Perita analyzes the tracks left behind, noticing an excessive amount of magic. She concludes, the opponent is too powerful. With the sun beginning to rise, she decides they need to return to the main base and request reinforcements. Han Seong-hyun runs desperately through the streets of a village. A man runs desperately through the streets of the city. He hides and comments, "The vampires who considered themselves superior were killed in a second." As he laments trusting them, a shadowy figure appears and places a hand on his arm. Screams echo through the city, where Hans remained to deal with the remaining members of Varkolak. Meanwhile, Heinz hires merchants to safely take Diana's children out of the city. Sitting around the campfire, he prepares a meal and adds some pepper. Heinz serves the special steak to the two children. One of the boys thanks him, saying, "It is delicious." Heinz replies, "Eat well." Heinz observes that the children look much better now that they are away from the dangers of the city. He asks if their uncle has a store in the eastern part of La Pelas, and the child confirms. The boy expresses uncertainty if they will be well received, but Heinz reassures him, "Do not worry." Reflecting for an instant, he realizes he has grown attached to the children, and that it would hurt to leave them. Heinz realizes he has changed a lot since arriving there, and how long it had been since he felt something like this. The children call out to him, pulling him from his thoughts. The girl asks, "Are you okay? Or is your glucose low?" Heinz assures her, "I am fine. I already ate my share by devouring the remaining vampires in the village." Meanwhile, Hans transforms the bodies into undead and urges one of them to enter quickly. Commenting on how incredibly convenient the place is, he notes that it seems endless. Hans reflects that, with more research, he might be able to open a subspace on Earth. Suddenly, an attack is launched in the direction of the portal, and it directly hits one of the skeletons guarding the entrance. A female vampire approaches and asks, "Are you still wandering around their city?" She questions, "Are you not underestimating them too much?" Ovore Vaskoslak, a true blood vampire, asks, "Are you truly part of the Oath of Audacity?" Hans accepts the compliment and introduces himself. "I am a proud member of the Oath of Audacity." But the female vampire calls him a liar, asserting their hideout was attacked and you stole the Immortal King's fragment. She says that no longer matters and advances to attack, guaranteeing you will die either way. The blow from her scythe is blocked by Hans's hand. Leaning in to observe the attack, he assesses the female vampire's strength. Then he leaps backward, and the female vampire realizes that was close. The female vampire states, "To possess such power, a pureblood is not an easy opponent." Suddenly, Hans finds himself trapped inside a barrier. Ovore reveals, "My clan has the best blood sorcerers. They created this barrier to prevent you from leaving." Hans concludes that he could break through the barrier if he tried, but he needs more time to get used to his new power. The female vampire then threatens, "I will crush your head and rip the fragment from your body." He says, "That only leaves me one option." He then remembers his identity as Hans of the Oath of Audacity. Hans declares, "I am your death." He promises, "Even if I retreat now, I will return to finish you." Deciding that a villain's mark is to make a dramatic exit, he takes a deep breath. Han Seong-hyun orders, "Hans, cancel the invocation," and the creature disappears. Stunned, the sorcerers are confused by his last words. Ovore wonders, how did he get out of the barrier? She then spots a figure on top of the wall. One of the sorcerers is hit and falls to the ground. She then realizes she was hit by a holy silver arrow from the paladins. One of her companions shouts, "We are screwed. The order of paladins from the Church of the Supreme God has surrounded the tomb and is approaching." Ovore curses the lich. She wonders, did he stay in the city to delay them? She swears, "I will find him and kill him no matter where he fled." Han Seong-hyun celebrates, Hans is alive, but the skeleton complains. Canceling the invocation is almost cheating. Hans recalled the dramatic lines he used, introducing himself as the incarnation of death and the oath of audacity. Han Sung-hyun put his hands to his face in despair. He threw himself onto the bed, questioning, what kind of generic villain line was that? And stating that he was dying of embarrassment. He kept wondering why he had said that, while Hans sat beside him. Then he reflected that, in reality, he felt a little proud of what he had done. After all, he had dealt with a group of vampires by himself, saving the girl and the city. He concluded that, speaking that way, he even sounded like a hero. Stretching, he wondered, for doing so much, shouldn't I have earned a lot of karma points? Han Seong-hyun then decided to open the karma shop, but he was surprised by what he saw. The shop balance showed over 700,000 points. He wondered why he had so much if he had spent everything on the last upgrade. He then questioned if causing discord between the dark mages and the vampires would have had any effect. He decided it was all right and resolved to improve his unique skill again. Han Seong-hyun selected the upgrade option. A notification informed him that the limit for avatar summons had increased. He wondered if there was any additional ability. Another notification informed him that he had acquired the special skill Persona. He wondered if it was similar to the Mind Core. He let out a small laugh. The special skill Persona was described as one that used an avatar as a vessel to contain emotions. Han Sung-hyun understood that the system had determined he needed this skill and believed he knew why. He recalled making connections with strangers and helping others defeat powerful enemies. He, who had been locked in his room for 2 years, was able to do all of this. The reason was that, for him, all of it seemed like a game, not real at all. He faced the reality that, in truth, he was still locked in his room. The loneliness, sadness, and anger that he had suppressed, all the accumulated negative emotions, came to the surface. Then, Han Seong-hyun called for Hans. He ordered his avatar, transfer those useless and rotten feelings into the vessel. The emotions were transferred from his body. Han Sung-hyun felt refreshed, but noticed that the emotions had not disappeared, only stored. Turning to Hans, he worried that the avatar had absorbed these feelings, but Hans told him, "Do not worry." Hans affirmed, "Pain and despair are my life companions. Now, they no longer bother me." Han Seong-hyun became confused, realizing that without noticing, Hans's tone of voice had changed. Hans understood, and Han Seong-hyun questioned, "Will an avatar filled with emotions have its own personality?" He then turned to the side. Suddenly, he heard an explosion and wondered what was happening. Looking out the window, he questioned if there was another villain in the city. Han Seong-hyun decided not to care, stating, "The Guardians will take care of it. It is not my problem." Hans then asked, "Is a reason necessary to eradicate evil?" Han Seong-hyun looked at his avatar in silence. After transferring his negative emotions to Hans, it became clear to him. He realized he was just avoiding the situation, as he always did. The truth was that he wanted to eliminate villains more than anyone, but made excuses because he lacked courage. Hans explained that, as the order of the world was shaken, outlaws caused chaos everywhere. "Now I will become their law." From a distance, 2 guards observed the destruction and wondered how many times that had already happened. One guard commented, "They have started organizing terror attacks," while the other questioned, "Why haven't we received reinforcements yet?" A masked man observed that the villains had formed a faction and that the situation seemed to have reached its end. He then said, "It would be a shame to leave empty-handed." The spheres revealed themselves as large eyes. He sent them to become his eyes and ears in the darkness, and ordered them, "Seek the sinners hidden in the shadows." Elsewhere, a man asked for an ashtray. Then one of his companions offered a young man as a human ashtray. He prepared to use the young man's face while one of the floating eyes observed the scene. Cries of supplication echoed from inside a house. A woman, embracing a child, asked, "Where could we flee?" The man raised his belt to attack them, but the floating eye continued to watch. In a shop, a crowbar broke the window. A masked thief entered the establishment. The masked man turned to the cash register and commented, "The place is full now." The masked man affirmed, "I can see everything. I will punish these villains who are nothing but trash." He grabbed the thief by the neck, stating, "The punishment will be traumatic." Then he held the abusive man from behind, guaranteeing it will be extremely traumatic. Before the aggressors, he declared, "I will engrave fear into your souls." He approached one of the men and warned him, "Remember this day, and when evil sprouts again inside you, you will see me again in the darkness." Screams of terror echoed through the city during the night. Feeling more accustomed to his new power, the masked man affirmed, "I need more." With his floating eyes surrounding him, he declared, "I need to clean up even more." He then positioned himself atop a building, determined to purify the city. He will find himself in darkness once more. Screams of terror echo through the city during the night. Stretching with the sunrise, the masked man takes a deep breath. He finds it immensely satisfying to clean out the trash hidden in the darkness all night long. The Eye of Darkness proved useful, but he notes its limitations are clear. When exposed to light, its power weakens and disappears. So he needs a more efficient way to locate enemies. Unable to unleash the undead on the city, he wonders what he should do. Some pigeons fly by and soil him. He threatens them, saying, "I should kill you and turn you into my servants." Suddenly, an idea emerges. He reflects on an eye that is everywhere, invisible and able to move freely. Familiar magic was a slavery technique used to control animals. Hans is in a cave, surrounded by pigeons. He tries to use his magic on them, but wonders why it is not working. It would be great if it looked normal but had strong contagion. However, decreasing the amount of magical power weakens the contagion. He finally understands what he needs to do. He creates the final slavery contagion magic. Hans holds a cage and wonders if it is done. Suddenly, a monstrous creature emerges from inside the cage, surprising him. After 3 weeks of continuous research, there has still been no significant result. He turns to the last test subject, determined to succeed this time. The bird struggles as he orders it to stay still and adjusts the amount of magical power. Then, he finally casts the definitive version of the slavery contagion magic. Holding the bird in his hand, he feels relieved it is over, but the pigeon suddenly flies away, catching him by surprise. The bird ascends to the sky and blends in with the others, looking normal on the outside. All that remains is to test the contagion. Next, it lands with other pigeons. The 3 pigeons gather. Soon after, they all appear with altered eyes, confirming the experiment's success. Hans observes the creatures, who have now become his eyes and ears. He then orders them to fly and find his enemies. In a forest, a man observes the birds flying in the sky. He recalls Hans's last words, who introduced himself as his death. The knight approaches and reports to Archbishop Ladius. Tuscan informs him that, after interrogating the last captives, he discovered the vampires are not allies of the immortal king's descendants. Ladius responds that they need more clues, as the immortal king grows stronger every moment. Suddenly his cross begins to glow. He answers the saint's call. The immortal king's presence has been detected again, inside a cave north of the location. Ladius thanks her and promises he will meet her expectations. The cave entrance is revealed amidst a forest. Hans had prepared his familiars to send information when they encountered a monster. All that remained was to confirm if the process would work. Suddenly he notices something strange. The movements of the familiars on the surface are erratic, as if they are fleeing. They also seem very scared, but he wonders why he has not received any information. Then he realizes his familiars encountered humans when a group of knights advances through the forest. He questions whether humans coming to such a remote place could be an ambush. Through a pigeon's vision, he sees the cave entrance is surrounded by dozens of people. Suddenly, the pigeon is hit by an arrow. One of the soldiers yells Hans's name and warns, "Your tricks will not work on us." The paladin states that no evil can escape the divine gaze and that he can no longer escape. Then he demands, "Hans, surrender and face God's judgment." Hans recognizes him as a paladin of the Order by the emblem he saw when he was in Varkalask. He wonders how the Order's servants found his location, since divine power is problematic for dark magic. The paladin quickly advances towards him, but Hans grabs the blade with his hand. The knight says, "I never gave you a chance to speak." He continues, telling Hans, "Do not think you can deceive me with your glib tongue." Hans merely comments that the paladin is as stubborn and closed-minded as he seems. Then he attempts an attack against the man. The paladin blocks the blow with his hand and calls it a crude trick. He then declares, "Hans, you will not corrupt God's message," and strikes him squarely in the chest with his sword. Hans questions him, "Are you going to accuse me of a crime for punishing evil?" But the paladin shouts, "Ever since you touched forbidden power, you have become just like them." Hans questions, "What kind of logic is that?" He then realizes something unpleasant has been interfering with his magic from before. He receives a punch to the face. The impact throws him backward, colliding with the trees. Hans recovers on the ground, now surrounded, while the paladin orders them to prepare the chant. The choir members begin to sing in unison. He realizes the song is making him weaker. Although he could kill them to silence the chant, he cannot harm the innocent. So, he invokes a shadow of the choir members. The paladin takes the opportunity and attacks him with an object. He yells, "Now is the time," and orders, "Restrain Hans." The choir members cast chains in his direction. One of the chains hits his leg. Completely immobilized, he realizes he let his guard down too much. Suspended by chains, Hans admits, "I let my guard down." He realizes he cannot move or use magic. Seeing the men praying, Hans understands that they prepared everything to prevent his escape. A warrior states, "We worked hard to capture you." Hans replies, "That was to be expected." Then the man declares, "No evil has ever escaped this confinement. Have you given up resisting?" Hans simply starts to laugh. He concludes there is no room for negotiation and says, "That is not going to happen." Bidding farewell, he challenges the church's minions. "Catch me if you can." The warrior does not know what Hans is planning but prepares to attack. He advances, questioning, "Do you think I would let you escape?" But Hans considers the effort useless, no matter the strength of the confinement. With a command, he orders himself to release the summon and disappears. The warrior is incredulous that Hans escaped the restraints and fled. The scene shifts to a city, while someone wonders, who was that guy? Lying in his bed, Han Sung-hyun sighs. This situation is becoming problematic. Han Sung-hyun reflects that he has too many enemies and wonders if he caused too much chaos wherever he went. He remembers the Shadow faction, the Oath of Daring. Then he recalls the Vampire clan, Varkoslak, and even one of the continent's greatest powers, the Great Divine Order. Suddenly he asks, "Wait a minute." Han Seong-hyun gets up and points to a screen, exclaiming, "The Karma Shop. Why was I rewarded?" Then he questions if what he is thinking is true. He concludes that the reason was for causing turmoil across the continent. Deciding to think about it later, the young man states, "I will focus on the original plan for now." A mask emerges in the dark environment. In an alley, a masked man says, "It is time to reap the results of my research." He explains the principle of a controlled entity spreading dark magic upon encountering another. With this, their eyes and ears will continue to expand. Soon they will easily cover a place like Seoul. The masked man then notices something. A cat wonders, "Have they arrived already?" Upon seeing a signal, he identifies it as the first. From inside the location, a voice pleads, "Save me." A woman on the floor begs the man with the knife, saying, "I will do anything if you spare me." A man moves away from the railing, while the woman looks up. She sees a man with glasses outside and screams, "I have been kidnapped. Save me." When the man moves away, she questions, "Where are you going? Can you not hear me?" The woman is thrown to the floor and declares, "It is useless." The kidnapper holds her by the hair and says, "You can scream all you want. It does not matter how loud." He then explains, "Thanks to my ability, only I can see your screams and suffering." Pulling her closer to a microphone, he encourages her to scream louder. The man raises his knife and declares, "You will be in the top 3 of my collection." Suddenly, the studio window shatters. The kidnapper turns and questions, "What is your ability?" Then the masked man reveals his technique, identifying it as sound suppression and invisibility. The masked man states, "Your ability does not work on me. Your disgusting actions end today." Holding the woman, the kidnapper asks, "Who are you? Are you a guardian? How did you get in here?" Then he warns, "If you come any closer, the woman dies." But he only hears back a serious, "Is that so?" Suddenly the woman is pulled behind him, and the kidnapper identifies him as a returnee. He accuses the newcomer of daring to steal his prey and swears, "I will kill both of you." The kidnapper advances with his knife drawn to attack, but his body stops mid-movement. The masked man says, "Judging by your words, this is not the first time you have done this." He approaches, touches the kidnapper's forehead, and asks, "Should I check?" Then he uses the necromancy, the lament of the dead. A vision shows the kidnapper attacking another victim, who begs to be spared. Seeing the memory, the masked man concludes, "He is a serial killer. I do not need to see anything else." He then sentences the criminal to death. The kidnapper screams while being consumed by the ability. Observing the floating body, the masked man says, even death is too merciful for him. He says he needs undead to command on Earth, and decides to transform the body into one of them. While transforming it with a method that drains all the blood, he comments, "I did not expect to create one so soon." The body becomes an intermediate undead, aghast. The masked man then orders the creature to come in, stating, "You might be quite useful from now on." Looking at the unconscious woman on the floor, he wonders, "Should I clean up this place before leaving?" Outside, the police and a crowd have already gathered at the crime scene. There stands Park Han-chul, the leader of the Special Abilities Agency's Criminal Investigation Division. One of his agents approaches and confirms that the scene's recordings are from the same serial killer they were trying to catch. He also reports that a returnee killed the killer, but they did not find a body, only dark magic in the bloodstains. brains. Park Hanchul comments, at least the idiot deserved to die, but he is irritated by the case's complication. He concludes that people who get drunk on power and play hero are also dangerous when he sees a mark on the wall. The mark of a mask makes him think about the act of performing executions. A police officer in the crowd looks at the rooftop and wonders, who is that lunatic idiot up there? On top of the building, the masked man holds a white cat and says, I wanted to see his face at least once. At the South Seoul branch of the South Korean Returnee Association, someone calls for the manager. A woman enters the office, asking for a moment. She looks at the person sitting at the desk and says to herself, here we go again. Then she wakes up branch manager Yoon Ji-yoon saying, it's an important matter. Ji-yoon asks, what's the problem this time? The assistant informs her, the skill management department sent a cooperation request. She analyzes the case of the 3 jewel thieves' arrest and questions if it has a connection to the recent murder. The report describes the suspect as a black magic user wearing a long coat and a ha-ho mask. Ji-yoon leans back, complaining, public safety is a mess. I almost feel like handing the case over to that guy. But the assistant reprimands her. She gets worked up, but then argues he has the necessary skills. He would be an excellent dog with the right leash. Ji-yoon then laments, asking, why can't he just join as a guardian? The assistant points to the pile of documents and tells her, stop talking nonsense and get back to work. With a shout, she throws the papers into the air, exclaiming, I feel like smashing all the villains. Elsewhere, Han Sung-hyun stretches and says, smashing all those villains was really satisfying. He reflects that unless it's a serial killer, he usually just plants a terror curse and punishes them appropriately. Looking at his reflection, he decides, I'll have to take a look at the villain organization that caused chaos in public order. Han Seong-hyun decides that since he's finished things there, he should start paying attention to this world. A man desperately shouts for Diana and Aaron. He hugs the children and says, you both worked hard. They console him. Heinz observes the reunion and is relieved that he seems to be a good person. He concludes, it won't be necessary to resort to threats. The man shakes Heinz's hand, thanking him for bringing the children back. Diana then approaches and begins to talk about all the time they spent together. She hugs him, thanking him. Heinz says, it's not goodbye. I'll visit you all, so stay healthy. The girl confesses, I was worried about the change in your personality, but I'm relieved that you're good. He then questions if his personality changed and if this is the influence of the persona. Hans's persona was a mix of negative emotions with a trait of seeking attention. Heinz II, who focused on infiltration and lies, received a calm and composed personality. Aaron asks, where do you plan to go now? Heinz reveals, I will make a pilgrimage to the capital of the kingdom of Thalia. The scene opens in the city of Thalaria. Heinz states, there is only one reason I came to this place. He explains, the capital is the headquarters of the goddess church and home to the largest temple on earth. Finding an alley, he makes sure no one is looking. Then, he prepares to summon his 4th avatar. With the command Avatar Summon, he summons Heinlich. The new avatar possesses the unique warrior spirit trait, which grants him combat bonuses. Heinz explains, walking through the sacred city in a vampire's body has its limits. He hands a pouch to Heinlich. Go toward the light. Inside a building, a voice requests, next believer, please come forward. Heinlich approaches the counter and pours out a large amount of coins and jewels. One of the men asks, how much is that? Heinlich replies, it's my entire fortune. He declares his desire to dedicate everything to the goddess and become a holy knight to fulfill her will. Han Song-hyun reflects that his previous avatars were an undead, a dark wizard, and a vampire, all children of darkness. But this time, his avatar will be a holy knight who wields a sacred sword and is respected by all. Heinlich confirms his decision with, certainly. A man with a mustache extends his hand and says, as an instructor, I will train you to be an excellent holy knight. But a scribe interrupts him, arguing, we cannot accept a stranger as a holy knight, no matter how much he has donated. The instructor laughs and tells the scribe, don't worry. He explains, the wicked reveal their true nature during training. He asks the recruit, do you have the confidence to show yours? Heinlich replies, absolutely. At another moment, he is exhausted and begs for water. An enormous stone sphere rolls toward him. He calls it madness. He prepares himself and manages to stop the sphere with his bare hands. While holding it, he narrates, it's been a month since I started Holy Knight training. At first, I thought the order was noble, but I found out it was just a bunch of perverted males. Heinlich struggles to keep holding the heavy sphere. An instructor reprimands trainee number 121, whose focus is slipping, and questions him, have you forgotten the rule to never stop praying? He orders the trainee, concentrate, sing your prayers again. The trainee begins to pray while the instructor demands more focus. Soon, the instructor shouts the rule, telling him, sing your prayers and restore your broken body while you train. The instructor encourages the trainee to do one more repetition, and the young man shouts, Goddess! Observing the training, Heinrich admits, "The method is efficient. A man celebrates, 'My back feels great today.' He asks to be hit harder. Another man flexes his arm as a spiked mace strikes him. Amidst the shouts of faith, Heinrich questions, do they really need to train in such a perverted way? From a balcony, Marco comments, "The recruit I brought is no joke." He observes, "Even before baptism, Heinrich was already strong. I can't wait to see how much he'll improve." Heinrich questions why they are looking at him that way and says, "I feel uncomfortable. I don't want to attract the group's attention." Heinrich, panting, reflects that 3 months have passed since he began his Holy Knight training. He concludes that without his warrior spirit and super regeneration, he would have collapsed long ago. His body and stamina have improved, but he realizes that something else is more problematic. Holding him by the arm, a man asks if he has finished his lower body training. Invited by the instructor, he agrees to do some holy chest exercises together. Another man intervenes, saying, "On a day like this, it has to be a solid back workout." Heinrich moves away, ordering, "Get away from me, you muscular perverts." Outside the chapel, he sighs. Sitting with a colleague, he complains that not a day goes by without them calling him to train. His colleague says, "That's because the elders have high expectations." Suddenly, a group of novices announces they are coming. Among the crowd, Grand Archbishop Ladius of the main church and Sir Tuscan are identified. Commenting beside him, his colleague mentions, "They went on an expedition. They must have returned." He then recalls that holy knight pointing his sword at Hans. Heinrich wonders if they were looking for Hans all this time. At the altar, a priest announces to the trainees that the reason for their gathering is the performance of the baptismal ceremony for those who have passed the criteria. A priest explains that although it is earlier than usual, the ceremony was brought forward due to certain circumstances. He then asks the trainees whose names are called to step forward. Heinrich's colleague wonders why they are holding an event that normally only happens every 6 months. Heinrich says, "I can guess why." He deduces that the Holy Knights are desperately in need of reinforcements to pursue the heir of the immortal king. Either way, he sees this as a perfect opportunity to save time and test something. He refers to the new application of his persona and mind core abilities. The high priest calls out the trainee Max Warrowan. He asks if the young man swears to dedicate everything to Lord God and his life as a holy knight. The trainee confirms. During baptism, those who receive it sacrifice all their mana to the deity, becoming unable to use magic, but receiving immense holy power. The size of the blessing each individual receives varies greatly, and the greatest factor determining the magnitude of the blessing is faith in the deity. The purer and more genuine the faith, free of lies or doubts, the stronger the holy knight becomes. The priest then calls the next trainee Heinrich. He steps forward, asserting that this is exactly why he chose to become a knight. Heinrich reflects that until now, he has only used his mind core to suppress external stimuli or contain his own emotions, but he realizes that the opposite is also possible. Using his persona ability, he will inject the emotion of faith into Heinrich, and when the high priest extracts his mana, he will use the mind core to filter out emotions like distrust and doubt. His mana will become pure, containing the essence of faith and mana itself. And to absorb the blessing to its maximum potential, he concentrates the mental strength of all his avatars into Heinrich. The high priest is astonished by the amount of holy power released. A wave of energy spreads through the hall. The other novices exclaim, "It is unbelievable!" They point upwards. The holy power rises to the head of the deity's statue. Holding him by the arm, one of the instructors now calls him Sir Heinrich. The high priest states that, even newly baptized, he is already at the level of a priest, and that his faith is impressive. Encouraged by him to continue his hard work, Heinrich thanks him. He then obtains the holy baptism ability and wonders if that is the limit of the power, relieved that his trick worked, but he realizes that the trick doesn't seem to have worked completely. He reflects that the deity of the divine church is closer to a system than to a god with a personality. When he opened his mind earlier, he had a vague feeling. If it were to be expressed with human emotions, it would have been something like curiosity. Questioning if this means he is being watched, he decides that this power should only be used for good. In another room, someone knocks on the window and says, "The situation is frustrating." Ladius laments that they haven't found a single piece of evidence about the immortal king's heir for months, and that he doesn't have the courage to show his face to the saint. Sir Tuscan adds that it will be difficult to get more support from the Thalia kingdom, suspecting that a vampire organization is involved. Pointing on the map, he indicates that the friction with the vampire clan and the defense circle was too great during the pursuit of Hans. Ladius concludes that the political pressure from the kingdom is increasing, using the squad's lack of progress as leverage. Tuscan informs him that the extermination squad will be dismissed and asks him to send everyone back to the capital. As he leaves the room, he reflects that they are surrounded on all sides and reinforcements are completely insufficient. Standing in a corridor, he asks himself what he should do about it. Suddenly, a noise startles him. Looking down, he sees the new Holy Knights, but asks them to wait a second. Seeing an opening, one of the trainees attacks with his weapon. Struck in the flank, Heinrich blocks the opponent's sword with his arm. In return, Heinrich lands an elbow strike directly to his face. The trainee falls defeated, and the others declare Heinrich's victory. He then acquires the Crusader combat technique ability by combining super regeneration with holy power. The wound on his side begins to heal rapidly. The opponent asks if he allowed himself to be hit on purpose. Heinrich explains it was a tactic to ensure victory, but he concludes that it is still not enough, and that a new change is necessary to grow further. A colleague comments, his holy power is already at the level of an instructor or a high-ranking knight. Sir Tuscan suddenly appears and states that he is still too inexperienced to become a holy knight. He then says that Heinrich probably feels this more than anyone. Sir Tuscan declares that he will make him stronger and invites him to go with him to the Temple of Rosalia. Sir Tuscan confirms to the other knights that he is on his way to the great Temple of Rosalia and asks if there is any problem with that. Heinrich expresses his desire to go, and Sir Tuscan instructs him to follow as they are leaving immediately. While walking towards a teleportation circle, Heinrich asks for time to pack his things. But Sir Tuscan denies it, saying someone will take care of it later. Already in the circle, Sir Tuscan places a hand on his shoulder and promises to give a detailed explanation when they reach their destination. The young recruit then agrees, as the teleportation process begins. They arrive at their destination, and Heinrich questions, "Is that the famous Great Temple of Rosalia?" The two walk towards what is known as the greatest sanctuary of the Divine Church, in the heart of the continent. The location is revealed as the heart of the church, where the Pope and the Saint reside. Saint Restar receives them, welcoming Sir Tuscan and Heinrich after their long journey. Sir Tuscan formally thanks the saint while supporting the young recruit beside him. Heinrich smiles discreetly to himself. Then, he kneels before the saint. Elsewhere, Hans observes the city during the night. Below him, on several floors of a building, various bodies are fallen. On a cell phone, a person scrolls through various posts showing the actions of that same man. He realizes that, unintentionally, he became famous after eradicating the human trafficking organization. But, while looking at the cell phone, he notices something strange. The victims mentioned a Divine Retribution Society, which seemed to be connected to several other organizations. So he decides he will find out more about it by continuing to eliminate them. For now, the hooded man resolves to liquidate the earnings from his last mission. He adjusts his mask, knowing that being caught with items from unknown sources would make him the prime suspect. Needing a discreet place for the transactions, he heads to a gambling house. Upon entering, the attendant of the place greets him. The masked man places a bag on the counter and says, "I want to sell some things." But the attendant dismisses him, stating not to be interested in what he brought. He then replies, "I heard that this place liked items like these," and pours out several gold coins. The attendant recognizes the trade syndicate emblems on the coins, remembering that they were eliminated by a masked lunatic. The hooded man asks, "Are you interested now?" With a smile, the attendant instructs him to go through the back door without deviating from the path. He opens the indicated door and is greeted by a new welcome. A man in a suit and mask asks, "Are you here to sell something?" And the newcomer confirms. Then, the hooded man hands over a bag of coins and asks if he can be paid with something other than money. The masked negotiator holds one of the coins and questions, "Do you refer to goods? What are you looking for?" The seller raises his index finger. He asks for a lottery ticket with the first prize as soon as possible. Money is useless if he cannot spend it. What he needs now are legal and usable funds for the human Han Song-hyun. The negotiator warns him that the commission for a lottery ticket will be very high, but the seller accepts and asks the price. He informs that he has a ticket worth 6.1 billion won, with 4 months remaining for redemption, and the hooded man asks for 2 more identical ones. Surprised, the negotiator says that the current payment does not cover the value, but his client reassures him. The seller claims to have many good things in his possession. Then he places several gold bars on the counter and asks, "Is that enough?" The negotiator grabs him by the arm, asking, "Who are you? Where did you get a subspatial storage tool?" The hooded man calls his attention to make him let go. He then states, "I did not come for a friendly conversation. Finish the business quickly." The negotiator apologizes and agrees to conclude the transaction. He continued to smell a faint scent of blood and realizes that it was not his imagination. The hooded man holds him by the shoulder and says, "From now on, we will continue doing clean business." Already on the street, he holds the lottery tickets and can hardly believe he realized his dream of winning the first prize that way. Sitting on a bench, he raises the tickets and wonders what he should buy with the money. More importantly, he considers that it would be cool to have subordinates to take care of these things, as it is annoying to go back and forth all the time. He decides to think about it later and enjoy the night air for the first time in a long time. That street used to have a terrible safety rate months ago because of the human trafficking network. Now that the place is bustling again, he feels the satisfaction of knowing that he was the one who made that possible. A man approaches from behind him and asks, "Where are you from?" The hooded man is startled because he did not notice the approach, but the stranger asks him not to be nervous. The newcomer gesticulates, saying, "I just want to chat." Indignant, he calls him scary and questions, "What is your problem for arriving stealthily and smelling me?" The stranger approaches and asks, "Are you a vampire?" With a smile, he reveals, "I am also a vampire. A level 6 from the Dotmere dimension." The vampire asks, "What is your name and when did you return to Earth?" He realizes that he needs to invent some lie to get out of that situation, so he introduces himself as Heinz, affirming that he did not return to Earth long ago. He questions why he is responding so easily and suspects a mind control ability. The stranger understands that he is a novice and prepares to make a proper introduction. He introduces himself as Gamma and hands over a card from the Blood Pact organization, explaining that his job is to recruit newly arrived vampires. Heinz questions the existence of that organization, and Gamma claims that he needs to join them to survive. The hooded man asks about the level he had mentioned, and the other vampire shows interest in the question. Gamma then presses the button on a car key. He invites him to get into the vehicle so they can talk better. Heinz agrees and says, "Show me the way," while a woman observes them from afar. The woman touches her communicator and calls headquarters. She informs, "The target is moving as planned. I am tracking him." Gamma parks in a garage and invites him inside. As they walk through a dark corridor, Heinz asks what kind of place it is. Gamma explains that every vampire has a vampiric factor that determines their power. He continues, saying their blood pact measures this factor and quantifies it in levels. They observe shelves filled with vials and potions. Upon arriving at a room with a magic circle on the floor, Gamma informs him that they can measure his vampiric factor level there. Heinz expresses his distrust, finding the whole situation very suspicious. Gamma urges him to enter the circle. Heinz considers that he can simply cancel the summoning if it becomes dangerous. But as he approaches, he notices a skull on the floor and senses traces of black magic. He turns and says to Gamma, "It is not just black magic. It is a mix of several magical arts. How is that possible?" About 20 years ago, the returned began to appear, but the advancement of magical technology was slow because energy laws differ between dimensions. The combination of such different abilities makes the Blood Pact seem more impressive than he imagined. A hooded figure asks for his arm for the next examination. The hooded man then cuts him with a dagger, warning, "This will sting a bit." Heinz's blood floats out of his wrist. 5 blood orbs form. Gamma comments, he is a level 5. He analyzes the firm connection of the orbs and deduces that Heinz's regeneration abilities are strong. He asks another member about the level of Pertrian purebloods. Gamma admits he was nervous because Heinz came from an unknown dimension, but Heinz considers it a waste of time and stress for being only level 5. With a smile, Gamma states that at level 5 there is no need to cut off any limbs. He prepares to begin. The hooded men respond affirmatively to Lord Gamma and begin the ritual. Heinz is suddenly restrained by a force. He realizes they truly had another motive. He concludes the ritual was too complicated just for measuring levels. He prepares to quickly summon Hans. Suddenly, the door to the place is broken down, surprising Gamma. The woman who was following them invades the room, yelling, "Stop them!" She lunges at one of the hooded men. Accompanied by her team, she announces Gamma's arrest for kidnapping and murdering his own kind. Gamma calls her Lady Jin Saran and questions, "Is it not rude to act like this?" Heinz observes her with a sense of familiarity. Jin Saran says she was not sure about the information that he was abducting vampires, but now she sees it was true. She then orders him, "Release the vampire and surrender quietly." Gamma calls her a small, loyal, and naive slave of the Blood Pact. He questions, why do they need to be slaves? He argues that being stronger than humans, they should not follow their rules and live hidden. Jin Saran retorts that it is because of militants like him that they are forced to live hidden. With a smile, Gamma simply responds, "That is what you think." He then asks if her companions share the same opinion. One of the men attacks the other from behind. The vampire is hit in the neck. The other teammate, Min Young, questions, "What are you doing, traitor?" But she is also attacked and asks, "Why did you betray us?" The traitor holds her by the hair and explains, "The reason is simple. In my dimension, I was a lord with status and authority. Now, back on Earth, I am stuck living in a basement and working as a security guard at a nightclub." He states, Not all vampires live comfortably like you. Gamma approaches her and informs her about his plan to rebel against the blood pact by kidnapping low-level vampires. He explains that since they can no longer accumulate karma to become stronger, they have found a new way. An infallible method to quickly become stronger is revealed. Heinz's body floats in the air. Jin Saran questions him, "Did you tamper with what is forbidden?" With a smile, Gamma holds the other vampire's body and asks, "Where do you think all the kidnapped ones go?" She accuses him of creating bloodthirsty vampires again. She asks if he has forgotten why they were persecuted. The word bloodthirsty refers to cannibalism among their own kind. This is different from common cannibalism on Earth. When a vampire devours another from a different dimension, their distinct vampiric factors combine. This results in overwhelming power, but at a very high cost. If someone cannot overcome this, they become a vampire driven mad by an insatiable bloodlust. This led the species to be labeled a global threat. But Gamma reassures her, explaining that after countless studies, they have discovered a way to purge the lingering will in the blood. He then declares, all of them will be good research material. The magic circle beneath his feet begins to activate. Heinz realizes the circle is not just for categorizing or restricting vampiric factors. It was created to transform vampires into a drug with no side effects. Gamma holds the result in his hand. The traitor approaches Gamma and demands that he fulfill his promise. He risked following him without being discovered. Gamma agrees and hands over a small pill as promised. The man then consumes it immediately. He begins to scream as his body undergoes a transformation. With a monstrous appearance, he realizes that this is the form of cannibalism he had only heard about. The transformed vampire grabs Jin Saran by the neck and demands more. He reminds Gamma, "Your promise was to provide the drug in exchange for the vampires I brought. Give me more." Gamma explains, there is a process. The guest who arrived earlier is still waiting. With a smile, he asks Jin Saran, "Please wait just a little longer." Wounded, Jin Saran barely manages to ask, "Please stop." Heinz can barely wait to see how strong he will become after devouring them all. He observes the 2 purebloods and 4 lowbloods. He notes the effectiveness of interdimensional cannibalism. Suddenly, Hans materializes in the center of the magic circle, surprising everyone. Hans comments, "My stealth abilities were decent, but your security was completely pathetic." He then summons 2 more skeletons and declares, "From now on, no one leaves here without my permission." The transformed vampire is startled by the creatures. Gamma yells, "Do not panic. Stay together." Spikes suddenly sprout from the vampire's body. He then lunges forward and destroys one of the skeletons with a single punch. Running towards Hans, he yells, "Die!" Hans observes the unusual transformation. He concludes that vampires' appearances also change depending on the dimension. He then slams his staff onto the floor. The vampire is impaled by multiple spikes that emerge from the ground. Heinz jumps to the floor. Hans regrets, "I could not do anything. I wanted to capture them with minimal blood loss." Heinz grabs the injured vampire by the shoulder and comments, "It is no big deal." Heinz bites the transformed vampire's neck, stating, "There is still plenty of food to come." Gamma observes the scene and questions, "Is he truly cannibalizing his own kind?" The traitor vampire wonders, "How could I have betrayed my companions to meet such an end?" He states, "I cannot die like this." But Heinz responds, "The mental contamination is much worse." Suddenly, the young man stops. He feels something different happening in his body. He realizes the different vampiric factors are combining and evolving. A notification informs him that he has acquired the special ability, hybrid evolution. His hand transforms into claws. He comments, "This power would make me dangerous." He then turns to Gamma and proposes using the blood cult for his tasks. With a smile, he warns what will happen to anyone who dares to resist. "They will become my next meal, or part of my undead army." Han Seong-hyun bites the neck of another vampire. A system notification announces that he has acquired a new trait and the perception skill. He then understands that perception is a useful skill. It allows him to measure an opponent's physical condition and stats. It is explained that vampires possess a special ability called bloodline power, and with his new hybrid evolution skill, he can steal all these powers. Gamma observes him from across the room and wonders how this is possible. Trapped in a ritual, he questions how Han Seong-hyun could devour his own kind and still remain sane. Han Seong-hyun approaches and asks, "Do you want to learn how to keep your mind from being corrupted?" He leans in and advises him, "Simply do not listen to the whispers you hear while you feed." Gamma reacts, questioning, "What kind of nonsense is that?" As his body dissolves, a new system window informs Han Seong-hyun that he has obtained the stealth skill. He then reflects that the ability to erase his presence will have many uses. Next, he places his fingers on Gamma's head to look inside his mind. He learns about a superior named Beta, and that the Society of Divine Retribution retribution has been mentioned again. Looking at the ritual site, Han Seong-hyun wonders, what the hell are they planning? A red car drives down a city street at night. In the passenger seat, Jin Saran begins to awaken. Han Seong-hyun asks, "Are you finally regaining consciousness?" She grabs him and demands, "Where are you taking me? You, a traitor to your own kind." But he tells her to look properly. He says, "It is the vampire who was captured earlier." Jin Saran apologizes and asks for an explanation. He then recounts that he escaped during the chaos. That was when a group of vigilantes raided the location. She thanks him for saving her even in that chaos. She introduces herself as Jin Saran from Nocturnia. He then questions her what exactly was happening. Members of the same blood pact were fighting each other. She explains that the pact is currently divided. There are the radicals and the moderates. Jin Saran recounts that they found evidence. It showed that the captain had kidnapped one of their team members. So, she went there with some colleagues. She expresses her relief that they got out safely. She says that now they just need to report the others' plans to their superiors. Han Seong-hyun realizes that the situation will not be resolved so easily. It is obvious that even the highest ranks of the radicals are involved. Jin Saran asks, "To which affiliation does my savior belong?" Noticing his strength, she suggests calling him Appa. He replies, "Do whatever is most comfortable for you." He reveals that he just returned to Earth and has no affiliation. He followed Gamma only out of curiosity about the Blood Pact. She then invites him to join the Blood Pact. She assures him that the moderates do not engage in dark activities. They also have stable blood supplies. He considers the proposal. Jin Saran offers to guide him there. The car then speeds through a tunnel. Jin Saran points to a house. She indicates that they have arrived at their destination. A little girl runs to meet them, calling out Soren. The girl hugs her. Jin Saran asks, "Is my little Nahi doing well?" She then introduces Mr. Hines as someone who will join the Blood Pact. He greets the child. Jin Saran announces, "I am going to show him his room." She asks Nahi to play alone. The girl asks her to come back soon. As he follows her upstairs, Han Seong-hyun asks about the girl from before. He questions, is her young appearance just superficial? But Jin Saran explains that Nahi is not a returnee. Han Seong-hyun wonders, shouldn't all vampires be returnees? She clarifies that the girl was born and raised on Earth. Instead, her father was a returnee. He turned her into a vampire to save her from a terminal illness. Han Seong-hyun now understands why the government wants to keep vampires under control. They are no different from an invading race. Jin Saran mentions that this is not a common method. Infecting someone on Earth consumes much more energy. Nahi's father truly gave his all. Mainly, he wanted his daughter to be able to live confidently, even under the sun. She then stops before a door. She announces that they have arrived. Jin Saran advises him to rest a bit. It is already late. She tells him to call her if he needs anything. With a nod, she says goodbye and leaves him in the room. He recalls a familiar gesture and voice. Then, he remembers seeing her in a broadcast. He identifies her as BJ Orchid. Jin Saran turns, surprised by his exclamation. She comments, "The final phrase from the livestream stuck in my head." She asks, "By any chance, are you a subscriber?" Han Seong-hyun denies it. He explains that he only saw it in the algorithm a few times. She feels relieved. Jin Saran recounts that she was actually an aspiring idol. After giving up, she decided to start streaming. He asks her age. She replies that she is 22 years old. She awakened at 18. She then questions him about his age and when he awakened. He quickly changes the subject. He says, "I will tell you later." This leaves her confused by his reaction. Jin Soren wonders if she said something wrong. Back in the room, Han Seong-hyun sighs in relief. He thought she was younger and had kept speaking informally. He then realizes that, at his 20 years old, she is actually older. Sitting on the bed, he decides that he will look her up online. He heard that she is quite famous. He finds a hiatus announcement on his cell phone. He realizes that she went somewhere else soon after posting the notice. Han Seong-hyun concludes that if it had not been for him, that would have been her last notice. It was a close call. The next morning, a furious voice echoes from downstairs in the house. Han Seong-hyun wakes up in his room. The shouting is about how they could not find anything in such a large place. He goes downstairs while the voice continues questioning the lack of evidence. Finding her on the phone, he asks, "What went wrong?" Jin Saran greets him asking, "Did you sleep well?" She explains that her colleagues went to the location, but everything was burned, so now they cannot pressure the radicals. She comments that it is a shame they exaggerated to erase the traces. She then says, "I want to ask you for something." He asks her to mark the location of the radicals' base. She questions him about the existence of such a base. She then asks, "Did the blood bags not suit your taste?" But he calms her. She understands that he wants to know the location to avoid the dangerous guys. Jin Soren agrees to help. She assesses that Heinz's level is around 6 to 7 by Earth standards. She hands him her cell phone with the locations marked. She says, "You will be safe if you avoid them." Meanwhile, she thinks about turning him into a true blood brother. Jin Saran offers to prepare a meal, but he declines the offer. He then shows the map on his cell phone. He claims to have seen many great restaurants nearby. With a smile, he says, "I am thinking of going out to explore some good places to eat." In a restaurant covered in bodies, Han Seong-hyun comments, "The meal was delicious." The restaurant owner collapsed on the floor, curses him as Han Seong-hyun watches. He then threatens him, declaring, "Your clan will hunt you down without leaving a trace." Han Seong-hyun simply questions, "How do you intend to find me?" He explains, "Thanks to the hiding skill I stole from them, they won't be able to track me. The security cameras are deactivated, and the restaurant becomes empty. With surveillance neutralized," he says, "I had no problem with that." Then, he grabs him and demands, "Where are your other comrades?" A vision shows a hooded figure giving a warning to a group. Reading the boss's mind, he discovers that all Gamma members are to gather for a meeting the next day. He realizes that the radical leadership is assembling, seeing this as the perfect chance to catch them all at once. Han Seong-hyun decides that he needs to go immediately, but first he must clean the area. For this, he invokes a new skill called Blood Flower. A system window details that the skill creates a flaming flower that burns only the desired target. He then uses the technique to burn the physical traces, planning to use hiding to erase magical traces. With a gesture, he concludes cleaning the area. He then states, "With this, no one will be able to track me." Suddenly, pain strikes his chest. He observes his own hand and realizes his body is evolving again. As his body transforms, a system notification announces that his lineage has evolved into true blood. The system also informs that due to the effects of hybrid evolution, he has acquired the blood flow amplification skill. After the transformation, another notification confirms that his regeneration has evolved into hyper-regeneration. He understands that he has become a true blood, and furthermore, gained new skills. Then he decides to see what kind of skills these are. He cuts his own wrist. Drops of blood float in the air. The blood then returns to the wound. He watches the wound in his artery heal in an instant, and notes the synergy between his new skills. He realizes that if he can absorb blood from the environment to recover during battle, he will be practically invincible. Looking at a portrait on the wall, he wonders how incredible the holy blood must be. In a live stream, Jin Saran excitedly thanks a fan for a donation of 1 million cheeses. Calculating that this will cover her purchase of blood packs for the month, Jin Saran sees Han Seong-hyun enter the room. Standing at the door, the visitor simply watches her in silence. Turning awkwardly, she apologizes and tells him to continue what he was doing. Huddling for a moment, she tries to compose herself. Then she reprimands the intruder, demanding, "Knock before you enter." Taking a deep breath, she regains control. Standing, she asks, "What is it?" And the answer comes from the bed. Han Seong-hyun explains, "A letter arrived in your name," and hands her the envelope. Opening it, Jin Soren finds photos that are evidence of the radical group's crimes and wonders who sent the material. Noting the depicted behavior, she comments, "That looks a lot like the Haho mask." Then she remembers that Lord Hines was the only person she gave the radicals' location to, and the tips started coming after that. Jin Saran stares at the visitor, wondering if the two are working together or if it's just a coincidence. Night falls under the starry sky. On a rooftop overlooking a mansion, Han Seong-hyun hears from his avatar that the radical leaders are gathered to devise countermeasures against the Haho mask. Using perception, he detects an invisible barrier spread across the building's exterior. He realizes the group is gathered on the first floor and notes the energy of the Gamma-level members. He decides to hide Hans in the shadows, and he advances to invade and finish them all at once. The avatar breaks a window and invades the hall. Han Seong-hyun lands immediately after, telling the criminals to prepare themselves. Looking around, he wonders, weren't they gathered here? The place is empty and he laments, "I plan to catch the Haho mask." Suddenly, a group of unknown vampires appears in a broken mirror, with one of them questioning the presence of a new face. The vampire approaches, commenting, "Perhaps I can hunt him too." Turning to two others, he asks, "Do Beta Wan and Beta Shin know anything about the intruder?" One of them responds, "We don't know, but the level seems to be at least 7, even though the face is unknown." The other adds, "It seems the newcomer has returned from a previously unknown place." Han Seong-hyun remembers the radicals' memories, which mentioned the hierarchy with 1 alpha, 2 betas, and 13 gammas. He then concludes that the 2 betas are there. He reflects that the biggest problem is the masked group from the Society of Divine Retribution, as he cannot sense their energy. The vampire leader orders his men to drag the intruder to him. He also orders them to bring the one hiding in the shadows, and his subordinates advance. Han Seong-hyun realizes they already know everything, and decides that if that's what they want, he will act. Then, he declares, I will deal with them quickly. With a step, he activates the blood flow amplification skill. Using acceleration, he moves through the vampires at high speed. The attack hits one of them directly in the face. One of the vampires points at the attacker, questioning him. Why are you cannibalizing your own kind with that arm? Han Sung-hyun emerges behind the man and warns, it's not time to be surprised. He announces, the real show starts now, as skeletons emerge from the ground. A vampire shoves his companion aside, yelling, you need to survive first. The attempt to open the door is blocked by a barrier. The impact throws him back due to the force of the invisible protection. Hans blocks the passage, and Han Sung-hyun comments, they weren't the only ones to set up a barrier. Turning to the group, Hans announces, from now on. Han Sung-hyun completes the phrase, declaring, this is a fight to the death with nowhere to run. One of the vampires is decapitated during the attack. Beta Wan turns, struck by the confrontation. Is this opponent insane? The power displayed is not that of a common level 6 or 7. Believing there is some trick involved, he advances with the others. Han Sung-hyun extends his fingers, which transform into long claws. Beta Wan prepares for the approaching attack. The claws advance toward his face. Activating skin hardening, he blocks the blow with a protective layer. Han Sung-hyun notices that the beta managed to block the attack. Then, he declares, I will have to try harder too. His fist collides with Beta Wan's defense, shattering it. Disbelieving, the beta realizes his ability was broken and that he was surpassed in strength and speed. Han Seong-hyun throws him away with a blow. The other vampires rush to help Lord Beta Wan and order, stop the assailant. The intruder faces the group and questions, where does the confidence of a bunch of weaklings come from? Attacking the remaining vampires, he easily takes them all down. Observing the scene, Beta Wan realizes the enemy is dangerous for taking down his subordinates so easily. So, he decides he needs to eliminate the opponent quickly while he is busy. He advances with a blade on his arm and screams, die! Han Seong-hyun simply parries the blow with his forearm. Then, he grabs the blade and declares, this attack is useless. With his arm already regenerating, he explains that he absorbed blood to recover his strength. Then, he states, I am continuously getting stronger. He reveals that, additionally, he acquired the skill invisibility and disappears before Beta Wan's eyes. The beta looks around, questioning, where the hell did he go? Han Seong-hyun silently reappears behind him. He stabs the beta in the back, whispering, I am right here. With a smile, he declares, checkmate. As he holds Beta Wan's body, a system window informs him that his ability has evolved into blood mystery. He then feels that his abilities are now controlled purely by his own will. He declares, I can manipulate my powers with more freedom and speed. Beta Shin calls him a scumbag for devouring his own kind, questioning, are you a bloodthirsty vampire? He continues saying, no wonder you use such strange abilities. To which Han Sung-hyun simply replies, so what? He then asks, are you going to whine all day? Next, he challenges him to attack him, just like his other half did, or, are you perhaps afraid? Beta Shin advances toward him. Han Sung-hyun activates Blood Mystery, engulfing the opponent in his attack. Beta Shin is thrown backward by the ability's force. Han Sung-hyun appears beside the enemy, who accuses him of using dirty tricks, but he receives only the reply, that is a little painful. Holding the beta, he says, I will tell you something too. With a final blow, he declares, checkmate. The masked men observe the scene, commenting, we never imagined the Haho mask would have a helper like that. The leader orders, prepare the orb. He asks, do we need to deal with the intruder? One of the masked men holds the artifact in his hands. Han Sung-hyun is then hit by multiple beams. Positioning himself behind Hans, he comments, that attack is interesting. But the beams hit one of the masked men, and he adds, there is not much power in that blow. The other realizes that the enemies are too strong, and the situation is hopeless. Deciding to at least flee, he turns to the leader. The superior grabs him by the neck and asks, where do you think you are going? While holding him, he tells his subordinate, you have done well until now. Then he pushes the man toward Hans, shouting, die for freedom and for the Divine Retribution Society. The leader prepares to escape using spatial manipulation. Hans merely watches the scene unfold. He identifies the action as a self-destruction curse and calls the leader irresponsible for fleeing. Realizing the plan was to force him to retreat, he notes the attempt. He extends his hand and intercepts the cursed man's advance. Then he declares, a curse like this is nothing. I will completely decipher it. He identifies the two orbs in the man's body as the energy source and prepares to remove them. A shadowy figure rises over the fallen body, and Hans states, I am the one who governs death. Hans questions, does the opponent truly think he can escape death? A projectile hits the ground. The leader of the masked men reacts to the frustrated escape attempt. He then realizes that the barrier is incredible, and he barely managed to appear in front of it. Still, he survived and believes it is enough if he waits for the right moment. But Hans approaches from behind. Grabbing the leader by the chin, he comments, "You were here." Then, he states, "I plan to play a little, but I do not know when the fugitive will escape again." So, Hans decides he will do things his way, and the masked man reacts in denial. Perceiving his mind being invaded, he understands that his memories are being spied upon. Hans demands to see every memory linked to the Divine Retribution Society. Suddenly, the leader's head begins to unravel, and he identifies it as a security mechanism. Hans then wonders, is that a memory protection technology from the Divine Retribution Society? Hans finds himself within the leader's mental realm. An unknown figure appears and says, "I did not expect you to get this far, Ha-Ho Mask." Hans then realizes that the leader of the Divine Retribution Society was observing him from within the man's mind. The figure confirms his identity and invites the Ha-Ho Mask to join them. Hans finds the proposal interesting and asks, what is the purpose of the Divine Retribution Society? The leader explains that it is simple. We seek freedom for the returnees and to create a world led by them. Hans comments that for an organization that gained prominence recently, their objectives seem ambitious. But the leader corrects him. The figure reveals, "We have existed for much longer, and we have been continuously fighting for freedom." Hans then understands that they had already been carrying out acts of terror long before. The man behind Hans's mask demands an answer, while a system notification warns him that his mental core is regulating his emotions. Multiple warning windows about emotion regulation continue to appear. The leader asks, "Does that really matter?" He says, "I hope you make a wise choice." Hans responds by punching the figure's projection in front of him. The leader questions, "Is that your choice?" He explains that here in the mental realm, mental strength takes precedence over magical power. He then states, "You cannot defeat me in this place." Pointing at the opponent, Hans questions, "Is mental strength what determines superiority?" He continues, as memories of his past appear, scenes of loss and grief flash through his mind. Standing amidst debris, he remembers who motivates him. Then, he extends his hand and declares, "You cannot defeat us." Heinrich maintains a steady count, reaching 1,021. He pulls the chain with force, feeling its weight drag. He rips the gargoyle statue from its pedestal and ends the count at 1,022. He finally releases the chain and observes the result of all his effort. An announcement appears, informing him that he gained the holy art of Kuterika skill and reached the power level of a high priest. He walks down the corridor, reflecting that he surpassed his limits with only physical training. Now, with the requirements to become a holy knight, he questions himself if he should discuss the next step already. He stops walking when he hears someone humming nearby. He sees the figure in the flower garden as Saint Restar. He notices that despite her position, she appears to be just an ordinary girl. He turns when she greets him, calling him Lord Heinrich. He returns the greeting, calling her Saint. Heinrich asks why she is there alone, and waits as she begins to explain. She shows a ladybug perched on her finger, and admits to having lost track of time observing how cute it was. He concludes that she wasn't paying attention to the flowers, but rather to the small insect. Saint Restar looks back at Heinrich and calls him by name. Congratulations on achieving the blessing. He understands that she noticed it instantly. After that, she encourages Heinrich to be proud of himself, and he thanks her. Upon hearing the tower bell, she warns that the service is about to begin. She invites Heinrich to go to the chapel together, and he accepts. He reflects that history classes helped him understand her obsession with Hans. In a distant past, a younger version of Saint Restar observed a devastated land. The first immortal king had stained half the continent as land of death. Even with entire nations united, they couldn't defeat him. His heart was eventually recovered by his closest ally, a dark sorcerer. He was reborn as the second immortal king, and caused the fall of the Great Western Empire. The chosen one of the evil order managed to destroy his heart. But the heart broke into 3 pieces that scattered across the continent. The Great Divine Order remained on the front lines whenever an immortal king crisis arose. Heinrich concludes that it is natural for her to harbor such hostility and obsession for the immortal king. Heinrich states, "You don't need to worry anymore." Hans is surprisingly kind and good-hearted. Meanwhile, Han Song-hyun observes the confrontation between his avatar and a spiritual manifestation. Then Heinrich prepares to focus his mental energy on Hans. In a room at night, someone begins to cough. Vampire leans forward and spits blood. An assistant rushes to help him and asks, "Is your excellency all right?" But Vampire pushes him aside, ordering him to get out of the way for disrupting his concentration. He realizes he is being forced back in a battle within the mental realm. Han Seong-hyun's avatar strikes the spiritual manifestation with a punch. The impact of the blow throws the avatar far away. The manifestation recomposes, and Vampire recognizes that he had an advantage at the start. Now he notices the opponent has become uncontrollably strong. He feels as if multiple people have merged their strengths into one. The spiritual form begins to crack as he questions if the problem comes from strength or skill. Back in reality, Vampire tells himself it's not the time to think about it. Vampire grabs the assistant and warns about an urgent directive for the Soul Branch. He orders them to cease all operations, erase all information, and hide, issuing the highest priority directive for the Korean branch. Then he shouts for them to inform the commander. He concludes by saying, "There's a monster in Korea," as the avatar observes the remains of the spiritual form. Han Sung-hyun's avatar collects a fragment and decides to study it thoroughly. A notification appears, informing him that the entity absorbed the karma of another and evolved its dark magic skill to sorcery path. He realizes that the fragment is a remnant scattered through the mental realm and that absorbing its karma cost him a reduction in his level. He prepares to read the memories left in the fragment, and he states, "I will track where the Divine Retribution Society is hiding." The avatar locates a building in the forest and identifies it as the society's Korean branch. He declares, "I won't give them any chance to escape." He promises, "I will uncover all their secrets right now as the building suffers the attack." A wounded man on the ground complains, "They told us to evacuate, but they didn't warn us a monster of this magnitude would come." Han Sung-hyun's avatar approaches and asks, "Has the evacuation order been given?" The man replies that at least his effort wasn't in vain, as an energy envelops his arm. The avatar observes that they eliminated all important material before asking, "What do you plan to do now?" He retrieves a document from the man's hand and states, "Your attempt to save a single piece of data ended up revealing everything." He begins to read about the crimes committed in the past by the organization, but suddenly stops. Staring at the document in silence, he mentions this incident. Then he declares, "I will never forgive this," as the man's body behind him disintegrates. He swears, "I will kill every member of the Divine Retribution Society for stealing my entire life." He used to think there was no other choice. He believed everything had been just an accident. Then he discovers that the group behind the incident that destroyed his life was the Society of Divine Retribution. Han Seong-hyun covers his face. He realizes they are on a completely different level from any previous enemy. He decides he needs to expand his influence to make them pay, no matter how much time or resources it demands. To do this, he states he needs a plan. He begins to concentrate. He resolves to test the new skill, Refined Blood Crystal. The plan involves refining and compressing the blood accumulated in Heinz's body. This blood will be implanted into another vampire, strengthening their vampiric factor. He knows the blood inheritance will create a bond with him, but he decides to welcome those who obey, and he declares that those who resist will be crushed. Elsewhere in the city, Jin Saran reacts with surprise inside her home. "Was it Heinz who resolved the problem with all the hardliners?" she asks. "And does he wish to meet the leader of the moderate faction?" Heinz confirms, "I have already dealt with most of them. I have something to discuss with her leader." Jin Saran asks him to wait. She says she needs time to verify the facts, but Heinz questions the need for verification. He releases his energy. "Does this serve as proof?" he asks. The demonstration of power leaves Jin Saran completely astonished. She realizes he is at least level 7 or higher. It is a level impossible for her to evaluate. Now in the presence of the faction leader, she comments that Heinz eliminated the hardliners alone. He now intends to absorb the remnants. While an assistant serves a glass of wine, the leader considers the proposal surprising. She adds, "It is even disturbing." Heinz assures her, "I do not intend to impose absurd orders. My goal is to maintain peace and order, and to root out anyone linked to the Society of Divine Retribution." The leader of the moderate faction asks, "Cannot these two objectives conflict?" Heinz responds, "That depends on where you set the standard." He realizes she will not be easily convinced. He then considers that if she refuses, he will have to use force. But the leader simply responds, "That is fine." She asks, "What are you relying on to accept so quickly?" Stating that she trusts herself, she offers to help Heinz absorb the hardliners. The moderate faction leader tells Heinz, "Take Soren. She will act as a bridge between us." Jin Soren accepts the proposal, but Heinz believes that is not exactly the case for them. Then, the leader suggests they begin a detailed discussion on how to absorb the hardliners. Heinz observes in silence as his glass is filled. She raises her glass and comments on the emerging centrist faction. He reveals the plan to absorb the hardliner remnants to become the leader of a new faction. They toast together, marking the first step to taking control of the blood pact. Later, he warns Jin Saran to stand still to avoid getting hurt. She agrees. She waits quietly. Heinz positions himself behind her. "We will begin," he announces. The refined blood crystal passes through Jin Saran's back. She says, "I feel a change surging through my body." She describes the refined blood crystal warming everything inside her. Her blood begins to circulate more powerfully. Her muscles and bones expand. Jin Saran states, "It feels like I have been reborn. My body no longer feels like my own." Heinz observes that the refined blood crystal has an enhancement limit of 30%. She stands up and asks, "What should we do now, Master?" Her address surprises him. He confirms the title. He explains it is as if he has created a new clan. Jin Saran suggests they need an appropriate name for the new lineage. Heinz asks if she has anything in mind. He ponders that he would like a name based on something striking and distinctive. Then, he realizes that all vampires who accept the crystal will undergo mutations. These will be caused by the dominant factors of his blood. He reflects on how they will be influenced by a hybrid like him. He chooses the name Heterosis. He announces, "From now on you will be called Hybrid Vigor, Heterosis," and he warns the remaining hardliners to wait. He will transform the group into the strongest in the blood pact. Back in his room, Han Xionghyun concludes that things on Heinz's side have been resolved, but it is still insufficient to confront the society. He considers that they may have disappeared from Korea, but they appear to be a global organization, so he decides he needs more preparation. He must expand his influence in the other world and accumulate karma. He thinks he can do this through events like war or terrorism, but suddenly he realizes something. Han Seong-hyun questions his own thought. He realizes innocent people could get hurt. He then seeks a way to cause an incident without involving anyone. Looking at a book on the table, he considers whether he should just clean up the situation, but as he flips through the book, he realizes there is a way. The story narrates the wicked demon king Hans, who threatens humanity, and the righteous hero Heinrich, who opposes him. He reads that Hans gathers evil forces, while Heinrich defeats them to become a hero. He thinks it is a perfect, virtuous cycle. The idea of eliminating the bad guys and gaining karma at the same time animates him. He decides to do this step by step. He then turns and calls for Harley. Han Seong-hyun tells Harley, his fifth avatar with the adaptation characteristic, "It is your turn to act." He explains to the avatar that he would like to further develop the adaptation characteristic. There must be a method. Then, Han Seong-hyun has an idea. Hans, now wearing a mask, states, "There is a place. In a ruined city, a passage opens to an underground laboratory. There, the remnants of the society were found." He enters the underground research laboratory. He observes that they conducted experiments there. They created chimera-like beings by transplanting demon bodies into humans. He finds the item he was looking for among the samples in the tank. It is something that continuously absorbs only strong characteristics and evolves. Hans identifies the sample as dragon's blood. He holds a vial with the blood. He states that if Harley can adapt, he will mix that with his own knowledge. Then he declares, Harley will become the ultimate biological weapon. The rain fell on the leaves on a cloudy day. Saint Restar stood outside, observing the cathedral. Heinrich approaches her and asks what troubles her. He covers her with an umbrella and questions, "Why are you so lost in thought in the rain?" She responds, "It's nothing serious. I blame the cloudy weather, but I feel suffocated, as if there's a blockage in my chest." He warns her, "Catching a cold will be a problem. Come inside." She agrees. From a distance, Hans reflects. As expected from the saint, she is impressive. He notes that even amidst those isolated mountains and double barriers, she still managed to vaguely sense the secret hideout. But fortunately, she hasn't fully discovered it yet. With this, I can proceed with the full experiment. Dragon blood continuously evolves, acquiring the characteristics of the prey it consumes. He combines the research data from the Society of Divine Retribution with his forbidden knowledge, and finally, he has the perfect test subject. Harley then shouts, "It's time to begin." The bishop addresses Heinrich, calling him the sword and shield that protects the righteous. He then asks, Heinrich, "Do you swear to become a holy knight to protect the innocent?" Heinrich replies, "I swear, your grace." The bishop then names Heinrich Landguard as a holy knight of the Great Divine Order. A notification informs him that the entity has met the conditions, achieved enlightenment, and acquired the skill blessing, Leap. Spectators comment that receiving a blessing during the ceremony is a grace and proof that the divine is watching. Heinrich reflects that he felt the divine will again, even if only for a moment. He compares the sensation of being directly observed to his first baptism. He wonders, is it because I am from another world? He then decides to check the blessing he received while he has the chance. He discovers that blessing, Leap, allows him to transcend space, functioning as a top-tier teleportation ability. He kneels again, giving thanks for being blessed and offering his prayers. Two older men comment, "He is a devout young man. We can't wait to see which knight order he chooses." Another knight congratulates him and explains, "For now, you will be temporarily assigned to various holy knight orders." He introduces Heinrich to the representatives from each order who came to invite him. A knight introduces himself, "I am a member of the Order of the Celestial Shield, specializing in defending fortress perimeters." Another says, "I am from the Order of the Solar Wolf, who wield great swords and fight on the front lines." A veteran introduces himself, "I am a member of the Order of the Thundering Claw, who masters sword and shield techniques." The knights then ask, "Which order would you like to train with?" He states that he doesn't need to think twice about his decision. And to everyone's surprise, he declares, "I will train in all knight orders." He plans to use his abilities to absorb all combat techniques from the holy knights, but he notices someone else in the hall. He asks, "Why hasn't the purple-haired person, who also seems to belong to an order, said anything?" The other knight hesitates as he explains the reason. The female knight then turns and states, "My order selects only the best of the best." She evaluates him and says, "I suppose you're not bad. And with your level of divine power, which is among that of high priests, perhaps you can take the test." Heinrich asks, "What are the criteria for your order?" She simply commands, "Follow me." As they walk, she reveals that her order guards the temple's most important fortress. He asks, "What does that mean?" She begins to answer as she opens a large door and says, "I will tell you the meaning if you pass the test." Heinrich identifies the hooded figure in the room as a heresy inquisitor. The female knight instructs him, "Read the text on the table aloud so that even the divine can hear it." He then realizes that this could be a device to identify spies. He questions the procedure, saying, "I am offended to have my faith doubted." The female knight replies, "It is merely a procedure." She asks, "Is there any specific reason you cannot read the text?" Heinrich begins to recite the oath, promising to maintain silence under any circumstances. The Inquisitor raises his head as Heinrich continues reading, promising to throw himself into the fire to protect something. Upon finishing the oath, a mark forms on his mouth. He reacts to the burning, and the Inquisitor allows others to enter the room. Heinrich asks, "Was that a prohibition against revealing secrets?" But the female knight corrects him, saying, "It was a blessing." She explains, "It is a blessing of silence that prevents you from revealing certain information." But he insists that is literally a prohibition. The female knight stops before a door and prepares to explain. She reveals, "We belong to the Order of the Radiant Shield. Our mission is to guard the basement of the main temple with our lives." Another knight warns him, "This will be the first and last time you see this place. You must remember everything carefully." He tells Heinrich to fix well what it is they protect, as two knights open a large gate. Upon entering, Heinrich understands why the Order's greatest forces are stationed in that temple. He observes a feminine figure enveloped in energy, bound by chains, and comprehends the layers of security, and discovers that in the deepest part of the main temple lies the final fragment of the immortal king. The armored man assures the masked figure not to worry, promising that only he will know about it. In a laboratory, a hooded figure comments on the unexpected luck of finding the final fragment. He then reflects that Harley's procedure is more unstable than he imagined. As Harley coughs violently, trapped on the medical bed, the masked figure questions what went wrong. A man covered by a sheet coughs and says, "Something seems to be boiling inside me." Looking at the monitor, the masked figure confirms that the dragon blood has fixed itself in the body. He then decides to try adjusting the procedure's intensity. The masked figure is astonished to receive a notification about the growth of his skill and the increase in the number of avatars. He questions the growth, as he only sees a body lying on the medical bed in front of him. But a new message appears, informing that the entity acquired the special skill of physical mutation. The adaptation skill then evolves into the special skill of mutation. Celebrating, the masked figure declares that the gamble paid off and that the minds finally connected. Harley wonders if this is the effect of the mutation, observing that he seems to have become an entirely new species. The masked figure begins to write in a book, stating that the good news doesn't stop there. He celebrates the fact that his avatars have increased through natural growth, which is an unprecedented achievement. Then Harley, picking up the book, says, "I will figure out how to use the new avatar later." He proposes testing his abilities for now, and he comments, "The mutation is incredible, and all my senses have become super sharp." Then he turns around, stating, "I can even hear the breathing of the beast watching me." A large black panther jumps out of the bushes. In a forest, he stretches and comments, "Having a large physique is advantageous in combat." A notification informs that he acquired the gluttonous feast skill, which allows him to digest anything quickly. He comments, "Using the physical mutation skill makes me starving." But holding the creature's heart, he believes that with the new skill, everything will be fine. He then bites the raw meat, finding the taste sweet and the blood refreshing. He remembers hearing about a barbarian tribal alliance in the southern continent and considers his next step. The time to change class in the port city of Terok is announced. In front of the Sailors Guild, a a group of people is startled by something approaching. Inside an establishment, customers wonder, what would a barbarian from the south be doing in the west? Harley enters the place and upon being greeted, notices that everyone seems very tense. Harley bangs on the table and says, "I came to exterminate the monsters of the northern mountains." The man agrees to take the novice mercenary to the ship, and Harley accepts the proposal. Elsewhere, Heinrich receives news that he has mastered weapon techniques and acquired complete mastery. He then declares, the training is done. As he walks through a large hall, he thinks that now he will be able to wield weapons perfectly. Suddenly, he stops upon noticing something. He sees the saint outside, in the rain, and wonders what she is up to in those ceremonial clothes. Heinrich approaches and questions her, and she greets him by saying, "We meet again." She explains that she was merely sharing her holy power with the earthworms to cheer them up. He then imagines giant earthworms and worries about what might happen to them. Back at the laboratory, Harley's body begins to convulse on the medical bed. Hans calls his name, questioning if he has surpassed the limits of super recovery. Determined not to lose the research, he prepares to intervene in the procedure. Hans decides it's all or nothing, and prepares to inject the rest of the dragon's blood. Harley reacts violently as the substance enters his body. Then, Hans is thrown back by the force of the reaction. He gets up and, looking at the body on the medical bed, questions if the procedure failed. Turning around, the masked figure apologizes to Harley. Meanwhile, back at the temple, Heinrich asks the saint, "Why are you dressed in ceremonial clothes?" She replies excitedly that an extraordinary guest, capable of tracking the immortal king, is about to arrive. Heinrich doubts that anyone is incredible enough to track Hans through his barriers. The saint admits she can't explain very well, but she extends an invitation. She calls him to participate in the event as an honorary guardian knight, and he accepts immediately. Later in the main hall, a priest announces Lord Granwood is entering. Already in formation, Heinrich finds the guard's organization strange and remains skeptical about the guest's capability. He then decides he will confirm with his own eyes as three green-cloaked figures approach. In a frozen cave, black-robed bodies lie on the ground as a figure flees in the background. One of the men orders them to keep Harley away from the storage room, but his companion despairs. The man wonders, how will we deal with a monster like that? Harley advances, carrying Cecily on his back, while knocking down the black-robed men. He then turns to the girl and asks, "Is this the storage room you mentioned?" He recalls that she said they needed to find something before escaping, and the young girl confirms it. Cecily points to a chest and states, "The world tree branch is in there." The branch is handed to her, along with the instruction to hold it firmly. Next, he places her on his back again and announces that they are leaving now, but the girl makes a request. Cecily pleads, "Please go slower." Even so, Harley leaps towards the cave exit at high speed. Back at the meeting, Heinrich raises his hand and states that he has a suggestion. Rafori asks what it is, and the knight replies that it concerns the child, Cecily. He then declares, "I believe I know where she is." Rafori asks if that is true, and if the knight possesses any tracking blessing, but Heinrich denies it. The knight explains that he can only sense her presence, which leads another group member to reprimand him. The critic warns him, do not trust something so uncertain in a critical moment. The saintess asks Heinrich to provide a more detailed explanation. Meanwhile, Harley finally finds the cave exit. One of the robed men orders, "Call it," to stop him from escaping. The subordinate promptly uses a whistle. Still carrying Cecily, Harley stops short, feeling something strange. A giant worm emerges from the snow, leaving him perplexed. With no alternatives, he decides to force his way through. He advances against the creature and orders it, "Do not block my path." The attack is unleashed against the giant worm. The creature gapes its mouth wide to swallow him. Harley holds it and declares, "I will save Cecily like a true hero." He then throws the girl away from the creature and asks, "Where did you use to live?" He lands in the snow with Cecily on his back again. He advises the young girl, "Do not let yourself be captured again and live a long life." Soon, both are surrounded by two enormous wolf-like creatures. Harley realizes he is surrounded by an absurd number of monsters and questions the plans of the Vow of Defiance. Still, he concludes that it does not matter and he will simply defeat them all. As the combat intensifies, the black-robed men observe from afar, trying to understand who he really is. The leader becomes irritated because tomorrow he could have offered the half-elf and the branch as sacrifices. Elder Nurabe of the Vow of Defiance declares, "This is the end." One of the robed men believes there is no way the opponent can defeat all those monsters. He announces, "Harley is finished," just as one of the creatures bites him. The creature immediately recoils upon sinking its teeth into his transformed arm. Harley recognizes that the number of enemies is truly overwhelming. Immediately after, he throws the creature away. After its defeat, A magic stone emerges from the monster's body. The energy is consumed without hesitation. Then comes the affirmation, as long as I devour these stones, my vigor will be limitless. The combat becomes fascinating in his eyes as he delivers a punch to another creature. Suddenly, he realizes that his body moves on its own, even as he tries to control his movements. His movements block attacks and devour enemies without conscious intervention. A notification states that the conditions have been met and illumination has been achieved. Subsequently, the skill Wild Instinct appears. One of the robed men calls him Monster as he is attacked. A subordinate asks Elder Nurabe what they should do, fearing the encirclement will be broken. The leader orders, all summoning circles, activate. He regrets having to reveal this so soon, but admits there is no alternative. Then, he orders, release those two. Harley comments, I really appreciate this beastly fighting style. He prepares to end the battle. A crystal arrow pierces the air and strikes his arm. The question, what is that, immediately arises. His gaze fixes on the crystal arrow embedded in his arm. Another volley of crystalline projectiles hits him, throwing him backward. A crystal hand holds a bow made of the same material. The warrior sees himself reflected in countless crystalline panels, not understanding what he is facing. Then, a gem person reveals themselves, emitting overwhelming telekinetic power. Cecily warns him about a figure plummeting from the sky at high speed. The creature lands forcefully on the snow. The demon states, now, you will not be able to take another step. The creature calls him, half-breed, and grabs him, leaving Harley surprised to realize that demons are present. It declares, brute force alone will not be enough to overpower me. Harley's body continues fighting, insisting, I cannot be defeated. But the effect of the crystal arrow begins to influence his movements. The gem person makes a hand gesture. A blow strikes Harley's face. The demon orders, half-breed, give up. The creature attacks him again, declaring, now you are finished. Harley agrees and states, yes, it is already over. He adds, even a demon can speak the truth, surprising his opponent. An explosion of holy power erupts, leaving the robed men confused about the energy's origin. Harley turns to the figure that frees him and comments, you arrived just in time. Heinrich appears on the battlefield, sword in hand. Heinrich questions the saintess if she will truly trust an uncertain feeling, but one of the men in green robes reprimands him for such a comment. Saintess Restar states that Sir Heinrich is trustworthy, even without having received divine favor for exploration. She insists that the divine itself showed interest in him, and that certainly some revelation was granted to him. Referee turns to the group and declares, it does not matter if it is revelation or a simple hunch. He assures them he will follow any decision that leads them to find the child, and asks Heinrich to guide the way. In the snowy landscape, an explosion erupts among the trees. Heinrich blocks the sword of a demon charging at him. He prepares his weapon for a counterattack. With a single blow, he strikes the demon and forces it to retreat. The creature recognizes the strength of divine power and his weapon's skill. Elsewhere in the forest, a gem person is hit by an attack. A man advances and asks, where is the creature looking? The gem figure crosses its arms to resist the multiple projectiles, but the man is thrown backward by the impact of a counterattack. He regains his composure, touches the creature's face and asks, that wasn't too bad, was it? The injured man holds the gem. He states he will demand a price for his lost eye. He declares that it will be his compensation. With both hands, he begins to tear the gem from the creature's forehead. Then he destroys the gem person's chest with a single blow. The man stands, panting, beside his opponent's remains. He pulls a splinter from inside his own mouth. Holding the gem, he comments, since you took my eye, you will now serve as a substitute. A system notification announces that a new body part has been transplanted. Another window informs that the ability Gem Eye Psychokinesis has been acquired. He smiles and says, now I can even attack from a distance. The man's gaze turns to the mountaintop as he wonders if even those two have been defeated. Meanwhile, one of the men in black robes asks, who the hell is that holy knight? But Elder Nurabe tells him not to act rashly. Nurabe states that there are only a man and a child there. He orders them to release the remaining monsters so they can retreat. A subordinate turns, questioning the elder's order. He is interrupted when a mace strikes his face. At the forefront of the Order of Holy Knights, a knight charges forward declaring, I will crush the skulls of those damned heretics. One of the men asks Elder Nurabe what they should do, and if the teleportation device is ready. Nurabe crushes the object in his hand. He states that there is no turning back now. He announces that he will offer the souls of his followers as a sacrifice. The elder declares that he will do this to summon the archdemon. He begins the ritual and cries out for the incarnation of greed to descend upon them. With his arms raised, he orders the creature to burn burn everyone. A large demonic claw emerges from the summoning portal. The demon fully emerges, and Narabe orders his enemies to be burned to ashes. Suddenly, the elder is surprised by an intense light. He asks, "What is that?" The summoned demon reacts, sensing an overwhelming divine power emerging. The creature is hit squarely by an attack from above. Archbishop Ladius appears holding a scroll and apologizes. He extends his hand and states, "The only one who will burn today is the heretic." Heinrich observes the explosion and comments, "Everything seems pretty much resolved here." Harley turns and calls to the girl, saying, "You can come out now." Cecily runs to him and admits, "It was scary," but the man replies, "That just shows you are healthy." He pats her head, adding, "As long as you are not hurt, that is what matters." Sir Heinrich turns to contemplate the scene. Sir Tuscan approaches with Rafferty and comments, "Thanks to him, we arrived just in time." The paladin questions, "How did you know, Heinrich?" But he replies, "I am not sure. I just felt it." Rafferty runs towards Cecily, calling her name. He kneels before her and introduces himself. "I am Rafferty from the Elven Kingdom." The elf smiles at the young woman. Harley approaches and says, "I am happy you managed to reunite safely with your people." Cecily thanks him and asks, "How can I repay you?" But he states that he did not do anything expecting a reward. Rafferty declares that Harley is admirable. He will, however, gladly accept her gratitude. The young elf asks Sir Harley to sit for a moment. She approaches and wishes, "May the blessings of nature be with you." Harley questions, "Is the energy I feel coming from the world tree?" Rafferty explains that it is a blessing only high elves can bestow. Cecily, however, points out that since she is not one, the effect might be weaker. He then asks Harley to extend his hand. Rafferty creates a symbol on his wrist. He states that, as a promise, they will come to his aid if he ever needs it. Harley replies, "There was no need to go that far." Cecily hands him a bundle of branches. Sir Tuscan comments to Heinrich that the young man has an impressive physique. The paladin asks if they know each other, but Heinrich says that, although it is their first meeting, he feels it will be a good connection. Tuscan states that if it is Heinrich's intuition, then it is reliable. He adds that the order must express its gratitude. He concludes that if Harley supports Hubert, he could become an unbeatable merchant. Rafferty thanks Lord Tuscan for solving the problem. He says that now it is their turn to repay. The paladin replies that hearing this gives him confidence. He states that he has only one request, to find the immortal king. Heinrich then realizes that contact with the high elves happened because of this. A vignette explains that the world tree is the root of all trees. High elves can borrow its power. With such power, they can sense energy anywhere where trees exist. Rafferty says he will need some assistance. Heinrich asks, "What is it about?" The elf explains that, to begin, he needs some knowledge of the energy he is looking for, that of the immortal king. Heinrich reflects that he never imagined visiting that place again so soon. Rafferty comments that it is a sacred barrier of immense proportions, a level that even he does not fully comprehend. The group advances into a dark corridor. The path seems deliberately distorted, like a labyrinth for unwanted visitors. The Heresy Inquisitor announces they have arrived. Breaking a barrier of that magnitude would take too long. If someone were to break through and enter, all the holy knights and high priests in the building would appear immediately. The Inquisitor approaches and observes through an opening in the door. At any moment, the assault could begin. Rafferty questions, "Is that a fragment of the legendary immortal king?" He prepares to track the trace. Heinrich then understands that the High Elf will track Hans. He realizes that all elite forces will be mobilized against Hans. A smile appears as he notes that this means a possible path exists. Heinrich holds a fragment. He decides that today he will get his hands on the final piece. In a dark room, a voice announces that the time has come. In the executive meeting room of the Challenge Vow, the same voice asks if all representatives are gathered. One of the shadowy figures confirms the Empire's representative is present. Another states the Eastern representative is also participating. The main voice notes that Narabe is dead and therefore will not attend. He continues by saying that everyone must have heard the news by now, but they still do not know how the Order and the higher elves tracked Narabe. A voice questions, "Are we not becoming careless, with Marcos cultivating the fragment and Narabe's defeat?" Another suggests, the resurgence of the Order must be a consequence of the immortal king's heir appearing. The second figure proposes, "We could use this new heir to our advantage." The first retorts asking, "Is your suggestion to unite with the imposter who is cornering us?" The second simply replies, "That is interesting." Elsewhere, Saint Restar wonders how they managed to track their location despite the countless barriers placed. Hans holds the fragment and deduces that the saint located him through it. He decides that, in that case, he just needs to hide the fragment. Hans prepares to place the item in the subspace he created. The attempt fails, and he realizes that the fragment cannot be placed in a common subspace. He then reflects on how an awakened one managed to return return to Earth carrying the fragment. Hans concludes that he needs to create a subspace within his own body to transport it. He begins the process of becoming one with the fragment. The item is finally incorporated, allowing him to absorb its power. With this, he perfectly eliminates any trace of its energy. Hans concludes his biggest headache has been resolved. Now, he turns to the final step, cleaning up the crime scene. With a snap of his fingers, he decides to burn everything to ashes. Hans moves away from the burning location, stating, "Everything is now ready." He prepares to release all the barriers that hid him. With the barriers undone, his scent will spread across the land. Hans challenges the great divine order to find him, declaring he himself will take the last fragment of the immortal king. In a distant forest, a point of light manifests among the trees. The energy fixes itself on a tree trunk, indicating that the target has been located. Rafferty announces, "I have found the traces. The immortal king is in the monster forest, west of the continent." Archbishop Latius orders, "Summon all paladins immediately and bring any available archbishops." A paladin approaches and says, "I am a bit offended not to have been called for something so important." He introduces himself as Pire from the great temple of Geron and informs, "I will join the mission." The archbishop feels more relieved as the expedition is now composed only of the best. Saint Restar approaches Ladius and says, "This time, I will also go." Ladius denies the request, but the young woman argues, "Even the cardinal is going." He insists that she must remain, as she is the pillar of the great divine order. The archbishop then calls for Lord Heinrich. Ladius informs, "This time the knight will stay behind and guard the great temple with the saint." He asks Heinrich to keep her safe, should anything happen while they are away. Heinrich observes the group of paladins departing. He then turns and assures, "I will keep only the saint safe. Soon they will face the continent's nightmare again." Latius draws his sword and declares, "This nightmare will not remain. The divine watches over us." The crowd clamors for peace and salvation for all. Heinrich turns to Saint Restar and tells her, "Do not worry so much." He affirms that he is sure everyone will return safely, and the saint asks, "Has the divine granted you a revelation?" Heinrich denies, explaining, "It is not a revelation, just a premonition." Meanwhile, a hooded figure approaches the great temple. Hans spreads his dark mana, remaining on high alert with his surroundings. Even without seeing them, he feels the sacred barriers spread across the walls. He understands that the internal barriers will remain active, even if he uses a stealth ability. He decides to mislead them about his location to gain time. A fireworks display is launched towards the sky at midnight. One of the guards is startled and asks, "What the hell is that?" On top of the wall, another guard points down and asks, "Look!" A horde of undead advances against the gate, and the guards order, "Summon everyone." In a forest at night, the search becomes problematic. The knights report to Pire that they meticulously searched the area where the presence was detected. One of the knights informs, "There is nothing in the cave," but Rafferty insists that is impossible. He is sure that this is the place, and that the world tree would have warned them if the target had moved. Ladius questions if the target perceived the tracking and used some trick. He orders everyone to return to the great temple immediately, because that is the enemy's plan. The archbishop understands that everything was merely a distraction, while the great temple is in flames. Hans finally arrives at his destination and announces, "We have met." Before him is the last fragment of the immortal king. He holds the energy to his chest and prepares for the next step. With the energy flowing, he declares, "The time has come for the resurrection of the immortal king." The tower bell rings. A voice orders everyone to move quickly. Knights run through the corridors. They alert that the undead are attacking. Heinrich observes the movement. He concludes they seem to be in serious trouble. A smile appears. He was assigned to guard the garden. He decides to wait there. He will sneak in unnoticed. A knight leads a large group. He screams, "Everyone, follow me. Do not stop running." Heinrich, however, notices far more knights than he expected. This includes unknown faces. He calms down. They do not yet know Hans reached the depths. They are distracted by the undead. Suddenly, the Inquisitor of Heresy appears. He yells, "The undead outside are just a distraction." He reveals, "The heir to the immortal king has already reached the depths." The Inquisitor orders everyone to advance to the sealing chamber. Heinrich wonders how they discovered this so quickly. He starts running. He realizes he needs to intervene before this becomes an absolute disaster. Upon arrival, they find the sealing chamber completely destroyed. Archbishop Latius questions how an intruder arrived without anyone noticing. There are no signs of external invasion. A knight asks if there was a teleportation. Saint Restar states, "There is no way to know that now." The saint wonders how the immortal king was so close without them realizing. She blames herself for not being good enough. She questions what they will do if he truly returns to life. But a voice apologizes for the delay. Heinrich finally arrives. He explains, "The road was very congested." He announces, From now on, I am taking the lead. St. Restar calls to him. She asks, please, lend your strength to the group. Hans observes the fallen bodies. He notes that many of his undead were eliminated. He realizes the Guardians are more resilient than he expected. Hans states Malcolm was not an easy opponent. He bids farewell to Malcolm. He says, rest well, for you fought bravely. Hans comments, it took quite a while, but in the end I succeeded. With an outstretched hand, he proclaims, come forth. The Immortal King's final legacy appears before him. Hans kneels before the fragment. He begins the ritual. An incomplete sensation bothers him. He wonders if fragments take time to fully merge. The abrupt movement of his head reveals something alerted him. Hans identifies the advancing knights as intruders. He prepares to launch a counterattack. With a single movement, he repels the two men attacking him. One of the knights is gravely injured. Archbishop Ladius yells, hold on! The Bishop of Ceremony announces, I will provide healing immediately. The healing energy hits the injured man's armor. Heinrich declares, I will also enter the battle. But St. Restar stops him. She says, you cannot. She explains they need to analyze the Immortal King's power first. She asks him to hold his position for a little longer. Heinrich agrees. His plan was only to buy time by feigning a fight against Hans. Hans orders the Order's minions to give up. He says, the fragment is mine, but Ladius commands them to keep attacking. He considers exploding them with full force, but he decides he cannot take the lives of innocents. Two swords are launched in his direction. The attacks hit him directly. He questions the nature of that power. Hans recognizes the saint's enchantment. He notes its speed and strength. He realizes he would be in serious danger if he hadn't increased his regeneration. He cannot prolong the battle without causing casualties. The decision is made. He will take down the command tower first. Hans advances against the knights. The Bishop of Ceremony blocks the attack. Hans questions how he is reacting so quickly. He notes they not only blocked his strike, but also counterattack without hesitation. They move with firmness. Hans wonders if someone is anticipating his strategy. He decides to peek into their minds. Suddenly, Heinrich appears beside Archbishop Ladius. He asks, where do you think you are looking? With a strike, he hits Hans. St. Restar realizes he has not yet fully absorbed the fragment. She rallies everyone. She states, now is the time. We can do it. Hans blocks the attacks. He understands they are trying to overwhelm him with enchantments and strikes to prevent his regeneration. He calls the trick obvious. He hits one of the knights. Pire advances. He challenges Hans. Try to block that obvious move too. Hans retorts. He asks, are you really trying to provoke me with such a slow attack? Suddenly, the knight is caught by a containment spell. He wonders how that happened. Pire questions how Hans is reading every move. He should have blocked any psychic invasion. Heinrich apologizes to the veteran. He explains, I ended up hearing the plan in his mind. Archbishop Ladius prepares to enter the fight. They have reached this point, but Hans declares, it is too late. The Immortal King's fragment within me has begun to react. The fragment finally merges completely into one. Hans then levitates in the air. He releases a wave of energy. St. Restar and the others react to the overwhelming new force. She laments. She says, we arrived too late. A shadowy figure levitates in the center of the room. The saint realizes the Immortal King is truly reviving. The Immortal King turns to them. He orders, tremble in fear, dogs of the Order. A system notification announces a triumph. A new achievement has been unlocked. Overcome death. The Immortal King then proclaims his return as the calamity of the outer dimension. A knight shouts to his companions, hurry, we are almost at the sealing chamber and we need to help the saint. Upon arrival, the group of knights stops abruptly at the entrance. One of them questions, could that figure be who I imagine? Standing before the Immortal King, the knights wonder if they arrived too late. But Archbishop Ladius shouts, not yet. This is a sacred space that suppresses the Immortal King's power. He declares, we will risk our lives to stop that demon. Then Ladius orders, everyone, attack the Immortal King. The Immortal King questions, do you really believe you can stop me? You can't even see my status window. A system notification announces that his abilities have evolved. He declares, I am now invincible. He challenges them, come closer. Witness the power of the Immortal King. The Immortal King covers part of his face with his hand. The skill Eye of Darkness is activated, affecting the knights with its energy. With just one glance, he provokes fear and confusion in his opponents. The skill also grants him control over low-level demons. The Archbishop recognizes the legendary Eye of Darkness and shouts, no one look directly at him. The Immortal King states, it is your turn. He prepares for the attack. With a raise of his hands, he orders, let my legend rise again. One of the knights observes bones and corpses gathering around the creature. Another knight shouts, everyone, be careful. A A golem of corpses forms before the group. Archbishop Ladius alerts. It is dangerous to be hit by that. He orders, everyone dodge, but one of the knights is hit head-on by the creature's attack. The immortal king observes the scene and calls their resistance pathetic. Saint Restar decides they need to put an end to this. She recomposes herself, realizing that if she hesitates, not only the church, but the entire continent will be in danger. The saint then calls for Sir Heinrich. She says, I will entrust my symbol to you. Please receive it. The young woman hands over the object and asks him, retreat, become stronger. Then she instructs Heinrich, stop the immortal king. Saint Restar turns to the knights and orders, clear a path for Sir Heinrich. Protect him with your lives. She reinforces the order, ensure his safe escape. The knights advance to attack and stop the immortal king, but he calls them buzzing flies. He grabs one of the knights and says, I will end all of you at once. The immortal king turns abruptly. He hits the knight and calls him a fool for trying to repeat a failed move. The man states, it doesn't matter. Our objective has been achieved. He declares, I would throw away my body as many times as necessary to save Sir Heinrich, our hope. The immortal king calls him a fool and says, I will do as you wish. He prepares to crush the knight's skull, but a fist hits him in the face. Heinrich lands the blow directly. He activates the blessing, leap. The knight passes quickly by the immortal king. With a single movement, he hits Hans. The immortal king recognizes, your reflexes are excellent. He comments, Heinrich's sword is so blunt it cannot pierce me. He advances with an attack. Heinrich is hit head-on and recoils with the impact. He realizes that the blow only penetrated his armor and feels the impact reverberate. Saint Ristar calls for him as the battle reaches its climax. She asks, why didn't you flee, even after I entrusted the future to you? Heinrich replies, I did not join the church just to save my own skin. He holds the symbol he received and wonders, how could someone who abandons their companions protect the world? Then he concentrates his energy and prepares for the next attack. He questions the immortal king. My sword has no edge? Heinrich declares, even if my blade breaks, this will be your end. A system notification announces that he acquired the special skill, Blessing Sword of Light, his third blessing. He prepares to attack, saying, it's time to move toward the conclusion. Heinrich advances and hits the immortal king head-on. The immortal king praises him for the splendid line and states, now we will finish with the final words. He bids farewell to the public, leaving Saint Restar and the ceremony bishop in shock. The immortal king holds the blade plunged into his chest and asks the church's minion, what is your name? The young man replies, shouting his full name, Heinrich Landguard. The immortal king questions, how dare you wound me? A system notification informs that the death immunity skill has been activated. He declares, I will remember that name. He launches a counterattack. Fallen to the ground, Heinrich wonders if he managed to escape. Heinrich, exhausted, begins to fall. Puree supports him and says, it's unbelievable. You managed to hit the immortal king's heart. A smile surges on Heinrich's face, and the paladin calls that a resurrection of the chosen one. Han Seong-hyun applauds the scene, calling it a heroic tale that brings tears to my eyes. He explains that in the end, Hans was reborn as the immortal king, and Heinrich defeated him with the blessing of the gods. Sitting in his chair, Han Seong-hyun concludes that this is a perfect rivalry between a hero and a demon king. He turns to a panel and states, now, all that's left is to collect the payment. On the Karma Shop screen, he is surprised to see that the value has risen by about $1 million. Without hesitation, he selects the unique skill enhancement option. A system notification informs that his unique skill grows, and that he acquired a special customization skill. Han Seong-hyun approaches the screen and asks, what is customization? He accesses a menu to customize the appearance of the immortal King Hans and declares, this is what a game is all about. The new customization ability opened two possibilities, the enhanced create avatar function and the new change avatar function. With the new change avatar function, he can modify the appearance and attributes of existing avatars. Meanwhile, the create avatar function allows him to define the initial appearance and attributes at the moment of creation. He then reveals that, above all, the biggest difference lies in a new detail. The biggest change was the addition of the gender selection category. Han Seong-hyun wonders what would happen if he tested that new option. He decides to press the female button, stating, I will do it out of curiosity as you only live once. But he is surprised to see that the selection is locked. He then notices the essence selection option, which generates species by consuming a specific item. Han Seong-hyun wonders if the world tree branch that Cecily gave him can be used as an essence. He picks up the vase, commenting that he liked it as an air purifier, but that he has no other choice. With the vase in hand, he states that this should be enough to create an elf. The system detects the world tree branch and begins the the elf generation, transforming Han Seong-hyun's body. With the creation completed, his new elf avatar realizes that customization is now possible. Since customization is unlocked, he decides to make the avatar's face more beautiful. He continues the process, lengthening the arms and legs, making them long and slender. As elves are elementalists, he chooses to focus on a specific status. The most important status distribution is nature affinity, which he maximizes. To finalize, he names the new avatar Heterosis, who possesses the Son of the World tree trait. Han Seong-hyun admires the well-defined body and beautiful face, exclaiming, "That is exactly what you expect from an elf." The newly created avatar, Heterosis, looks at him and says, "It is unpleasant." Han Seong-hyun touches the elf's face and wonders what is happening. He then questions if Hans's magic could be consuming Heterosis. He panics at this possibility. Quickly, he orders Hans, cancel the invocation. He realizes that the mental core is not working due to the elf's natural affinity, and he almost lost the new avatar. For now, he decides to leave Heterosis for later. He then turns to his bookshelf and picks up a book. Holding the volume, he wonders if this time he should write the legend of the mercenary king. The avatar comments, "I like the function that makes the ears twitch." This leaves the woman relieved. He thanks them for the sponsorship and leaves the shop. While walking through Tarek, he comments that Hubert found the perfect item and that this truly is the city of artisans. But he remembers hearing that some men were meddling in Hubert's shop and considers teaching them a lesson. In a tavern, a man questions their clothes and tattoos, stating, "It's no wonder the South is mocked as a den of savages." The same man continues, saying, "They brought this upon themselves." The avatar stands up and glares at him, asking, "What did you say?" But the sitting man concludes, "It's not worth it." Another man approaches and asks, "Who was the bastard who insulted those from the South?" Pointing at the first man. He threatens the target, saying, "I will beat you up to make you come to your senses." The avatar intervenes, breaking the wooden club with just one hand. The man calls him, "You bastard," shocked by the demonstrated strength. He then realizes that those men must be authentic Southern warriors. This means he just needs to approach them and build relationships. Thus, he understands that he can become the great hero of the South with close companions who support him. In other words, he can become a true Southern warrior. One of the men reprimands him, saying, "Dress properly. Those clothes are only for festivals." The avatar asks, confused, "Don't people wear those clothes anymore these days?" The man gets annoyed and says, "I cannot stand to hear that anymore." He then challenges him to a traditional Southern duel. The avatar accepts the duel, but imposes a condition. He asks that all three come at once, leaving them surprised. One of them questions, "Do you want to be attacked by all three?" considering it an insult to honor. The avatar corrects, saying, "Only two can advance, and the rest should help the two who fall." The three men advance together for the attack. A strong impact is generated. With two already on the ground, the remaining one calls him, "You insane bastard." He states that the avatar is not from the South and asks, "How can someone with that level of skill not possess a warrior's mark?" The avatar thinks that something like that existed among Southern warriors and wonders how to justify it. He approaches the man and explains that he is a Southern warrior, but there is a story behind not having the marks. He begins to recount that, about 20 years ago, a significant event occurred. There was a duel to elect the next tribal chief. His father, considered the best warrior, won the championship with flying colors. The man raised his arm in celebration of the victory. The chief congratulates him and, following tradition, offers his daughter's hand in marriage along with a wish. He asks what the warrior's wish would be. The warrior responds, "I had already decided from the start." The winner then refuses to marry the chief's daughter. The woman calls him unacceptable. She demands that he explain the reason for such an absurd request. He states, "There is a valid reason for my decision." He then reveals, "She and I are siblings, connected by blood." She turns to her father and asks, "Are you going to allow someone to say such nonsense?" The chief apologizes to his daughter and confirms that the warrior spoke the truth. He reveals, "You are not my biological daughter," leaving her in shock. The chief orders the guards, "Kill that insolent bastard." The warrior shouts to his beloved, saying, "I will buy you time so you can escape." At that time, his mother was pregnant with him, so she could not help his father in the fight. His father fought alone to protect his wife and child, but fell heroically before the tribal warriors. His mother managed to hide from the pursuers in a remote cave and there raised him, but she also recently passed away due to an illness. He finishes the story by explaining, "That is the reason I have no marks." Does it make sense now? The warriors are moved by what they believe to be such a tragic past. They apologize for misjudging him and embrace him, calling him the truest Southern warrior. One of them says, "I never imagined there was such a sad story behind this." The Avatar concludes, "My performance was insane." They make a toast to their new brother. One of the warriors asks what brought him so far from the south. He replies that there's a story behind that too. He begins to explain that, right after his mother's death, he found himself in a difficult situation. All he had left was his own body. He was completely lost, not knowing how to continue living. Then, the only person who didn't just walk past approached him, asking for permission. It was a young merchant named Hubert, who asked if he needed help. The Avatar explains that Hubert helped him get established, but now, the merchant is being threatened by bandits. He states that he cannot ignore the struggles of the one who saved him. That's why he came here to help him. The warriors declare that an enemy of their brother is an enemy of all. They guarantee that they will do their best to lend a hand to their brother's brother as well. He thanks them, and everyone embraces in celebration. But he already plans to use those men to silence the scoundrels threatening Hubert. After that, it will be time to start a real economic project, importing pepper from Earth. In exchange, he will distribute magical tools, abundant there and scarce on the other side. It will be a win-win trade. He will use this income for even more explosive growth. One of the warriors suggests they go to his friend's shop first. The Avatar agrees, saying, "I'm counting on all of you." He reflects that having reliable subordinates makes life much easier. Now that Hubert's problem is resolved, Harris approaches a large gate during the night. He addresses the guards, wishes them good night, and asks if that is the great temple of Roselia. Then he introduces himself. "I am Harris, a skilled mercenary and close friend of Harley." He continues, saying that Harley is an ally of the Order of Holy Knights. He came to find out which elven envoys are present, requesting an audience. The guard examines the letter of introduction, which has a drawing. He comments on the ridiculously sloppy handwriting. Harris confirms, "There's no doubt that this is a handwritten letter from Mr. Harley." The guard invites him in and says, "I will guide you to the elven envoy's quarters." Upon reaching a door, the guard informs him that Lord Rafferty has already been notified and that he may enter. Harris asks for permission as he crosses the entrance. The elf sitting at the table says, "It's a pleasure to meet you." He introduces himself. "I am Rafferty Granwood, a high elf from the Elven Kingdom." He invites Harris to sit down. As he takes a seat, Harris thanks him for the opportunity. He thinks about how difficult it is to pretend not to recognize familiar faces, but he also finds the whole situation truly fascinating. Seeing through the eyes of a high elf, he notices that Rafferty's eyes seem to shine even brighter. The sensation is like being drawn in, sucked directly into Rafferty's gaze. Rafferty takes a sip of his drink and asks, "Are you a close and dear friend of Sir Harley?" Seeing the bracelet he gave to Harley, he comments, "It appears to be true." Harris apologizes and offers to return it, but Rafferty says, "On the contrary, I am happy and honored that a fellow kin is wearing it." More importantly, Rafferty mentions having heard that he wanted to ask something. Harris expresses his desire to learn how to harness the power of nature and form contracts with spirits, as he never had the chance to grow. Rafferty listens attentively and says, "I understand the situation." He perceives Harris's aptitude and shows no doubt about it. Rafferty then invites him to step outside for some fresh air, and Harris accepts. Outside, Rafferty resumes the subject of the request made earlier. Unfortunately, he explains, "I cannot teach you as I will be leaving this place soon." Instead, he invites Harris to come with them to the Elven Kingdom. Harris is surprised by the mention of the Elven Kingdom. The land of the elves, located on the Enamel continent, is home to the educational institution of the High Elves. He asks if special qualifications are not required. Rafferty says, "Originally, only children of High Elves can enter." Rafferty explains that there is an exception, putting Harris under pressure. He asks what that exception would be. Rafferty replies, "It's a person who possesses the qualities of a High Elf." The High Elf questions him, "Didn't you feel something when you looked into my eyes?" Harris realizes that the same sensation from before is happening again. He feels as if he is being pulled, sucked directly inward. Suddenly, he finds himself in an unknown place. He wonders where he is. He speculates if it might be a mental realm, but he notes that the energy of the place is much purer and cleaner. Harris has a sudden realization. He is surprised by what he sees. A single leaf floats into his palm. He watches the leaf as a figure manifests. He wonders if that could be the goddess of elves, but he soon understands that it isn't. Looking upward, he questions, "Is that the world tree?" Meanwhile, Harris tries to calm himself. Then she approaches and touches his face, leaving him confused. The elfess merely stares at him with a slight slight smile. He remains speechless as she continues to touch his face. The figure holds Harris's face and invites him closer. She then calls him to go to the elven kingdom. He questions if the leaf is the world tree itself and what she meant by that. Desperate, Harris screams for her to wait a moment. He extends his hand, stating, "I have no idea what that means." Back in reality, he looks at his own hand and wonders, what did that represent? Rafferty explains that he felt the presence of the world tree and asks, what happened? Harris responds that he saw an elf and questions, was that the world tree? Rafferty confirms, that was the form chosen by her to appear, greeting you in the most familiar way possible. He reveals that the world tree seems to have developed a particular interest in Harris, leaving him surprised. Harris reflects, remembering, first, it was the divine, and now, even the world tree is paying attention to me. Elsewhere, a man addresses Hubert saying, I spoke clearly to you last week. He threatens him, reminding him, I told you to close the shop and leave town. The man asks, why are you still here? And Hubert asks for forgiveness for his rudeness. He offers a cup of tea, commenting, an excellent batch arrived this week. With that, he slaps the cup, saying, it seems you didn't get the message. He threatens Hubert again, ordering him, abandon this place today or die right here. Hubert merely asks, don't you like tea? And adds, your friends, however, seem to like it. Soon, he asks himself, what are you babbling about? Before his face is grabbed. Han Seong-hyun's avatar throws him out of the establishment. The other men wonder, what the hell are these people? The avatar and his new companions advance against the remaining men. Screams echo as the aggressors are thrown out. Later that night, everyone makes a toast. Hubert thanks the brothers, saying, I'm safe now. The drinks are on me. One of the warriors says, after seeing you fight, I'm convinced you need a mark. He adds, the avatar needs a mark like mine. He begins to take off his shirt. The man displays a large mark on his chest, saying, that is a proper warrior mark. One of the warriors suggests, you should look for a southern shaman in Tarak. She knows how to sculpt these marks. The avatar calls Lu Wang and holds him by the shoulder. He lifts him and declares, we will find her right now. While being carried, Lu Wang complains, I haven't finished drinking yet. Elsewhere, a man throws ingredients on the ground and calls the old woman, you wretched old hag. He demands protection money, asking, has your age also affected your hearing? The shaman responds, the amount is absurdly high. Where would I get so much money? The man grabs her, asking, do you really not understand the situation you're in? He points to his own face, saying, I had a terrible day, and now you don't have the money. Then he pushes her and orders, find the money somewhere. I don't care how. The old woman begins to speak, but the man turns with a surprised expression. He lets out a scream upon seeing something. Han Seong-hyun's avatar appears suddenly. He sends the man flying away. Then he greets the old woman while holding another enemy and says, I'm here to get a mark sculpted. The shaman asks, what will you do about the bandits? And he responds, they'll return on their own when they wake up. She comments, what a big mess. But even so, she invites them inside for now. Already seated, the shaman asks, did you come to get a warrior mark? And he asks her, please make it immediately. She warns him. The mark, though it grants great power, also drains a lot of life force. And he confirms, I already know that. The shaman comments, it's been a long time since I've seen someone with a monstrous level of life force. This makes me greedy. He could even withstand the supreme warlord's mark. Excited, he asks her, please sculpt the warlord's mark. But she denies, saying, that won't happen. She explains, I don't know how to do it. It's a technique no one has managed to sculpt in hundreds of years. And he complains, that's a mood killer. Since that's out of the question, he decides, I want the great warrior mark, mentioned by Lu Wang. But she responds, that's also a problem, leaving him surprised. She explains, I'm low on materials. It's been an eternity since I last sculpted a mark, and adds, to receive a mark you need a warrior feat, in other words, a deed. To obtain the great warrior mark, at a minimum, you will need to perform a great deed. She then mentions the Iron Fortress, located in the northern mountains. To get the mark, you would have to defeat the ogre that rules that place, by yourself. Lu Wang then questions him, astonished. Do you know what kind of monster an ogre is? Lu Wang gets angry, questioning, are you trying to make my brother kill himself? The monster's head is his size. Then the avatar simply lifts the ogre's skull and asks, is this what you were talking about? The shaman is shocked, confirming, that's the ogre's skull. Did you hunt it alone? He merely responds, an ogre is nothing to me. The shaman agrees that he is an impressive warrior, but asks him, please come back in a few days. She explains, I've been low on energy. I need stamina to sculpt the mark, but I haven't even eaten properly. He says to her, leave the food with me. Restoring vitality is my specialty, leaving her confused. She realizes he's already gone and just hopes he doesn't cause problems. One of the bandits sees him approaching and questions him. The avatar attacks him with a punch. He then turns to the fallen leader and comments, we're meeting a lot today. The man asks, "Who sent you?" And the avatar responds, "You messed with the wrong people by laying hands on our shaman." The bandit gets scared upon realizing the old woman is the southern shaman. He apologizes, saying, "We didn't know. We thought she was just any healer." The man implores him to stop, promising not to repeat the error, but the avatar hits the side of the subject's face. He warns, "You had better keep your promise." Luang approaches, saying, "I resolved things on my side." He asks, "What should we do now?" The avatar comments, "I already imagined a bandit hideout would have this kind of thing." He asks Luang to help him carry some boxes. Then he reveals several cuts of meat and announces, "We'll have a barbecue tonight." The southern warrior avatar announces his arrival to the grandmother. She turns to receive him. She is surprised by the amount of food. He explains that it is just drinks and meat for them to eat. He asks, "Isn't that enough for you to recharge your energy and get healthy?" The shaman smiles and comments, "If my son were alive, he would be the young man's age." But she complains that at her age, she can barely chew meat. The young warrior asks, "Aren't you going to eat?" She decides to try a little, since he went to the trouble of bringing it. The shaman then devours a large piece of meat and drinks wine straight from the bottle. The avatar comments with a smile, "I knew southern women had a great appetite." Facing a pile of empty plates, she states, "That hit the spot." The two young men are surprised by how much she ate. Already satisfied, the shaman asks, "Can we do the engraving now?" She heats the tip of an instrument over a candle. She warns him that the process is painful. Lying on the bed, he confidently assures her that he is mentally prepared for whatever comes. He still says, "Don't worry, I'm used to it," but his mouth is covered. The southern shaman places a doll in the warrior avatar's mouth. She explains, "You must bite the doll during the engraving because it will hurt." She asks him to keep the object in his mouth. Then, she tries to pierce the warrior's chest with the instrument but fails. Surprised, she says, "His skin is so tough that the needle won't go in." Luang asks, "Is there no other way?" The shaman reassures him, saying, "Of course there is." She guarantees, "The meat I ate will be fully paid for." With a scream, she channels her power into the instrument. Then she states, "It's time to show what a tribal shaman can do." She plunges the needle into his chest. A system message informs that the entity has met the conditions and achieved enlightenment. The warrior acquires the ability, Chalco-style combat symbol. His current symbol is Great Warrior. He touches the mark on his chest and comments, "This is much more efficient than improving with bio-aura." With clenched fists, the young man states, "At this level I could kill an ogre with my bare hands." He declares, "This is perfect," but the shaman stumbles in the background. He calls out to her. He asks, "What happened? Are you okay?" But the elder reassures him, saying, "Don't worry about me." She simply explains, "It's been a long time since I used so much strength. I'll be fine after resting a bit." The avatar warns, "We have work to do." Luang asks, "What is it?" The southern warrior avatar yells, "We need more meat." Grandma can't feel pain to finish the other symbols. The shaman calls him thick-headed. She asks them to let her rest. Beside Heinlich's bed, Saint Restar continues to pray for him. Cardinal Pion approaches from behind and asks, "Are you still praying for him?" He warns her, "Your body will suffer if you continue like this." He asks her to take it easy, but she replies, "I cannot forget the sight of him facing the immortal king without retreating until the end." Heinlich remains lying in bed, his body bandaged. The cardinal states, "It was like witnessing the birth of a new hero." Saint Restar contemplates the idea of Heinlich being a new hero. Suddenly, Heinlich says, "Your eminence flatters me." The saint calls him by name. The cardinal asks, "Is the pain bearable?" The young man assures him, "My body is fine thanks to the Holy One's care." Saint Restar approaches and holds his hand. She then proclaims him, not as a champion of the order, but as the hero of Auterica. Heinlich simply says, "Finally." Han Seong-hyun says, "Now I can toast Hans, who plays the Demon King." The roles of hero and villain have been cast. The avatar with the Ha-Ho mask decides that, with the hero born, it is time to fulfill his duties as the Demon King using his magic. He declares, "I will spread my infamy even further than before." His eyes light up over the city. He states, "Now I see clearly." He spots the filthy stains of evildoers. Then, the avatar leaps from the building, promising to drag them all to hell. Paramedics rush into the hospital with a patient on a stretcher, asking everyone to move away. One of the hospital staff curses and wonders, what the hell happened? Another deduces, the scoundrel in the Ha-Ho mask appeared again. A hand examines the dark energy emanating from the patient. The detective asks Han Seong-hyun, "Do you have any idea what is happening?" Han Seong-hyun, identified as Dark Mage An Seong-jin, states, "They got involved with someone seriously dangerous." He observes the bandaged body and warns, "If you handle this the wrong way, you'll be dead. He calls the masked individual an insane monster. While the patient is consumed by chains, Han Seong-hyun explains, that level of black magic is beyond comprehension. The soul has already been enslaved. With a smile, he comments, if I were caught like this, I'd rather not have been born. The detective wonders how that helps. But Han Seong-hyun's expression turns serious. He admits, I am far from that level. He realizes what it means to have a mage of that caliber as an enemy. The detective says, it can't be. Han Seong-hyun confirms, the culprit was the Ha-Ho mask. He decides to analyze the curse more closely. Then he touches the forehead of the bandaged man. Suddenly, an image of the Ha-Ho mask appears before him. Han Seong-hyun reacts to the overwhelming sensation that hits him. He falls to the ground and asks, what just happened? The leader grabs him by the hood and questions, what did you find out? With a strange expression, Han Seong-hyun says, I feel like I need to die. This leaves the leader incredulous. He calls the avatar with the Ha-Ho mask, that bastard. Fallen into his superior's arms, he reveals, the Ha-Ho mask saw me. Han Seong-hyun despairs, saying, the Ha-Ho mask noticed him. He is completely screwed for messing with the spell. His team leader asks if he has a way to deal with the mask. Han Seong-hyun replies that only one option remains. Han Seong-hyun then runs towards the window to jump, stating that he can cross to the afterlife this way. But his superior calls him an idiot. The leader holds him, explaining, the Ha-Ho mask only chases villains, so he will be fine. Han Seong-hyun says he feels a bit better after hearing this. Meanwhile, the other man wonders if he is stupid, but the leader starts to feel his body relaxing. He questions, what is happening? Suddenly, Han Seong-hyun loses consciousness. His superior screams his name. He asks a nurse for help. Meanwhile, outside, the avatar with the Ha-Ho mask finds the scene interesting. The avatar observes that the man seems to be a capable dark mage. It comments that it would not mind meeting him again later, as it does not sense any evil aura. The scene changes to a building's facade. At his computer, the real Han Seong-hyun realizes that Hans's popularity is completely out of control. He continues reading the news. He discovers that some people even call Hans the shadow hero, but he does not feel purely happy about this. He knows that the situation could turn into a real problem. With his hands on his head, he complains about the pain. He wonders how he will operate from now on. He then looks to the side with a doubtful expression. Han Seong-hyun opens the door and asks, who is it? A man announces, your chicken delivery has arrived. The young man is surprised to see the visitor. Kang Taesan greets him with a smile. He asks, how have you been? Taesan enters and comments on his friend's appearance. Taesan then shows his police uniform. He questions Han Seong-hyun's reaction after so much time. The young man gives a nervous laugh. Taesan is the last person he wanted to see. The newcomer is Kang Taesan from the Skill Management Department's Criminal Investigation Division. Han Seong-hyun recalls that Taesan was his only childhood friend. Taesan even sought him out when he was living in hiding. But now his friend takes a sip and comments that Han Seong-hyun looks a bit different. Taesan adds, it is as if you have found a new reason to live. Han Seong-hyun replies, you cannot stay trapped in the past. Your parents would not like that. With a toast, Taesan says, I have been very worried about you all this time. The young man states, it is not so bad. I even leave the house sometimes. This surprises his friend. Han Seong-hyun simply says, thank you. Taesan stares at him, not understanding. Han Seong-hyun then explains with a smile, when I was at my worst, you always appeared like this. Taesan opens a can of his drink. He says that seeing how his friend is today, he can finally tell him something. Han Seong-hyun asks, what do you mean? The police officer asks, do you know the reason? He reveals that it is the reason he joined the Criminal Investigation Division. Taesan recalls that Han was like a son to his parents. After the accident, Taesan joined the division. He no longer believes it was a random attack. He explains, there is a group called the Society of Divine Retribution. They have been operating in the shadows for a long time. The police officer continues saying, they are meticulous, but the Ha-Ho mask gave us the first clue. Han Seong-hyun gives a nervous laugh. He wonders if he exaggerated by giving clues to the Skill Management Department. Taesan promises, I will keep you updated, but please, do not spread the news. His friend replies, I have no one to tell. While eating, Han comments, the Ha-Ho mask was impressive. Why is the department trying to hunt it down? Taesan gets annoyed and slams the table. He questions, why are they chasing someone who is doing good work? The young writer agrees, happy to see his friend is on the Ha-Ho mask's side. Taesan then proposes, let's drink through the night to celebrate Han Seong-hyun's new beginning. Amidst the mess, Taesan tells his friend, give up being a writer. Han asks, what is wrong with that? The police officer criticizes the idea of a hero and a demon king for being too cliché. He finds the name Hans boring. Han Seong-hyun defends, it is a classic. but his friend retorts, that is not a classic, that is cringe. Taesan suggests, if the idea has been used to exhaustion, you can pretend Hans is an abbreviation for Hannibal Strauss. Han Seong-hyun admits, that is good. His friend reminds him, if you are going to be a writer, you can always call for help. Taesan's cell phone vibrates on the table. He checks the time. He announces that he needs to go, surprising Han with his sudden departure. Taesan explains, my team leader called me. He bids farewell. But before he leaves, Han Seong-hyun asks, is your grandmother okay? The police officer hesitates, his hand on the doorknob. He then reveals, her condition has worsened significantly. Han Seong-hyun, you might need to prepare yourself emotionally. The young man asks, is there anything I can do to help? Taesan tells his dear writer friend, just focus on your own things. I will handle everything. Han Seong-hyun clenches his fist. In a flashback, he holds Taesan's grandmother's hand. She asks, is the food good? Han Seong-hyun replies, yes. The grandma says, if you want to eat anything else, just ask this old lady. She comments with a smile. Taesan's friend is no different from her real grandson. Young Han Seong-hyun agrees, fondly remembering his friend's grandmother. He recalls how she always took care of him. Now he discovers she is gravely ill. While his friend, who has always been by his side, is going through a difficult time, he feels completely useless. But suddenly, he has an idea. He realizes he possesses something that can help. Standing before an interface, he says, Kang Taesan will have to apologize for making fun of my names. He then states, those characters that sound cringe are the ones who will help. The screen shows Heinrich's profile. To heal a person, a priest is needed, and Han Seong-hyun realizes he has one. Heinrich possesses divine power and is recognized by the archbishops, so he can heal Taesan's grandmother. But Han Seong-hyun wonders how he will get Heinrich out of there. The disappearance of the official hero would cause many misunderstandings. For now, Han Seong-hyun decides to simply wait for the right moment. In a village, young Aaron walks, holding a bag of apples. Diana asks if it is not heavy, but the boy assures her he is fine. Suddenly, one of the apples falls from the paper bag. Aaron runs after the fruit, and Diana asks him to wait and not run. The apple rolls down the stone street and stops at a man's feet. Heinz picks it up and tells the boy, you need to hold your things carefully. Diana then recognizes him. She calls him Lord Heinz. He greets her, asking, how have you been? Aaron is surprised to note that he looks different. The newcomer confirms, my face has changed a bit. Diana asks, why did you only show up now? He realizes that almost 7 months have passed. She deduces that if he returned, he must have some business to resolve there. Heinz denies it, saying, I did not come for business, but to see you. Diana states, I do not care. She asks him to speak up, but adds that he needs to visit them more often. He admits, I honestly cannot beat the two of you. Handing over a coin, Heinz asks, may I be your employer once more, to use your information gathering skills? The young woman accepts the request with a big smile. In a house, Vampire calls for Soran. He asks her to take a look at the magical tool selling locations he acquired. Jin Soran is impressed and asks, where did you get such good items? He simply replies, I always have a way. Vampire explains that thanks to Diana, he obtained quality magical tools and information about Drox Black. He also comments that the pepper he asked for is in the warehouse for a friend to sell. Soren informs him the purge is over. He questions her. What do you mean? Vampire reveals that he identified and executed everyone who pretended to surrender or hid. She is relieved, as the clan will be normalized. He agrees that now they only need to negotiate the tools and the pepper. Vampire then surprises her by saying that he will rely on her to handle the administration of Heterosis. The vampire expresses doubt about being able to maintain the clan on her own, as she has never done anything like it. Vampire simply calls Jin Soran. He assures her, you are competent. He adds, you are someone I trust, and I am sure you will do well. The vampire reacts to the trust her lord places in her. She guarantees, you can leave everything to me. Vampire walks toward a door. He comments to himself, I am using drama lines everywhere, like in a small company. Then he wonders, should we start the true conquest of the clan? Based on Diana's information, Vampire discovers that the source of his blood is in a city. He convinces himself that the building in front of him is the base of the Drox Black clan. One of the guards at the entrance suddenly falls to the ground. The establishment's door opens, and the other guard wonders why his partner fell alone. In a room, Rosalika drinks the contents of a goblet. She finishes her drink and declares, now this is life. But then she wonders how much longer she will have to keep drinking alone and lays her head on the table. A voice calls her, drunkard. The young woman lifts her head. Vampire appears in the room, his conceal ability released. He comments, there are many familiar faces here. Rosalika asks, excuse me, who are you? He introduces himself as Heinz. With a smile, she apologizes for her bad memory while refilling her goblet. Then the vampire states, Since a guest has arrived, I need to show my hospitality. She offers him freshly squeezed blood, but he refuses the drink. Vampire's attitude suddenly changes. He recognizes the high-level blood magic and questions her. How dare you invade the sanctuary of Brokaslak? Rosalika lunges to attack him, promising, I will not let you get away with this. But Vampire merely smiles at her charge. He then manipulates the blood she used, turning it against Rosalika herself. The vampire is surprised to see her own blood attacking her. She realizes that he can manipulate another person's blood. Fallen on the ground and bound, she accuses him. You violated the treaty by invading Brokaslak territory. Vampire decides to use the situation to his advantage. He claims to also be of the indirect lineage of Brokaslak. The young woman asks him not to lie, as she does not believe it is possible. But she recalls hearing about a persecuted clan in the past and wonders if it was real. He confirms he is from that clan and asks for cooperation, but Rosalika retorts, I have no reason to listen to you. Vampire grabs Rosalika's face and asks her not to misunderstand. With a smile, he informs her, you do not have the option to refuse. A scream echoes from inside the building. The scene returns to the interior of the establishment. Rosalika wonders about the overwhelming sensation she feels. She realizes that her master has changed. He then asks if she can reveal everything she knows. The vampire cannot refuse the order. She reveals that the true bloodline overseeing Thalaria is Lady Frisia. The young woman adds, Frisia is, without a doubt, a user of demonic eyes. As Frisia sips her tea, a butler asks if she is enjoying the human world. She replies, it is always interesting to see. She observes the city from above, commenting, how they struggle to live with such an inferior body. The butler informs her that the recent Protestant denomination is expanding its influence in Rafelishi. With a smile, she reassures him, the kingdom already belongs to Brokoslak, disguised as human nobility. Frisia states, just pressure the kingdom and everything will be resolved. But she suddenly coughs. A voice asks, are you Frisia? She turns and faces the visitor. Vampire approaches and comments, I have never seen your face before. Vampire licks the blood from his hand. Frisia says, that does not seem to be true blood. He asks her to assume it is a branch bloodline. Frisia calls him an inferior branch bloodline that dares to fight without knowing its place. She then declares, I will make you kneel immediately. Frisia lunges at him, but he remains motionless. She wonders, how did he manage to dodge my demonic eye? Vampire approaches and says, I already know your ability. He questions, what does it mean that it does not work on me? He then asks, who is it that does not know their place now? Frisia questions if the intruder watching her is truly a pureblood. What were you thinking? Attacking right in the center of Brokoslak's territory. The vampire responds that the answer to that question is obvious. I will take everything that belongs to Brokoslak for myself. She calls him foolish or daring and says she heard him well, but there is something you should keep in mind. Frisia then reveals that she is also a pureblood. He reacts with surprise. He can barely keep up with her speed as she advances. Did you really think your weak plan would work? He is surprised to see her create a weapon from her own blood. With a kick, she sends him flying away. The vampire spits blood on the ground, realizing she is a physical type fighter. She approaches and asks if he will be able to block the next attack. He notes that her sword technique is perfect, and the umbrella was not just for show. He narrowly dodges the blow, but Frisia warns him that dodging will not help forever. Then, she prepares for the next attack, and launches a blood blast in his direction, declaring that it will be his last. The vampire prepares for the area attack, and decides he will cut through it, but suddenly, he realizes something. He wonders where she went as he sees her disappear. She reappears beside him and hits him in the face. The impact sends him flying away. Frisia turns, saying it was boring, and that was the end. He appears behind her and questions what she is talking about. With a twisted neck, he asks, who said you decide when it ends? Then, his body regenerates, and he states that, for him, it is just beginning. She does not understand how he survived a broken neck. That heals quickly. The vampire then reveals that he has something called hybrid evolution. Frisia can barely believe it, stating she can count on one hand the purebloods who endured her attack and survived. The vampire admits she is talented, but points out she still has some flaws. He then begins to speak, leaving her confused. Extending his hand, he proposes to make her stronger and invites her to follow him. She tightly grips her umbrella handle, questioning what he is talking about. Frisia is enraged by the insult and swears she will turn him into a pincushion so he can never rise again. But as she tries to advance, her body suddenly stops. A magic circle forms on the ground, trapping her, and the vampire concludes she has no choice. He then decides he will have to use force. She is surrounded by rows of blood emerging from the ground. When did you cast that spell? The vampire reveals he is not actually a martial artist, but an expert blood mage, and shows that he can also create objects from blood. He then pierces her neck with the object. He then injects the substance known known as Rafelashi into her body. Frisia reacts as the liquid infiltrates her veins. The vampire says that for a high-level vampire, a small dose is not enough. Then, he releases a large amount of power towards her. Frisia falls to her knees on the ground. She stands up and questions what he did without her consent. "I will not forgive you." He calls her ungrateful and asks if she cannot perceive the difference. Frisia notices her senses have changed and that her physical stats have evolved to another level. The vampire asks if she finally felt it. "Now I have enough strength to finish you." She advances and tries to attack him, but her punch stops mere inches from his face. Her body does not move, and she wonders what is happening. Frisia feels as if her entire body is bound by chains. He explains that this is the power of his blood domination, and now she moves exactly as he wants. She does not believe this is possible, but the vampire confirms that for him it is simple. He asks an important question. "I want to know where your clan lord is." Frisia tries to resist but ends up revealing that he is at Duke Bright's house. She is shocked to realize her mouth moved on its own. The vampire congratulates her as if she were an obedient servant, leaving her furious. He deduces that the clan chief must have already realized a pureblood was captured, and decides it is time to wrap everything up quickly. In front of a mansion, Frisia calls for the lord. "Please let me in. I have something important to report." The lord authorizes her entry. Upon crossing the door, she complains about the darkness. "We do not need light." He requests she get straight to the point. She begins to speak, but he interrupts her, saying he already noticed it is because of the unwanted guest behind her. The vampire, still hidden, is impressed by the lord's perception. He then deactivates his camouflage, commenting that it would be shameful if the clan leader did not notice his presence. The lord expresses disappointment and stares fixedly at Frisia. He then accuses her of becoming a traitor. Lord Mullo says he is disappointed with Frisia. He accuses her of treason for serving another master. The real Frisia tries to explain that it's a mistake, but the lord confronts her. He reveals that he noticed a change in the scent of her blood. This happened after 100 years together. Lord Mullo advances to attack her. He calls her a traitor, but Vampire intercepts the blow with one hand. He says that this will not happen. Mullo steps back. He is surprised to see his attack stop so easily. Vampire states that he hoped to resolve the situation peacefully. The lord calls him a bluffer, and he promises to cut out his tongue along with the traitors. A magic circle spreads across the floor. He summons the children of Brokoslak. He then orders them to drink the blood and devour the flesh of the traitors. Frisia creates a weapon with her own blood. She says that this place is not for intruders. Mullo notices something is wrong. He observes that there is only a dozen subordinates there. As the henchmen are defeated, he wonders. He questions if this means his followers are no longer in the capital. Lord Mullo grabs Frisia. He demands to know what she did to all his subordinates. She drops her umbrella. She apologizes, and she explains that most of them now serve Lord Hines. Mullo doesn't understand. How did they accept another's blood without offering resistance? Vampire comments that this is not much different from cannibalism among their kind. Mullo says that it is driving him crazy. Frisia reveals that this is only possible because Lord Hines is from the collateral lineage of Brokoslak. He considers the idea ridiculous. Mullo then uses the Brokoslak blood magic, the mixed blood technique, and he orders them to witness his power. Vampire recognizes it. It's the barrier of a true Brokoslak blood sorcerer. He feels his body become twice as heavy under the enemy's dominion. Mullo warns that it's too early to be surprised, and he states that wherever they are, his servants answer the master's call. A staff emerges from a pool of blood. He invokes Obor. A figure rises from the pool. Obor asks why he was called so suddenly. Vampire wonders. What the hell is happening here? Lord Mullo orders Obor to kill the traitors. There is no time for conversation. The newcomer asks for just a moment to prepare. Then Obor takes a stance to attack. In the blink of an eye, he appears behind Vampire and Frisia. Vampire recognizes him as Obor. He already imagined he would be fast. The young man attacks Frisia. Vampire describes him. He's an assassin-type pureblood. He activates his acceleration ability. He decides that he cannot be left behind. The weapon is blocked by blood magic. Obor questions it. How can someone use such power within the Lord's dominion? Vampire strains to advance against Mullo. Obor asks if he really thinks he's going anywhere. Distracted, Vampire is hit by Obor's attack. He recovers on the ground. He is surprised by the force of the blow. Then he decides that he has no choice. He uses acceleration to deal with Obor first. Lord Mullo is incredulous at the opponent's ability. It is comparable to that of any vampire. He is surprised. He sees Vampire facing his servant as an equal. Frisia takes advantage of the opening. She attacks Obor alongside him. The blow hits him directly. She holds the fallen Obor. She says she never liked his irreverent attitude. Frisia comments, instead of rushing and falling, he should have fun with her. Mullo wonders how her speed matched Obor's. Looking at the defeated subordinates, he questions, where did so much power come from? Vampire appears beside him. He comments that it seems the Lord let his guard down. Mullo calls him an idiot. He willingly entered the barrier, and he states that inside he won't be able to dodge the attacks. Vampire asks why he would need to dodge. He then declares that he never planned to. He pierces Lord Mullo's chest with his own arm. Mullo holds him. He questions if he really discarded his arm to attack. Vampire asks if the Lord knows how economical he is. His arm regenerates from the spilled blood. The Lord reacts. He sees the instant regeneration. Vampire holds him, and he tells him not to worry. He doesn't intend to kill him. Mullo wants to know his objective. Vampire begins to explain. Then he reveals that he is inheriting his lordship. A long spiral staircase descends into the depths. At the bottom, a solitary coffin rests in the center of a circular room. The coffin lid slowly opens. A dark-haired vampire yawns from within it. She raises her hand, complaining that she is still sleepy. Leaning on the edge, she laments, "I just wanted 5 more minutes." Then she stretches, realizing that won't be possible. She senses that something has happened, and concludes it happened to her children. In the mansion, a voice orders, "Next, step forward." Another tells the subordinate, "Remain still." A vampire injects Refalashi into the kneeling vampire. After the procedure, he tells the subordinate to leave and calls for the next one. He wipes sweat from his forehead, relieved to finally be finished. The vampire asks, "Have all the remaining ones gone through?" Mullo confirms, "It is more efficient this way." He reprimands Mullo for the way he spoke, and the Lord corrects himself immediately. He then comments, "Having a Lord nearby makes everything simpler," leaving Mullo uneasy behind him. He confirms his hypothesis was correct. The vampire reveals that he sucked Mullo's blood to reduce his level before injecting the Refalashi, and thus finally obtained Brokaslak, the essence of his blood. He remembers the moment he was bitten by a vampire, and narrates that he is now ascended to the top of the hierarchy. The vampire reflects, it truly was a big change. He calls him, and Mullo formally replies, "Sir." The vampire orders, "Gather the remaining Brokaslaks from all regions," and the Lord agrees. Then he calls him again to give another instruction. He asks Mullo to gather some information from the continent, and explains that it's necessary to build their own intelligence network or establish agreements with an existing one. The vampire emphasizes, "It is an important task, and I am counting on you." Mullo remembers that Frisia commented about the plan to unite all vampires and make him king. He affirms, "Lord Heinz has already proven his capabilities. I promise to support you fully." The vampire turns with a smile and says, "I am sure you will." He then moves away from the location. Now alone, he asks himself, "Did I really say something about becoming the king of vampires?" And concludes, "I must have just spoken in the heat of the moment." But then he considers the idea, thinking that having more vampires under his command wouldn't be a bad thing. As he walks down the corridor, he decides that perhaps he will do it personally. Elsewhere, Han Seong-hyun agrees with something in front of the computer. He focuses on his design work. He decides to make the character's chin thinner. Next, he accentuates the model's orbital bones. With the design finalized, he declares, "This is exactly how the immortal king should be." Han Seong-hyun pushes away from the table in his chair. He stands up and asks, "Has the avatar finished the task?" A notification confirms that the Brokoslak vampire saga is complete. Han Seong-hyun smiles and says, "Their long wait is finally over." Then he announces, "It's time to go shopping at the Karma shop." The shop opens, revealing that he has accumulated over 1,300,000 points. He wonders what he will gain upon evolving this time, and selects the unique skill enhancement. Suddenly, he is thrown backward by the impact of the choice. He notices that 2 windows have appeared, and wonders if this means he gained 2 abilities. The first window displays something unexpected. The skill medium selection appears, and he notes that the option to increase the number of avatars did not show up. He exclaims, "The enhancement cost 900,000 points, and this is wrong." He comments, "I was starting to enjoy collecting different races." He asks, "What would entity projection be?" The second window reveals the entity projection skill. He reads the description, which states that the skill can only be used once per day. The new technique allows him to project his own avatars into his body. Looking at the various avatars, he wonders if he read that correctly. Then he realizes the meaning of that skill, and understands that he can now use the powers of the clones he created, and that he will be able to wield all the skills he so carefully developed in his own body. Han Seong-hyun observes his avatars, from Hans and Heinrich to Heinz, Harley, and Harris. With a smile, he tells Hein that seeing them all together makes him proud. Then he has a sudden realization. He considers that if he uses the Immortal King's ability well, he could have 2 of them at the same time, finding the idea incredible. But he concludes it would be a disaster if he wasn't careful, so he discards Hans. With a new plan, he decides the first time will be Heinrich. Once transformed, he is surprised to see that the armor and weapon remain identical to the originals. Seong-hyun realizes that his divine power is half compared to Auterica's, questioning questioning if this is how an awakened being feels when returning to Earth. He notes that the effect lasts only 10 minutes. Confidently, he states, "I will go out for a little while, and that will be more than enough." The scene changes to the facade of a hospital at night. A dark shadow spreads across the corridor floor. The masked figure carries Han Seong-hyun, who wonders if he should begin. His feet touch the ground as the masked figure walks away. Beside a hospital bed, Han Seong-hyun announces to his grandmother, "I have arrived." He holds her hand, reminding her, "It's Seong-hyun, Tyson's friend." With his back to her, he laments, "I'm sorry I could only visit you now." Heinrich's projection manifests as he promises, "I will come back more often." He asks his grandmother, "Please just hold on a little longer." Then he prepares to cast Uterika's divine spell. Seong-hyun decides to use all the energy for recovery, regeneration, and detoxification. His grandmother's condition seems to improve slightly. He understands that even with divine power, there are limits for age-related illnesses. But he believes this should alleviate her condition, counting on the elderly woman's willpower. He wishes for her to be healthy and promises, "Next time, I will bring Tayson." Elsewhere, an elf asks Harris, "Are you Harley's friend?" And he confirms. Harris explains that it was a brief encounter, but they connected so well that they became like family. Cecily says, "I sense an aroma similar to yours." She comments that the smell reminds her of a world tree branch, and Harris says, "I understand." Then Cecily states, "We will get along well, and I will take care of you." She receives a thank you. Rafferty merely observes the group with a slight smile. He suggests, "Let's take a break." Cecily reminds him that he didn't have a contract with a spirit and asks, "Should we train some techniques?" The two elves move away from each other in the forest. Cecily concentrates energy in her hands. A small spirit materializes in front of her, and she celebrates. It worked. She then calls Harris to show him what she managed to do. Concerned, Cecily asks, "Are you okay?" And he asks, "Why didn't it work for me?" Harris wonders why it doesn't work even with maximized affinity, believing something must be wrong. Rafferty approaches and explains that mages and spirits are companions who need to grow together. He continues, saying that before summoning them, it is essential to form a bond. Rafferty instructs him to use the power of nature and introduce it to the spirit. Harris understands that he tried to create the bond after the summoning when it should have been the opposite, and he celebrates, "I'm glad I followed the elves." He then focuses on his affinity and releases the power of nature. Energy forms in his hands. Cecily is surprised by his ability, while Rafferty merely comments, "He learns fast." Harris states, "I can feel something." After the notification that his spirit achieved enlightenment and a new ability was obtained, he celebrates. Rafferty comments, "At this speed, the two of you will soon be at the same level." And Cecily says, "He grows so fast it almost feels like a betrayal." He thanks them and says, "Now I am one step closer to spirit magic." Harris touches the small creature and decides its name will be Pikachu. Rafferty informs the group that from that point on, he will open the way. He explains that all forests and trees are connected to the world tree. Because they are closest to nature, elves can travel to any forest by opening a portal that interconnects them. Rafferty states, "I am sure Cecily is also capable of this." This surprises her. The idea of a path interconnecting all forests is presented. Harris concludes, "In other words, that is a mass teleportation network." As they walk, he comments, "Everything is more efficient than the Great Divine Order's portals." He asks, "Is this the power of the world tree?" Rafferty then announces, "We have arrived." Harris looks ahead, surprised by what he sees. He wonders, "Is that the true world tree?" He admits, "It is even bigger than I imagined." Harris asks Cecily, "Is this also your first time before the tree?" Suddenly, Cecily is enveloped by an energy. She begins to float in the air, while the others call out her name. Rafferty comments to Harris, "This must be your first time witnessing this event." Before them, the imposing world tree reveals itself in its totality. Cecily then concludes the eye awakening ceremony, a ritual few elves manage to witness. Harris observes the scene, repeating the ritual's name. A powerful force makes the surrounding plants instantly reborn. The tree's manifestation appears, holding one of its fruits. Then the world tree's fruit materializes in Cecily's hands. She takes a bite of the fruit. Harris comments, "Cecily is truly becoming an elite elf." He realizes he cannot just stand there watching. Decided not to waste the energy, he prepares to absorb as much as his body can withstand. Rafferty notices a flow of energy moving. He achieves enlightenment and acquires the affinity with nature. Celebrating, he thinks, "Now I can get stronger just by absorbing the energy around me." Rafferty calls him, and Harris tries to justify himself. But the elf tells him, "Look to the side." A branch extends in his direction. Rafferty comments, "The The world tree seems interested in you. Harris asks, surprised, is that branch really for me? Rafferty confirms it. He holds the branch, explaining, sacred relics like this are rare. They can be used to forge an accessory or weapon. Harris supposes that Rafferty also must have received a sacred relic during his own ceremony. He offers, I can give yours back to you. But Rafferty says, it's not necessary. Rafferty explains that he used his relic to forge his wife's wedding ring, which has now been inherited by their daughter. Harris comments, using a sacred relic for a marriage proposal makes you a true romantic. Rafferty then turns and announces, the ceremony is over. An elf informs them that Cecily will rest for a while to stabilize the received energy. Rafferty demonstrates relief that they now have a new elite elf. He mentions he can already consider retirement, and Harris questions the comment. He tranquilizes Harris, saying, I'm not going to retire yet. But Harris retorts, that wasn't what I meant. Harris then asks about him being retirement age. Rafferty stares at him, not understanding. In the capital of the Elven Kingdom, Drasha, Harris manages to get a spot at the academy thanks to Rafferty's support. He realizes the atmosphere is different from what he imagined. He thought elves lived like fairies in the middle of the forest, but the reality is very different. The other students ask him to tell stories about the continent. One of the students says, I heard the continent was so wild that you couldn't live there. Another asks, wasn't it humans who kidnapped Cecily? They are very evil. Harris agrees they can be dangerous, choosing his words carefully so as not to offend anyone. He mentions he had good companions on his journey. A colleague is surprised. You're a traveler. An elf slams her hand on the table, complaining, I can't concentrate with all this noise. Saphiron demands, silence. One of the students immediately apologizes. The colleagues say goodbye to Harris, admitting, we were making too much noise. With the room finally in silence, Harris expresses relief. He turns to thank her, but Saphiron interrupts him, calling him mediocre. She criticizes him for being a mercenary of unknown origin. Harris wonders why she is so irritated. He wonders if he will manage to adapt to this place. The scene shifts to the Elven royal capital. Rafferty finalizes his report, stating that they spread information about the new immortal king to the other races of the continent. A female voice comments, an immortal king capable of moving freely could cross into our territory. Rafferty expresses relief for Cecily's awakening and jokes about the possibility of retiring. The golden-eyed elf turns when he mentions that, because of her, one of his biggest concerns has returned. The blonde-haired elf comments, I heard the person who came with Cecily was very talented. Rafferty confirms, yes, he caught the world tree's attention. He affirms that Harris's talent is exceptional and that with proper education, he will certainly achieve great feats. The elf comments that Rafferty seems quite animated. He merely laughs. She then perceives the implication of him being about to conclude academic training. Rafferty hopes he does well, certain that Harris will be of great help to her. The scene transitions to a sunny day at the Elven Academy. Harris yawns long. Sitting on a bench, he comments about the beautiful day and the refreshing air, attributing everything to the world tree's blessing. An elf sings nearby. Harris admires the perfection of the singing. He then considers the possibility of giving up everything and starting to live only as Harris. Suddenly, something flies in his direction. He looks up, confused. A book hits him squarely. Saphiron warns him, you do not have the luxury of loafing around. Don't get intoxicated by the world tree. He stares at her, not understanding. She supposes a mercenary wouldn't know the basics and explains, this is the place closest to nature itself. Saphiron reveals that elves with high sensitivity are prone to getting intoxicated by the harmony coming from nature. Harris understands that his state is due to his high affinity with nature. Saphiron shouts, are you paying attention? He confirms promptly. She hands him her book, saying, I organized the content so that even you could understand it. Then she threatens him, warning, I will not forgive you if the class average drops because of you. Saphiron walks away. Harris concludes that perhaps she is not a bad person. He notes her ring and feels the world tree's energy emanating from the object. Harris questions if a sacred relic would be so exposed. He wonders if she belongs to a noble family. The memory of Rafferty saying he gave the ring to his own daughter comes to his mind. The revelation leaves him completely shocked. Saphiron wonders, why is my father trusting an idiot? Harris remains silent for a moment. He looks to the side and states, this situation is ridiculous. Harris wonders how Saphiron can be Rafferty's daughter, given their vastly different personalities. He starts reading the book. He realizes that even though she dislikes him, the explanation is excellent. With a smile, he decides he should do a practical lesson. He then invokes a fire spirit in one hand and a water spirit in the other. He names the fire spirit Kali and the water spirit Pascal. Now that I understand the essence, it's a piece of cake. Harris observes that even Pikachu, the lightning spirit he invoked last time, is already low rank. He comments, "They grow so fast." He concludes that coming to the Elven Kingdom was great. He decides to keep his head down and adapt without causing trouble. His only condition is not having to run into Sapphiron. Despite this decision, he is now sitting silently beside her. He wonders how he ended up in this situation. 10 minutes earlier, a teacher explained that connecting with spirits is very important. She said there is a secret way to maximize this connection. The teacher states, "The connection is made through dance and music." Harris repeats her words. He remembers that a festival for the new elite elf, Cecily, will be held soon. She continues, saying that on the day of the event, they will rent a stage in the center for the evaluations. Harris comments, even Cecily would want to watch the performance. He decides it would be better to show his cooler side. The teacher excitedly announces that because of the transfer student, they will create a special project for the new student. She details that each group will have to create a presentation about their connection with spirits. They will be evaluated on stage. Sitting with his new group, Harris still cannot believe what happened. One of the members, Timer Coffin, introduces himself, followed by Curie. Sapphiron asks everyone to contribute so that something productive comes out of the meeting. She turns to Harris and asks, "Do you know how to sing or dance? If not, we will find something for you." The other two agree, and Sapphiron seems excited by their attitude. Harris concludes that as long as it helps with spirit connection, it doesn't have to be elven music or dance. He then stands up and thanks everyone for their consideration. He says, "I just remembered a song I used to sing in my hometown." Timer Coffin asks, "Is the song from another continent?" Harris confirms, "Yes. My parents really liked it, so I never forgot it." Sapphiron comments on his confidence. He states, "I am certain of it." He recalls when his karaoke scores never dropped below 80. Sapphiron stares at him with her arms crossed, remaining silent. She then questions, "What would a mercenary know about elven music?" Sapphiron wonders aloud, "How can someone like him receive teachings from my father and the world tree?" She slams her hands on the table and declares, "I will never accept him." She challenges him to proceed. She demands that he take responsibility if it's trash. Harris agrees. He says, "I have one condition." Sapphiron is surprised. Harris proposes, "If we do well, you will have to teach me more about elven culture." Sapphiron accepts the agreement. She reinforces, but only if the performance is good. The group then begins to sing in harmony. Harris sings the song with dedication. He plays a lute while his spirits float around him. A notification informs him that he acquired the skill, Melody of Harmony. He repeats the name of the new technique. Harris comments, "I feel more stable now. It's as if the power of nature is in my vocal cords." Timer and Curie are impressed. They comment, "We have never seen or heard anything like this." Sapphiron looks away and says, "That is ridiculous." She observes her own spirit reacting to the music. She then wonders, did they really like a foreign song? Timer questions her expression. He reminds her that she was dancing moments ago, but Sapphiron vehemently denies it. Suddenly, Harris notices his spirits are evolving in sync with the melody. Kali and Pascal evolve to low rank. He celebrates. Now Pascal and Kali have evolved, just like Pikachu. A circle of energy forms in the air. He looks up without understanding. Harris wonders what it is as the energy continues to swirl around him. Sapphiron and Curie look up. She identifies it as a spirit of sound. He raises his hand toward the circle of energy. Harris moves toward the center of the phenomenon. A sharp, dark energy hits him squarely. Timer is surprised to see the spirit physically manifest. Sapphiron questions, did the music resonate so deeply that it attracted a spirit of sound? With a smile, Harris accepts the new being. He then decides its name will be the Little Spirit of Sound. And now it is named Decibels. Harris holds the small spirit in his hand, recognizing it as a magnificent gain from the phenomenal realm. He recalls reading in Sapphiron's book that phenomenal spirits are great for missions. Timer approaches, commenting that the music was able to touch the heart of a sound spirit. He declares, the performance will be a success. Curie agrees, mentioning, sound spirits are known for their beautiful melodies. With a smile, Harris turns and asks, what does Miss Sapphiron think? The young woman crosses her arms and replies, it might be. Excited, he suggests. Let us start preparing the rehearsal schedule and the stage for the performance day. Sapphiron calls him as he is about to walk away. She asks, can I learn to play the instrument? It seems interesting. The young man looks at her with a smile and says, of course. Doubt appears in her eyes as the group gathers to divide the parts of the performance. The scene shifts to a large amphitheater where the audience awaits the start of the festival. Cecily comments to Rafferty, your daughter is in the same group as Harris. She adds, he must be very nervous. Rafferty denies this. Cecily laughs and affirms, oh, he is very nervous. A voice announces, it is time to listen to what Harris has prepared. The band begins their performance. The spirits float in the air around the stage. Harris begins to play his instrument. Timer sets the rhythm on the drums. Curie participates with a percussion instrument. Saphiron plays her instrument while receiving accompaniment from Harris. Rafferty and Cecily in the audience react with surprise at the start of the song. The vocalist sings into the microphone. If you run together, the spirits will guide you. Cecily comments, "It is the first time I have heard this song, but my heart raced with the wonderful tone." The melody continues with verses about finding a new journey together. Rafferty observes his daughter and wonders if she was capable of making such an expression. An elf in the audience is surprised by the incredible music she has never heard before. Another student comments, "Even with my sensitive ears, the sound is very good." Cecily calls Rafferty's attention, pointing to the stage. She is impressed by how they use the spirits during the performance. Turning again, she realizes Rafferty is no longer beside her and wonders where he went. On stage, Harris sings. Saphiron had helped a lot with the stage production and the instrument tuning. Rafferty, in the middle of the audience, proudly points to the stage and yells to another elf, "That is my daughter." Harris and Saphiron sing together. He realizes that even though she looks annoyed, she is enjoying herself. The musicians' feet tap to the rhythm of the song. The entire band plays with contagious energy. A drum cymbal is hit, marking the end of the song. The audience applauds and asks for an encore, while Saphiron notices how smoothly her breath flowed during the concert. She turns with a big smile and exclaims, "I was completely immersed in the performance." A notification reveals that the melody of harmony is affecting Saphiron. Harris realizes the ability works on other people. The young woman spots her father in the audience and realizes he was watching her the whole time. Harris approaches and asks, "How was the performance?" Saphiron bows and admits, "I misunderstood you all this time." With a smile, she apologizes for being difficult and confesses, "I lost the bet." Rafferty comments, "Listening to the music calms me. It is incredible how it impacted so many people." He affirms, Harris will certainly make a great impact on the elven kingdom. The scene changes to a large, imposing white building. In her office, St. Restar analyzes some documents on her desk. She is informed of Heinlich's arrival and receives him. The visitor waits at the door for permission to enter. The saint welcomes him to the office. She invites him to sit and says, "I need to talk about something important." This sparks his curiosity. "Then," she asks, "have you ever heard of the Holy Sword?" Heinlich remembers that the weapon is used by heroes in fantasy stories. He replies, "I do not know much, but I understand it is a traditional weapon for a hero." The saint mentions that a decree has been approved by all church members. She asks Heinlich to challenge the path of the Holy Sword. He questions, "Am I worthy of receiving such an opportunity?" She explains, "The decision was made because of the resurgence of the immortal king. For you are the new hero of the great divine order." Heinlich is informed that the path will take place in the great temple of Pikaol in the western part of the continent. That location was the ancient Salb Empire, destroyed 300 years ago by the second immortal king. After the fall, 4 countries declared themselves descendants of the empire and formed an alliance among the kingdoms. The great temple was built in Leska, the southernmost kingdom. It marks the exact spot where the immortal king was subjugated by the hero. The saint explains, the ancient hero defeated the immortal king, but could not completely remove his heart. The abyss spread and contaminated the land. It was purified only when the hero plunged his sword into the ground, so a worthy successor could find it. Heinlich questions, will pulling the sword not break the seal? But she affirms, after 300 years, the place must be purified. She declares, the time has come for you to inherit the weapon of heroes. With a determined smile, Heinlich accepts the mission and assures her, you can leave it to me. He asks, when should I depart? The saint responds excitedly, it must be now. He arrives at the grand temple of Pikaol, which is completely different from Rosalia's temple. Looking up, he comments, this place is huge. He introduces himself and deduces that the man in front of him is Cardinal Donovan. The cardinal confirms his identity and asks, are you the one who will challenge the Holy Sword? Donovan places a hand on his shoulder, saying, since you are the hero recommended by the saint, it was obvious I would come to greet you. The cardinal regrets having taken office if he had known he wouldn't see the saint again. He adds that he was worried someone might be bothering him and he would personally deal with that person. Then he releases the young man and says, I need to tell you something first. He explains that the path of the sword opens only once a year, and countless paladins have already failed. He asks, do you think you are capable, Heinlich? Heinlich replies, you don't need to worry. I will face the destiny God has prepared for me. He clasps his hands in prayer. He asks for help, declaring, "I believe in divine power." As they descend a staircase, he comments, "It's deeper than I imagined." The cardinal asks about what he heard from the saint. The young man explains that the challenge is different for each person. Donovan clarifies that some finish in hours and others in weeks, so he cannot give him advice. Before the challenge gate, he offers Heinrich a chance to turn back. The young man assures him, "I will not fail and I will wield the holy sword." Surprised, the cardinal merely asks, "Are you serious?" Soon after, he warns, "The challenge will begin as soon as you enter." Donovan wishes him good luck as the gate opens. He prays for the new hero's success while Heinrich crosses the passage. The first challenge of the holy sword begins. The objective is to reach the destination within the set time, but right from the start, he perceives the difficulty. The young man prepares to advance. Using the blessing of the jump, he understands that this is a battle against time. He propels his body forward with speed. During the run, he realizes he must have covered several cities, but the end is still not in sight. A memory emerges, the saint explaining that the path of the sword reflects the will of the divine. She reaffirms, the challenge is different for each person. Back in the corridor, he continues running and feels that something is wrong. He remembers that the divine would always observe him, creating challenges he would be able to overcome. Heinrich stops, understanding that this is a divine test, not just a race to the end. He realizes that the true objective is to push him to his own limits. Given this, he concludes that a common jump is not efficient enough to quickly reach that limit. He then decides to use the rabbit jump. As he exercises, he comments, "It feels like I've been sent to the army." After 40 days, the first challenge is completed. Heinrich falls, exhausted, declaring, "This is insane." Lying on the ground, he states that he has reached his limit and questions, "Isn't 40 days excessive?" He realizes there is a time difference. It is 10 times faster than in Auterica. And on Earth, the proportion is 100 to 1. Heinrich crawls and gives up for an instant, having only managed to discover this thanks to his avatars. He remembers that halfway through the challenge, his willpower began to be tested, and he would have lost if not for them. Standing before the door, he decides he will proceed to the next challenge. Suddenly, he feels his body recovering and wonders, what is happening? He realizes that by pushing himself to the limit, he has become stronger. With this in mind, he understands that the 10-fold time difference indicates a training event. Excited, he decides to beat his own record and complete 2,050 jumps. Elsewhere, a hooded man asks another if the ritual is ready, receiving the reply that it is almost. The first declares that soon, the continent will be consumed by darkness and lie in ruins. A bloody skull is shown. The hooded man comments, "Now that the immortal king has returned, we just need to give him a push and he will take care of the rest." He smiles, stating that the abyss will soon open and the world will fall under their jurisdiction. As they perform the ritual, he adds, "All of this is for the one who defies the heavens." Heinrich wonders if, with that power, he is almost at the level of an archbishop. A notification informs him that he has passed the second challenge and is moving on to the next. A door opens before him. He comments, "Everything is going smoothly." The challenge continues as he crosses the portal. He arrives at a dark and unknown location. His mission is to eliminate the enemy, but he questions why he is in the middle of nowhere. A silhouette appears, floating in the sky. The figure seems familiar to him, and he tries to remember where he saw it. The enemy reveals itself as an archlich, a subordinate of the ancient immortal king. The creature identifies him as a church hunter and questions, "How did you manage to get this far?" Heinrich notices the resemblance to Hans before his awakening and decides not to underestimate him. He comments, "Even a paladin would hesitate to fight an archlich." Receiving no response, the skeletal being prepares to attack. The creature orders, "Die, church dog," and summons a horde of undead. Heinrich observes that the archlich alone would already be a problem, but now there is also an army of undead. He smiles, saying, "The creator of this challenge probably expected this reaction. To the creator's misfortune, I will not be caught by surprise." The archlich wonders why the young man is talking to himself. Then it raises its staff and declares, "For someone about to die, the conversation ends here." It orders its subordinates to advance, and the horde of undead attacks Heinrich. The young man dodges the attack of one of the creatures. He evades another blow coming from behind. Soon after, he kicks one of the undead away. The archlich is surprised and wonders, how is he dodging all of them? Furious, it orders, "Subordinates, finish Heinrich." The young man warns it, "Do not think that all I can do is dodge." Then he draws his weapon and unleashes his power, cutting through the surrounding undead. The archlich questions, "Does that divine power belong to an archbishop?" Heinrich comments, "There seems to be someone who is scared." The archlich denies this, stating, "I am merely happy to be able to fight with everything I have." It raises its staff and declares, "This will be Heinlich's end." Then it challenges him, "Block my next attack." The skeletal creature launches a powerful blow. Heinlich advances and blocks the attack with a single slash. The Archlich cannot believe it and asks, "How did you block everything with just one blow?" The young man stands firm with his weapon in hand. "Fallen," the Archlich asks, "how did you predict all my tactics?" But Heinlich responds, "I do not possess any special ability." He points his weapon at the Archlich and reveals, "I have a very talented instructor." Behind him, the image of his master appears as he states, "This instructor has no intention of letting me die." The Archlich scoffs at his private lesson, calling everything he does useless. Heinlich reacts to the provocation. The creature questions, "How long do you plan to keep prattling on?" The Archlich begins to cast a spell in front of the young man and challenges him to dodge his next attack. A large pillar of power is fired towards Heinlich. When the dust settles, the skeletal creature observes the impact site. It declares, "It is impossible to have blocked my secret technique. Rest well, holy knight." But Heinlich's voice asks him, "Was that really your special attack?" This leaves the Archlich shocked. The young man emerges, confirming he is still alive. He states with a smile, "The Archlich did not hit me." The creature does not believe that a mere holy knight managed to defend himself and attacks again, screaming, "That cannot be true." Heinlich prepares for the impact once more. He admits that even with an advantage, it is still difficult to completely block those attacks. But with Hans's knowledge, he says he can see every weakness. Then he advances and shouts, "It's over." The creature is hit, but declares, "You will never be able to kill me." Its body regenerates as it explains, "I cannot be killed as long as my core remains intact." The Archlich's voice admits, "The Order has created an impressive knight," but swears, "I will make you feel the consequences when I return," and screams, "I will make you pay." Heinlich appears beside the core and greets it. Then he pierces the creature's core with his weapon. He asks, "Did the Archlich think I wouldn't notice the energy emanating from the core?" He explains, "I arrived early and waited." Then he bids farewell and destroys the core with a strike. The third challenge is concluded, and an instruction sends him to the portal where the Holy Sword resides. He comments, "As expected, defeating monsters and being rewarded is quite fair." The young man prepares to enter the portal. A figure awaits him on the other side. He crosses a long corridor, flanked by statues, and finally spots the Holy Sword on a pedestal. The location where it rests is the abyss, created by the immortal king. The final instruction is for him to pull the sword and be recognized as its master. He grips the weapon's hilt, ready for the test. As he pulls it, a large amount of power is released. He soon realizes that something keeps emanating from the blade. He begins to have visions of ancient heroes' battles. He receives the knowledge of all previous users of the Holy Sword. However, he notices there is something more. Their emotions are also contained within the weapon. With his mental cube ability activated, he states, "Others might fail, but I will not." He feels that it is enough as he pulls the sword with more force. In an impatient tone, he orders the sword, "Don't throw a tantrum." He raises the blade and calls it his partner, concluding the condition and achieving enlightenment. In that instant, he acquires the ability Blessing Holy Sword. A symbol appears on his hand, leaving him surprised. The sword then disappears. He realizes he can use it as a subspace, which will be useful for wielding the Holy Sword. His abilities combine and form the special technique Logic War. The blade is manifested again. Heinlich comments, "It is incredible to gain the techniques of other heroes, making my power stronger and my movements more accurate." He turns his gaze to his own reflection and announces, "I finally got the Holy Sword." The scene shifts to a mountainous area west of the Ion continent. In a cabin, someone mentions the Dark Mage of the Mountains. The immortal king asks, "What is your name?" Kneeling, the man replies, "My name is Victor Nolan." Hannibal Strauss introduces himself. Victor recognizes him as the immortal king, begging to be spared. Hannibal says he came to recruit talent and activates his Shadow Eye ability. Suddenly, he reacts to something. He turns to the window. Victor asks, "Did something happen?" Hannibal explains, "Someone performed sacrifice rituals simultaneously in the west and south of the Leska kingdom." Victor stands up and says, "Those idiots did this without consulting the immortal king." Then he asks, "What are you going to do about it?" Hannibal moves quickly. He states, "I need to hear their reasons in person, of course." One of the black-cloaked men declares, "This is what we have strived for." The group of sorcerers channels their energy into a great ritual. The leader observes the process and states that everything is going well, without any problems. Soon, the main sorcerer reveals that he has been preparing for this for 30 years. Suddenly, he asks himself, what is happening? He realizes that the magic circle is breaking apart and that he cannot complete the spell. He refuses to stop and decides to use the object he wears around his neck. He raises the amulet feel it high, releasing its power. A wave of energy expands and hits the other members of the ritual. The force of the spell explodes from the center of the magic circle. The leader smiles at the result. He announces, the seed of madness has finally joined the body. Then he bids farewell to the greatest wizard he has ever known, promising to remember him. And he declares that soon the world will fall into ruins, as desired. The immortal king observes an immense pillar of power rising to the heavens. He comments that something unbelievable has happened, and declares that the abyss, holder of world-destroying powers, has been opened again. He admits that he never thought of this variable, and states that, by the time they arrive, it will be too late. He concludes that the time has come to settle scores with the vow of challenge. The immortal king then feels something in his chest. He realizes that they are the voices and thoughts of the ancient immortal kings who once lived in the abyss. A voice manifests asking, "What are you doing?" The entity asks the fourth and the first to accompany him in the task of plunging the world into despair. The immortal king asks, "Do you believe a ghost from the past can influence me?" While the entity questions him back. He declares, "I do not intend to obey a loser." And the voice laughs. The entity states that it got rid of death and questions him. "How do you still possess sense, even after becoming an immortal king?" The sovereign comments, "This newcomer turned out to be good." The voice reveals, "I feel so much envy, my blood boils, for we are still chained by death." Holding a heart, he understands that the impurity he always felt was composed of these thoughts. The voice continues, explaining that they are connected by remorse and desire freedom. While the entity cries for the liberation of its emotions, the immortal king finds them noisy and questions, "Is there calm or emotion for you?" He concludes that, in the end, everyone is trapped by the emotion of death. The entity promises to reward him with something he never could have if he truly grants them eternal death. Then the immortal king tells the voice, "Shut up," and promises to guarantee its wish to be erased. He repeats to himself the words about having something he never could possess. Decided, he states that he will find out soon, and activates his ability called Persona. The persona allows control of a specific emotion, targeting the thoughts engraved in the heart. He extends his hand to begin the process, and begins to remove the emotions from his body. The entity announces, "I am vanishing," and being erased, finally achieving eternal death. The immortal king simply wishes for it to rest well. He floats in the air and curses the old geezers. Runes materialize over his hand. He admits this is a great reward. And he is surprised to discover that the legacy of the immortal kings was hidden everywhere. It is revealed that the previous kings needed followers and armies to devastate continents and empires. Most of their armies were eliminated by the Order, but some commanders managed to escape. These remnants chose to be sealed at the bottom of the abyss. Han Song-hyun states that the first of these legacies has begun to emerge. Elsewhere, the avatar enters a large hall. He looks around, confused by what he sees. Suddenly, the floor in front of him breaks apart. Arch-Lich Dwell McCain, royal guard of the immortal king, emerges from the rubble. The being curses the idiots of the Order. He declares, "I cannot leave things as they are now that I have returned." But he stops upon noticing the avatar's presence. The avatar asks, "Have we not met before?" leaving the Arch-Lich in silence. He apologizes for his return to the world of the living, but comments, "It was bad luck to have returned right now." Then, the knight advances and destroys the Arch-Lich in an instant. In the place where the monster stood, only a crystal remains. The avatar collects it and understands that the sacred spring was trapped between the holy sword and the abyss. He observes the object and comments that, normally, he would have destroyed it at once, but he decides to be kind and leave the task to Hans. He tells him, "Take good care of your new master." The immortal king lands at the ritual site. He observes the surrounding courtyard. He realizes that those known as the Vow of Defiance have already fled. He identifies the place as the source of the abyss that rose to the sky, now more concentrated there. He looks up at the hole in the ceiling, a result of an abyss opening capable of piercing the heavens. But something on the ground soon catches his attention. He bends down and picks up what appears to be a piece of metal. He wonders if it was left behind, but the unstable energy prevents any tracking, making him give up keeping the object with him. Immediately, he notices that the madness emanating from the abyss begins to resonate. Even unstable, that force can still cause a great impact on the continent. Therefore, he activates the skill, Eye of Darkness. He discovers that this is the origin of black magic in his immortal king heart. Han Seong-hyun believes that if he acts correctly, he will be able to master it. With this objective, he concentrates all power into a single point. He raises his hand high and begins collecting energy. He firmly closes his fingers and decides to absorb everything. Thus, the power of the abyss is channeled directly into his body. He smiles as he states, "I can feel the flow." He exclaims, "The abyssal energy flows through every part of my being. He feels the strength growing and concludes, "Those idiots ended up doing me a favor." Suddenly, a force throws him backward. The impact knocks him down as something begins to emerge from the earth. He soon observes a colossal skeleton rising from the crater. A bone dragon, Entrazio, fully emerges from the ground. The creature recomposes its form and lets out a deep roar. The sight seems excellent and impressive to him, but the dragon turns and roars directly at him. Han Sung-hyun asks, "Doesn't this creature recognize me as its master?" He calls out to Entrazio, and the dragon's eyes change. The immense beast bows, and the immortal king confirms, "It finally recognized me as its master." He approaches Entrazio and comments, "Looking closely, he's even cute." He states, "This does not represent the end of the immortal king's legacy." He declares, "Now I stand before the continuity of this legacy." Suddenly, he feels a presence approaching. He turns to the bone dragon and asks, "Do you sense it too?" In the distance, a group of knights appears on the horizon, and Han Seong-hyun announces, "We have visitors." He considers that now is not the right time to face the great divine order, as he still hasn't learned enough about the abyss. But he changes his mind, comparing the situation to inviting friends for a ride in a new car. The appearance of the bone dragon and the opening of the abyss after hundreds of years represent a rare chance. So he climbs onto the creature's back, declaring, "This is my opportunity to gain a lot of karma." The immortal king tells Entrazio, "You've been trapped for too long. Now, you can fly as much as you want." The dragon's skeletal wings prepare for flight. He orders the creature to show everyone who it truly is, as it fully spreads its wings. Across the desert, a group of knights advances at high speed. The commander shouts for them to accelerate, stating, "I can still feel the energy of the abyss." His companion next to him agrees. Even as an elite troop, they need to prepare, just in case the enemy is emitting so much energy. Suddenly, one of the men notices the sky darkening and asks, "Is that caused by the abyss?" Surprised by the sudden darkness, the leader looks up. He shouts, "No, it isn't." He orders everyone to prepare for what's to come. Before the group, the bone dragon bursts from the shadows, revealing the immortal king on its back. From atop the creature, he asks, "What brings the order here?" A knight responds, "We came because we heard about the opening of the abyss." His adversary understands the situation. Then the man questions, "What do you intend to do about it?" The accusation for the disaster and the sacrifice of thousands of people falls upon him. The immortal king thinks about the sacrifices and concludes, "They are crazier than I imagined." The knight's voice rises as he states, "The damage to the continent will be unimaginable," and he blames the immortal king for everything, leaving the young soldier next to him confused by the accusation. Even so, the sovereign decides to fulfill his role as a villain and understands that it's not worth arguing. He positions himself on the dragon's head and asks, "Who else besides me would be capable of such a feat?" One of the knights draws his sword and declares, "As expected, you will be judged." The immortal king warns the order's lackeys, "Don't get excited. Today, I'm only giving a warning." A knight calls that nonsense. He advances to silence him, but Archbishop Ladius stops him and shouts, "Stop!" This leaves the man disconcerted. He then asks, "Haven't you noticed that the enemy is keeping his distance?" According to the Archbishop, the immortal king would never have come just to talk. Suddenly he realizes this is a trap. This leaves the immortal king surprised by his deduction. Archbishop Ladius asks what kind of warning the Abyss Master is giving them. Then, the immortal king reveals that the warning is for the holy knight, Heinrich Langard, who pierced his heart. He lets out a restrained laugh. The Archbishop questions what that means, not understanding the situation. But the immortal king simply declares, "This is my victory." Ladius repeats the enemy's words, asking if the warning is for Sir Heinrich, and receives confirmation. One of the knights gets angry and says, "I can no longer hold back against such blasphemy toward the hero of the gods." To reach the climax, the immortal king states he needs to highlight Heinrich's name and wonders if he should end everything there. Next, he orders Entrazio to show his power, and the creature prepares an attack. The archbishop and his knights unite in prayer, declaring, "Our faith will not succumb to evil." Soon, the bone dragon unleashes its death breath, which collides against the knight's defense. Archbishop Ladius shouts to the knights of the gods, "Hold on." He sustains the defense. One of the knights warns him, "The barrier won't last much longer." Then the attack finally ceased. Two young clerics are surprised they managed to survive. Ladius orders them, "Do not lower your guard. Return to formation." Meanwhile, one of his men tries to speak about the immortal king. They look to the sky and realize the enemy has disappeared, leaving the archbishop confused. One of the knights gets annoyed, questioning, "Did our adversary truly believe we would fall with a simple attack?" He states, "We were underestimated," but the archbishop remains silent. Latius then wonders what the Immortal King is plotting and what kind of plan he has in mind. Far from there, the Immortal King complains to Intrazio about the smoke left behind. He congratulates the dragon for its useful breath, which gave them a good distraction and helped deepen the act. Han Sung-hyun praises himself for his Oscar-worthy performance, playing the Immortal King who opened the abyss. Suddenly, he senses a new presence. He realizes that another legacy seems to have awakened. In a distant forest, a dark energy begins to manifest. He states, "I can feel the aura of my comrades throughout the continent." Then, skeletons begin to rise throughout the forest. The Donegan Iron Troop rises and orders the Aliotropes to move. In the western lands of the Reinhardt Kingdom, a mysterious energy emerges from the heavens. A portal opens, and the kingdom's soldiers are ordered to run. The officer observes the scene. He immediately notices that skeletons are appearing from all sides. He declares, alarmed, "We are surrounded." He doesn't understand how undead could demonstrate such a level of intelligence. Suddenly, he lets out a scream. A dark knight appears, and the soldier realizes that the undead move as one. The knight advances and attacks one of the soldiers. The officer orders, "Inform the Viscount about the appearance of the Death Knight," and so the Death Knight reveals himself in their kingdom. Meanwhile, the moon illuminates a grand mansion. Sitting at a table, the vampire asks what the current situation is, and his subordinate informs him that the entire continent of Auterica is in a state of emergency. Lord Mullo explains that the abyss has opened throughout the continent, summoning armies of undead. The vampire then asks about their base, the Thalia Kingdom, and is informed that the region has not suffered significant damage. This is because Hans is dealing with all the appearing undead, though the vampire remains pensive. Mullo notices his superior's expression and asks, "Is something bothering you?" The dark noble questions about the insanity coming from the abyss and its effects, but is told that no one knows for sure what it is. Lord Mullo reports that despite the uncertainty, there has been an increase in fights over trivial matters, possibly due to the influence of this insanity. The vampire asks, "Wouldn't that be an exaggerated assumption, since everyone is on edge?" But the subordinate disagrees. He then wants to know, "How can you be so sure, Mullo?" Lord Mullo pauses before responding. He reveals that not only humans, but even the movements of monsters are being reported as different. The vampire concludes that even monsters are becoming more violent. He understands that the effect of insanity affects all forms of life. So, Heinz declares that the priority is to gather information about this influence, and Lord Milo agrees. Heinz stands up from his desk. He reflects that Hans is busy gathering the Immortal King's army and cannot abandon his post. For now, he decides the best thing to do is continue collecting data. The scene then shifts to the Grand Divine Order. There it is said that, in the end, Heinrich will have to intervene. He then kneels before her, extending the holy sword in his hand. The Saintess says, "I knew Sir Heinrich would succeed." He thanks her for her trust. She comments that she heard much had happened while he was away. The Saintess mentions that something strange is said to have emerged from the abyss, and she confirms that it is true. She explains that what emerged from the abyss was the insanity, apparently unstable, and even more dangerous because they do not know what it is. Heinrich wonders if he should examine it personally, seeing the perfect chance to use the Divine Order's reconnaissance force. Saintess Restar suggests that he rest, but the knight states that he wishes to fulfill his duty immediately. The Saintess remains silent before his determination. Finally, she yields and accepts that she cannot stop him. Suddenly, she remembers something important that needs to be done first. She explains that a ritual is necessary now that the Holy Sword has been obtained, leaving him confused. She extends her hand and commands, "Sword of the Divine, reveal your true form." She then asks Heinrich to discover the truth behind everything, receiving his promise. An object is brought in on a cushion. Two knights comment that the Holy Sword exudes a monstrous force. The Saintess places a necklace around his neck, naming him Heinrich Landguard, the one who proved himself above all things. She proclaims him the Grand Paladin of the Divine Order. Suddenly, the medallion on his chest begins to glow. A wave of power completely envelops him. He explains that by pausing his mental cube for a second, the divine power almost made his head explode. He then questions what force that is. He realizes his body is being reconstructed. The energy dissipates, revealing his new form within a circle on the ground. Saintess Restar and the other clerics observe, and she declares, "The grace of the divine is with him." The entity fulfills the conditions and obtains enlightenment, acquiring the special ability Grand Blessing Knight. He touches his hair and notices that it has turned white. Saintess Restar, the Saintess of the Grand Divine Order, greets him, and his immediate reaction is to question her. She corrects him, stating, "You are no longer Saint Heinrich Landguard." The saintess declares him the sacred, leaving him surprised. She explains that the grand blessing, granted only by the will of the divine, reveals a clear sign of sanctity. Heinrich understands that this places him in the same position as the saintess, and she orders, "Bring what has been prepared." Two men approach, increasing his confusion. The knight is surprised by what they place before him. It is the Guardian of Glory, an elite armor set forged by the finest artisans of the divine order. The clerics help him don the armor, explaining that it is made of rare ores like mithril and orichalcum. Furthermore, the attire possesses sacred enchantments and divine barriers, transforming him into a true walking fortress. He marvels as he sees the complete set adjusted to his body. Just by wearing it, he feels an immense amount of divine power flowing through him. With the Holy Sword and the Guardian of Glory, his armaments are finally complete. Saintess Rystar comments that, by all indications, they will work together from now on. Heinrich responds that it will be an honor. He questions internally how things reached this point, as he feels he does not deserve to act by her side. The saintess then reveals, "I am happy to finally be able to share my tasks." Working until dawn was exhausting. He stares at two giant piles of papers and wonders if this is some kind of punishment. Saintess Rystar informs him that the Continental Committee is about to convene. At the meeting, they will discuss plans to eliminate the undead that have appeared. She says, "I will count on Sir Heinrich. He promises to do his best." Then, she declares that they both will also do their best until the meeting arrives. The immortal king descends from the heavens before Karam, the Death Knight, and declares, "I seem to be late." He introduces himself to the knight. His overwhelming power subdues a nearby warrior, completely enveloping him. Karam recognizes the immense strength emanating from this figure. The immortal king finally lands on the ground facing his subordinate, and declares himself the new immortal king. The Death Knight repeats the title, confirming his master's identity. The king observes that, besides being a swordsman, Karam is a leader capable of commanding an army. He also notices that the commander knows how to use necromancy. He then formally identifies him as the Death Knight. Karam affirms, "It is an honor to be recognized." The immortal king comments that his subordinate seems to have enjoyed himself, but the knight asks for forgiveness, explaining, "I awakened near humans." He states that the deed is done, and it is time to strengthen their forces and gather power. The king orders a retreat. Karam responds, "I will comply with the order." The Death Knight and his soldiers retreat, dissolving into the shadows. The immortal king analyzes the dark energy accumulated in his hand. He observes the destruction around him. He then decides that he cannot leave things as they are. He recalls the words of Saint Rystar, who warned that with their forces dispersed, they would be picked off one by one. If that is the case, he must act. He notes that the damage was extensive, and the place cries for help. Although he wished to avoid this method due to its side effects, he sees no other option. He calls upon his children, asking them to listen to him, and announces, "Your lord, the immortal king, is here." The call reaches his servants as he reveals, "I am present in bone." He knows his location will be exposed, but believes the order will take time to analyze the magic. As long as they can gather quickly and disappear, he considers the risk acceptable. "Now," he demands, "respond to my call." He releases his energy upwards. Before him, his various commanders finally appear. They bow and declare obedience to the absolute command. They affirm that they stand before the true Lord of the Dead and promise to march immediately with their troops. The immortal king then promises, "I will guide you to a future never before seen." He opens his arms and celebrates before his assembled army. Elsewhere, two men walk through a dark forest. One asks Mike if it is safe, mentioning rumors about the undead, but his companion reassures him, saying, "Those are just rumors." Suddenly, something hits Mike's hand. He calls the other a coward, explaining, "It was obviously an animal." The undead are not silent. A rabbit then hops away. His companion points behind him. Mike asks, "What is it now?" The man questions if something is behind him. A creature attacks the man from behind, striking him. Mike sees the body fall to the ground and stutters, "Monster!" He soon realizes he is surrounded by a group of creatures. Another man runs to him asking, "What the hell are those things?" He questions what beings that live deep within the mountain would be doing here. Mike reacts as he sees the horde approaching. He falls backwards, saying, "I have never heard of anything like this." He then wonders, how can monsters be joining forces? Someone wonders about the situation in front of the Hubert Trading Company. Inside, Hubert reads in the newspaper that monsters from the northern mountains attacked a caravan. He considers this an effect of madness. He worries, thinking that if this continues, even Tarek will be in danger. Despite having gathered food and war supplies, he decides it is not the time for such business. He stands, stating, "While small merchants hunt for pennies, the big ones hunt for hearts." He turns to a map on the wall, declaring, "Moments like this demand companionship." The map shows the location of Aeonia County and Iron Fortress. Still, he wonders where he should go. Then he recalls news about Iron Fortress recruiting several mercenaries. He adjusts his monocle and concludes that it was the information he needed. In a tavern, people comment that the fortress is in trouble. They say the northern monsters show signs of migration. A man complains they are abnormal creatures that breed like rabbits. A group of mercenaries at a table wonders what they will do about it. One of them turns to his companion and asks, "What do you think, Harley?" Harley slams his mug on the table before answering. He states, "We are going. Can we really miss an opportunity like this?" One of the companions says, "That's the Harley I know." Another asks, "When are we going?" Harley asks, "Is there still any doubt?" One of the men looks confused. Harley runs out saying, "We are going now." His companions wonder if Harley paid for the drinks. Another denies it, causing everyone to run after him to demand payment. At the mercenary guild, the receptionist greets Harley. Harley wonders if they know each other. The attendant comments, "If someone here does not know who Harley is, they must be from somewhere else." Harley says, "It will be quick." He informs them they want to take the mercenary contract test, but the receptionist explains that the process is difficult while apologizing. Harley's companions ask, "Does it make sense for a guild not to give work to a mercenary?" Another impatiently threatens him. The attendant denies the idea. He pulls out a referral request. He tells Harley, "There is a special referral request reserved just for you." Harley questions the referral request, as he already planned to go to Iron Fortress. But he throws the letter away and decides to reject the offer, receiving applause from his companions. The receptionist states, "I do not believe you can refuse this one." He reveals the client is Lord Talmine Aeonia. The mercenary reacts upon hearing the name. The warrior next to him looks confused, but the attendant repeats the full name. Then, Harley is taken to Lord Aeonia's territory. A butler receives him and informs him that the Lord is waiting. The mercenary asks, "Is he inside?" He enters the room, announcing his arrival. A man in armor turns upon hearing his entry. Harley stares at him and asks, "Are you a knight? Where is the Lord?" The man replies, "The Lord would not speak with a mere mercenary." He introduces himself as Knight Robin, the one in charge of the mission. Harley comments, "I had already heard of you." He describes him as great and unique. The mercenary wants to know, "What does a knight want with me?" Robin explains there is only one reason. They need someone in the northern mountains. He reveals the mission is to rescue a VIP named Jaunic Steelstone. Harley asks, "Are the northern mountains not the place full of monsters?" The knight explains that the VIP is a blacksmith from the territory. He is a dwarf. In Seoul, the scene shifts to a hospital. Han Seong-hyun approaches his grandmother and says, "We should go now." But she reassures him, stating, "I am fine. There is no reason to worry." Han Seong-hyun comments, "I am happy you are better." Taesan adds that even the doctors are surprised by her recovery. He says, "There is something strange." Han Seong-hyun asks, "What would that be?" The friend explains that, according to the doctor, it was as if a high-level priest had used divine power on her for 4 days. Tyson questions how he would have such a connection, but Han Seong-hyun confirms to himself that he was responsible. As they walk down the corridor, he states that his grandmother recovered on her own because she is strong. Tyson comments, "She was rewarded for a lifetime of kindness." Then, he asks about their plan. Han Seong-hyun reveals he found a house in the suburbs for them to live more peacefully. The friend questions, "Is it not bad to be away from Seoul?" But Han Seong-hyun replies, "It is a necessary sacrifice." He smiles. At night, he apologizes for worrying Tyson. He states that he can now travel long distances more easily. The next day, the group walks through the frozen mountains. Harley leads the way with a serious expression. One of the knights comments, "Everyone is wary." The request came directly from the Lord. He also observes, Robin is impressive, not just assigning the mission, but joining it. Robin announces they are almost at the location where Jaunic left a transmission. Harley questions about the contact. The knight explains, "The dwarf noticed the monsters acting strangely. He hid to contact us with a magic device." A mercenary asks, "Did he really need to climb a mountain like this one?" But a companion responds, "Dwarves searching for rare minerals is nothing new." Harley just listens to the conversation as he advances along the path. He notices that everyone there is a well-known mercenary from Tarak, a true elite. Suddenly, he perceives something in the environment. He shouts a warning to be careful exactly when monsters emerge to attack. 2 mercenaries step forward saying, "Leave it to us." An arrow hits the monsters and explodes on impact. The 2 who attacked react in surprise. The creatures emerge from the smoke, completely unharmed. The mercenary complains, "The monsters get tougher the further we go." Her companion agrees. Their resistance has increased. Harley declares, "It seems I will have to fight." He prepares his body for combat. The warrior charges forward and attacks 2 monsters at the same time. He then grabs 2 orcs by the throat and asks, Are you ready? Night falls over a mansion. Inside, Vampire sits at his desk, reading some papers. He realizes that Hans obtained information from the Banshee Queen. Besides the state of the nation from the Varkozlak clan and the Banshee underworld, he can also count on Harley for matters related to madness. But Vampire wonders about the reason for his sudden feeling of fear. He lifts his head, confused by what he is feeling. Mullo enters the room and calls to him. Vampire asks, "What happened?" Mullo reports that monsters have started attacking in the demon forest, but Vampire replies that he sent 2 true bloods to resolve the situation. Heinz states that this is not all. Heinz reveals that monsters in the northern mountains have begun descending south with full force. Back in the mountains, Harley notices something spreading in all directions. He looks at the surrounding landscape and identifies the phenomenon as madness. The creatures are being contaminated just by breathing the air of the place. The warrior then turns, worried about his companions. Robin informs the group that they are almost at their destination. Meanwhile, Harley notes that the effect of the madness seems to be mild on humans. Still, he feels the influence of that energy in his body. He realizes that although his physical abilities are increasing, he is losing bodily control. Using his mutation ability, he controls the transformation, and states that, without it, he would have gone mad. One of the knights asks everyone to stop. The mercenary asks, "Are there more monsters ahead?" Robin jokes that Harley is dressed like a monster. The warrior replies, "It is perfect for me." Suddenly, someone covered in foliage reveals himself and says, "They are already here." The blacksmith, Gionic Steelstone, appears and states that he has been waiting for them. Gionic offers to lead them to the place he dug, but Harley refuses, saying, "I cannot." Robin questions him. The warrior confirms his suspicions. He warns, "The monsters are coming. We need to go down immediately." Robin orders everyone to cover the rear as they descend the mountain. The group starts running to escape the horde. Gionic looks back as he runs. A monster approaches and attacks him from behind. Gionic screams desperately, "Someone save me!" Then Harley lunges forward and cuts down the monster that was threatening him. He comments, "It is very satisfying to cut down such large enemies." But Robin warns, "This is no time for fun. At this rate, they will catch us." Harley picks up the dwarf in his arms. As the group flees, Gionic calls the pursuit merciless. The warrior agrees that they will be annihilated. The mercenary asks, "Isn't there a better way?" He remains silent for an instant. Then he turns to Robin and asks for his share of the magic stones, claiming to be out of energy. The knight agrees to hand them over, provided it is necessary for the mission. Harley takes the bag of stones and thanks him. Next, he throws the dwarf to one of the knights. The warrior stops running and braces himself on the path. His companion asks, "What are you doing? It is dangerous. You need to get out of here." But Harley just turns and asks, "Wasn't it you who asked for another way?" He takes the magic stones out of the bag. Then the warrior throws all of them into his mouth and chews them until they break completely. He feels an even greater madness emanating from them, realizing that each one possesses a different intensity. If he absorbs that power while controlling it with his abilities, he can become infinitely stronger. He then declares, "I will devour all the madness of the world, reaching the conditions for growth." His ability, Savagery, evolves into the special ability, Mad Beast. His body begins to transform, and his muscles expand. He opens his eyes after completing the change, and lets out a laugh of satisfaction. Now, wielding an axe, he prepares himself. The monsters advance toward him. He announces, "It is time to start the carnage." He declares that his entire body is bubbling. The warrior then advances, stating that the power is unbelievably hot. He leaps towards a monster preparing to attack. Amidst the battle, he yells for everyone to die as he cuts down his enemies. He rises among the defeated adversaries, recognizing that as the power of the Mad Beast. His companions can barely keep up with his movements, and one of the knights admits the rumors of him being Tarek's strongest were no exaggeration, but Robin corrects him, stating he is not Tarek's strongest, and adds he is the strongest in the entire continent. Meanwhile, a monster prepares to attack him, but the warrior simply stares at the creature with a smile. With a single blow, he defeats the enemy. He stands victorious over the battlefield, covered in fallen bodies. He then states, "That basically solves the problem." Robin runs towards him, impressed by what he saw, and asks, "Are you all right?" Gionic praises the feat, saying, "You have the bravery of a dwarf," but Harley teases him, reminding him, "You were begging for your life and running away." Suddenly, a new energy emerges, and he wonders what it is. For the first time, he feels a tension that makes his body want to run. Robin wants to know what is wrong, but he simply replies, "The situation is very bad." He warns, "If you encounter the approaching monster, everyone will be annihilated except for me." Jonik insists that they have come too far to give up and asks his muscular friend to do something. The warrior then asks if the dwarf dug a hole to hide in, and he confirms that he did. He questions, "Is it possible to hide everyone in 10 minutes? Jonik confidently states, 5 minutes are enough. He then wields his beautiful tool, calling it Ellen. Harley observes the instrument and wonders, "Is that a magic item?" The dwarf warns everyone to get ready, leaving them confused. He then strikes the ground with all his might. The ground begins to tremble and crack beneath their feet. Jonik continues to strike the ground with his pickaxe. He then turns to the group and asks, "Is this place comfortable?" Now gathered in a cave, one of the knights comments, "He made this space with just a few swings of his pickaxe." Harley sits next to the dwarf and praises him, calling him incredible. Suddenly, a medium for the ability medium selection is discovered, and the warrior wonders what it could be. The pickaxe Eileen is revealed as the medium, and he realizes it is even more impressive than it seems. He then stares at Jonik and decides, "I will devour that item one way or another," but the cave ceiling begins to collapse above them. One of the knights comments, "There's something loud up there." His companion asks, "Is it the monster Harley mentioned?" Robin explains that the creature is right above them, likely devouring the bodies of the defeated monsters. The knight suggests they run, but Robin warns, "That's not a good idea." Harley begins to laugh and Robin turns to him. The warrior then suggests, "Let's lure the monster away." Robin warns him that it would cost him his life, but Harley confirms, "I want to try." The other mercenaries worry and ask, "Are you sure about this?" He points to Jonik's pickaxe and states, "Of course I will try, as long as I have that." He explains that it is just a guarantee for dangerous situations, but the dwarf argues it's a magic tool with limited uses. Jonik then questions why he is hesitating. He decides that, no matter how precious it is, life comes first. The dwarf hands over the pickaxe, and Harley takes it, saying, "Thank you." But Jonik refuses to let go of the tool. The warrior demands that he let go, and the dwarf retorts, Harley would only be able to use it as a spatula. Harley then runs off with the pickaxe, promising, "I will use it and return it." Jonik screams her name. Running, he states, "I am not returning the tool. Since I saved your life, we are even." With that, he believes he has secured Elin, but he corrects himself, declaring, "In fact, I acquired a dwarf."